Happy Cigar Mile Day from New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, the peak of this meet as we get ready to see Senor Buscador, who is the 7-2 morning line favorite, and that'll just tell you about the depth and quality and how wide open this year's Cigar Mile is, as that multiple graded stakes winner comes out of a try in the Breeders' Cup Classic. 2-year-olds in the spotlight today as well. In the Remsen, we'll see if Dornock can pick up his first graded stakes win, as he is the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage. And as far as the fillies, Life Talk, the morning line favorite in the Demoiselle, we saw her last finishing 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies behind Just FYI. And a little bit of international flair today. Live racing action from Caymanas Park in Jamaica, the Mouttet Mile, as we'll have Rajiv Mirage and Andy Serling live on site. All that and more coming up on today's edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Who will add their silks to that group down in the paddock of past Cigar Mile winners? I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the day that we've been looking forward to. 4 graded stakes on the program, including that Cigar Mile Pick 6 carryover as well. There really is something for everyone. And as mentioned in the open, a 7-2 morning line favorite in our America's Best Racing race of the week. It's a full field of 12 to go a mile on the main track, and a very evenly matched group. You have some talented horses, multiple graded stakes winners, but there really isn't kind of that one quote-unquote big superstar horse. This is an opportunity for somebody to really step forward, and a great betting race as well, as we'll see who can add their names to the history books. As I'm happy to be joined by Sarah El-Badwi today. As mentioned, Sarah, this is a day we've been looking forward to, and that Cigar Mile really will kind of be a pivotal race for some of the horses in there.
Exactly. We have a lot of horses coming out of Breeders' Cup attempts, or horses that are sort of up-and-comers to see where they might fit in with the older horse division next year. And certainly, as you mentioned, a very wide-open betting race.
As far as Senor Buscador is concerned, we last saw him finishing 7th, beaten 5 1/4 lengths in the Breeders' Cup Classic. This is his win in the San Diego, and he pulled an upset at a price this day at about 13-1. He's a multiple graded stakes winner, also won the ACAC at a mile at Churchill, so he can handle the distance. But Sarah, I thought you brought up a really interesting point the other day, that horses coming out of the Breeders' Cup, this wasn't necessarily the long-term plan for them.
Right, and in racing you have to be adaptable and be able to adjust as things unfold. And so they tried the Breeders' Cup Classic, things didn't quite work out, now he's here today, but this might have not been plan A.
We'll also see the top 3 finishers coming out of the 49er, which was the end of October here during the Belmont at the Big Amy. And the winner of that race was Ever So Mischievous, beating a Chad Brown duo of Dr. Odito and Accretive. Those 3 will rematch. Ever So Mischievous has done very little wrong throughout his short career and will look to make it 4 wins in a row.
He's a horse that really has been improving over his last couple of races so far, running slightly better numbers each time, and one that they've always thought a lot of, and one that always takes plenty of wagering attention as well. We'll see what he does today with maybe a little more pace pressure.
We'll see how the pace does play out, as that was a horse who was forwardly placed. Those others I mentioned closing in that effort, as they'll get a chance to rematch today in the Cigar Mile. As we'll take a look at what else is coming up today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. A 10-race card on the program, including those 4 graded stakes. That Pick 6 carryover kicks off in the 5th race with a $35,000 plus to start. Muddy track conditions to begin, but looking like it should dry out throughout the afternoon. We'll also be showing the Chairman's Plate and the Mouttet Mile live from Caymanas Park. Good track conditions there in Jamaica. You can play all of the action by signing up with Naira Bets. Get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As Sarah, I smell trouble. We have it live with us at Caymanas Park in Jamaica. Rajiv Mirage and Andy Serling are boots on the ground, and we're so happy to have them here with us. I understand Rajiv is even wearing a suit. He was styled by Andy Serling today. And guys, we're so looking forward to getting a chance to hear from you. And I know it's been wonderful following through your eyes the experience that you've had so far in Jamaica.
No, it's been a great experience, to say the least. Lots of fun. Incredibly gracious hosts here, taking everywhere. And Rajiv's wife, Angie, even dressed him properly today. Rajiv?
Yeah, definitely. Good pick, Angie. Dressing me up nice. You know.
You still don't look as good as me. I'm just letting you know.
But we feel the electricity really growing here from we got in, right? The crowd is getting bigger. The excitement is building, and it's setting up for a really great race today.
No, it is. It's going to be a very exciting race. Looking forward to it. Plenty of speed. You know, the Cigar Mile and the Mouttet Mile actually are very similar. Both races feature a lot of speed, and Atomica, who's probably the horse to beat, she's fast, but there are other horses with a lot of speed.
Yeah, and it's the kind of race that I think sets up really well for a closer. You know, there's something for everyone in this race, though. 16 entrants, right? A filly, Atomica, who was last year's horse of the year. The local champion 2-year-old from last year, Mojito. Then we have some overseas invaders, rough entry. Jockeys from overseas, Julian Leperoux, Daisuke Fukamoto. I mean, it's just a lot going on in this race, a lot of different angles.
And we've even got Rajiv's uncle, who he's still riding in his 60s. Rajiv, he's around 20, and he's already retired, but we've got a chance to catch up with him. It's going to be a really fun race. I had a couple of mojitos last night. You think that's a good sign?
Yes, that's a good sign.
All right. It's been a lot of fun here.
That you showed up.
Yeah, we were worried about you, Rajiv. No worries about me. We're happy down here. We're having a great time occasionally. We look forward to coming back to you a lot more during the day.
Oh, we're so excited to hear from you throughout the afternoon. Enjoy the experience. Enjoy the wonderful race day and the celebration atmosphere that's coming up today at Caymanas Park. So we'll hear more from Andy and Rajiv a little bit later on throughout the show, and we'll see how many mojitos may be consumed before the end of the day. But first up, we have the opener from the Big A. There's your current 4-5 favorite. Very short price on third-time starter, Big Prankster, who looks to be the speed from the outside. New York bred maiden special weight to kick off the action on Cigar Mile Day. Coming up after this.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm. RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. We start things off with 2-year-old New York breds in this maiden special weight going 6 furlongs on the main track, and currently Big Prankster a short price, Sarah, as he does look to be the speed from the outside, making his 3rd career start, 2nd on the main track.
Yeah, just a logical favorite. I mean, a horse that's taken money in both of his starts so far, was favored last time, and kind of did all of the dirty work on the front end, just got run down by a first-time starter that got a pretty good setup in there in Elysian Meadows.
Race 1 coming up to kick off Cigar Mile Day. We welcome in another member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, live with us. Maggie, happy Cigar Mile Day. What are you seeing from these 2-year-olds to kick off the afternoon?
And Acacia, this is definitely one of my favorite days on the calendar year, and we will have New York breds to start things off. And as you mentioned, we see Big Prankster in his 3rd career start as the favorite, and I think rightfully so. He definitely looks the part here in the paddock. But we'll take a look at some inside runners, beginning with number 1, that is Up to My Knees in It, a son of World of Trouble. They paid $80,000 for this guy at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, and he is a half to a minor stakes winner in Kisses for Emily, who's also a New York bred, and she was a pretty decent dirt sprinter. Now, it's funny, a lot of these World of Troubles, they debut as geldings, and they're gelded before they even start. I don't really know why. I'm not that familiar with them, but you can definitely tell this guy is a gelding. You know, he's a little bit on the slighter, smaller side, and he is incredibly fit coming in here and very professional, as we do see the hood on that Dave Dong typically does run his horses in. But he does look the most fit of any of these debuters. I think he'll need a race to eventually kind of strengthen up a little bit, but at least he has a pedigree that said 6 furlongs early on in his career might not be that big of an issue. As number 2, Perno, a son of Lord Nelson for Jimmy Bond and Louis Saez in town today, and Louis Saez is kind of their go-to rider when he is around here in New York. Good-looking guy. I mean, this is a big, imposing horse. It will wear blinkers for his debut, just a very tiny shortcut cheater blinker. And he's one I want to watch with interest, but at the end of the day, I just don't think he's ultimately fit enough to likely get the job done here at first asking. As a second-time starter, he's number 3, Hair on Fire. He was hustled for early pace in that debut, as Kendrick Carmouche will climb aboard today. I'm wondering if he does show a little bit more speed now having the experience, because he was green once he started getting some kickback and was out sprinted a bit early. He is really fit in here, and he's moved forward with that first start under his belt. So I'm hoping that he can take that proverbial step forward. But Acacia, I do think Big Prankster is going to be tough in here as he projects to be loose on the lead.
We'll see if anybody can catch him now. 3-4. Maggie, thank you. As we get ready for the opener, New York bred maiden special weight runners, the 2-year-olds to kick off the day, which is always fun. And we'll start off with that gelded son of World of Trouble, Up to My Knees in It.
And a lot to pay for a horse that only stands for $5,000. They paid $80,000 for this one. Attracts John Velasquez for the debut.
6-1 on the board right now. Here's the number 2, Perno, a son of Lord Nelson.
Sire, that's 14% with his 2-year first-time starters. The works don't jump off the page, so we'll see what we get from him.
Another, well, this one's a second-time starter, Hair on Fire, making start number 2 after finishing 5th.
He debuted versus Solos Fury and Slam and Gold, both horses that seem like they could be okay.
The number 4, Silver Pocket, very green, stepping out onto the racetrack.
We'll see what we get from him. A big price right now, so perhaps reflecting that.
First time starter. Another firster, Doc Sullivan.
$59,000 OBS Open purchase. Sire, not really known for his 2-year-old first-time starters so far.
We're 21-1. That's Senda Salamini. Second-time starter, Frankie R.
Switching surfaces, going from the turf to the dirt. Didn't really see much first time out.
Here is another one making their second start, Liberty Central. Went by. More on him in a moment. Here's the 8 Solo Empire, another firster.
Another Salamini. The dam was 1 for 12, one sibling a winner, so not a ton of pedigree.
And your favorite Big Prankster.
Just the horse to beat. He's been second both starts so far, turf and dirt, and has some good early speed as well.
You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all of the races on today's show. As we're taking a look at the number 4, Silver Pocket, looks like they're just tightening the girth a little bit. I wonder if when he kind of lurched forward a little bit, rider Eric Cancel felt the saddle slide a little bit too. And sometimes, Sarah, when you put the tack on them, they kind of puff up a little bit. And then as they relax and they start to move, you feel the saddle get a little bit looser. And so, oh, need to tighten that girth.
Exactly. I remember riding as a kid, and you tighten your girth before you walk in the ring, and then you walk in the ring and you have to fix it again, because sometimes you just have to make those adjustments, and of course want everybody to be safe out there. So glad Eric Cancel felt something and said something, and seems like he's good to go now.
There's your favorite big prankster. As Maggie said, looks like should be the one that's quickest early. He has a lot of speed, as he showed when switching to the dirt last time out. Ran well on the turf on debut too. But here is that dirt win, and he did open up to be caught by a horse that, as you mentioned, got a good setup that day.
He did, and he was able to put away the other speed. He sat just off of the pace-setting Allied Attack, who we see kind of fading in the later stages. So he was able to sort of hang on and kick on with things, and just got run down by a horse that was really making up significant ground, weaving his way through traffic. And I mean, he was the one that did all the dirty work in here. You see the margin of separation back to your third place finisher, and you're dealing with a horse that I have no problems with whatsoever, and it makes sense that he is the short price that he is with so many other unknowns with all these first-time starters.
The number 2, Perno, is a first-time starter for Jimmy Bond, as you all often see the Bond Barn teaming up with Louis Saez. It's just a little bit green out there on the track, and good to see Louis here in New York as he has a busy day throughout the afternoon, including door knock coming up in the Remsen.
What's he missing? One race today? No mount in the
Such
fourth?
a slacker.
I know. How could he? He's got a lot going on today, that's for sure.
Including Dornock, the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, and this is the horse that he rode last time out when Dornock broke his maiden. Still very green in that effort. A horse that mentally, it seems, is taking some time to figure things out.
Right, and as we mentioned, Mage was also a horse that he did not race as a 2-year-old. We didn't see him until 3, so we're already seeing start number 4 from Dornock, perhaps more of that precocious type. And as green as he was, he still earned a 90 buyer for that effort.
We'll see what he can do, getting a little bit more distance to the 1.125 and stepping up into graded stakes competition. That's the Remsen coming up a little bit later on as race number 9 today. Looking forward to all of that. You can bet Aqueduct's Remsen Stakes today with a $20 Derby prep bonus. Hit a win wager of $25 on one horse in the Remsen Stakes, and you can earn an extra $20. All you have to do is opt in. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in today. For more on these 2-year-olds, though, for the opener, warming up on the track, let's go back to Maggie.
Acacia, it's turning into an absolutely gorgeous day. In fact, I'm overdressed. This coat is quite warm as we do see the sun shining. So great drying out conditions. I do want to make it clear, though, we just have the label as muddy. It's actually sealed. So I think that even helps the chances of number 9 in here, Big Prankster, who I think would prefer a turf course, and this will mimic it, as we do see a late scratch of number 4 in here, that Silver Pocket, and he will not participate today. As we'll take a look at a second-time starter in number 7, Liberty Central. He was accompanied by the pony. I wasn't in the paddock for that debut, in which he was beaten by the heavy favored Slamming Gold and well-bred son of Bar of Gold, Breeders' Cup winner. He's a good size, though, and watching that debut, he kind of broke a touch slow. He had a 3-wide persistent run going the 6 furlongs. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually benefits in future races by going a little bit further than this, because he does have such size to him and scope. But he looked fit, strong, really picture of health, and if anything, he elevated once out on track. I know Sarah is interested in him. Then a first-time starter that I didn't love in the paddock, but completely made me do a 180 once watching him warm up, especially over this sealed track, is number 5, Doc Sullivan. The Dam, she went on the synthetic, but he is a half 2 12-time winner. Fix Me a Sandwich. Got a really big warm-up, completely just so much more focused out on the track than what he was in the paddock. Good size to him. Ultimately, doesn't look 100% fit, will move forward from this effort. But I think one I want to watch now in this race to see how he does and kind of gauge where he fits in future efforts. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. A lot going on with first-time starters in here, including, as you mentioned, that late scratch of the number 4 Silver Pocket, who will not play today. There's the 7 Liberty Central, who I know you have some interest in. Now, finished on that left lead. My notes from his debut said that he was just very green in the preliminaries behind the gate in particular. Had to really balking going in, had to load without the rider, and just really seemed like mentally he needed a race to get underneath of him and ran a respectable second.
And that makes sense because he was off a little bit slow that day and kind of seemed like he was figuring things out throughout the race. And I thought that he got a pretty good education out of there as he took some kickback. He was always sort of progressively moving up. And while he didn't switch leads ultimately when finishing second, he was also a big price that day. He was 19-1 on debut. So I just thought now having that experience under his belt, seeing him at least make some sort of effort last time behind a horse that I think is likely going to be pretty good with that pedigree behind him. I just thought that he was one that could improve second time out and was the alternative that I wanted to your heavy favorite.
Early pick 5 kicking off here as well, as it's kind of big prankster taking the money and then you'll get a price on anybody else. Your top pick is second choice at 5-1 right now. Up to my knees in it, taking some attention as well. I would imagine, too, the presence of John Velasquez aboard that first-time starter catching some people's attention.
I agree, and I think it's always interesting when you see what 2-year-olds he decides to get on because he's not a rider that we see ride the whole card every day, all day, like we're going to see from someone like Luis Saez at that stage of his career. So I think whenever you see him get on a first-time starter, people do pay attention, and usually it's for a good reason.
And we'll often team up with Dave Donk as Up to My Knees in it. Little bit excited heading back over towards the starting gate as he will load in. Will looks like he's running with that hood on, as Maggie mentioned, a piece of equipment that Dave Donk uses with, I would say, not almost all, the rare exception is 1 or 2 that come into the paddock without the hood on. He runs pretty much all of his horses, bringing them over at least with the hood to kind of muffle the sound, cover their ears, and then some of them will run with that equipment on as well, the ones that maybe are a little bit more nervous type.
Right, and it's something you've mentioned we just see with a lot of his starters, so certainly not unusual for him to employ, and it seems like in this particular situation could be very, very helpful.
Yes, indeed. As he goes in, and we'll get a chance to see, there is the number 7 Liberty Central. Looks like the starting gate crew is going to do the same thing with him that they ended up doing last time. They know what his antics are about today because he was naughty at the gate on debut, and
he feels the same
he
way.
can mind his manners today. Come on, buddy, you've already done this once before.
It seems like that experience, first time out, at least not sticking quite as much with the gate, but we'll see what he does on the racetrack, and at least they know what they're dealing with. You see the front of the gate open for him and everybody giving him that extra attention to help him out getting into the starting gate for career start number 2.
Still young horses, a lot of new things they're experiencing, and even just in their second start. But as mentioned, it is a benefit that he has run once before. The starting gate crew knows what to expect with them. They keep notes on all of these horses with any sort of antics or certain types of equipment that they need to have in place at the gate. So they'll load him without the rider, and then Jose Gomez will climb aboard in the starting gate. The other horses be waiting behind. Seems like they're minding their P's and Q's very well. And then once they get Liberty Central in, we'll continue on with the rest of the load. Looking forward to 4 graded stakes coming up a little bit later on today, including that Cigar Mile. The late pick 4 is all graded stakes action, and kicking off in the 5th race, we have pick 6 carryover to look forward to as well. 2-year-olds, first-time starters,
they're taking their time.
Gate, it's always an adventure. There goes the number 2, Perno, and there is Jose Gomez waiting to climb aboard Liberty Central. He's waiting to the last possible moment to get aboard him in the starting gate, especially with a couple of the others being a little bit naughty. And then Up to My Knees in it, also getting a little bit antsy in the gate, having to load first. Well, looks like we are almost off and running. There's a couple more left to go. Hats off to the starting gate crew with this group of 2-year-olds. But first race of the day on Cigar Mile Day, Chris Griffin will have the call for all 10, kicking things off with the opener.
Solo Empire's gone in, still waiting on Doc Sullivan. There's Doc Sullivan to move forward. Dylan Davis aboard.
And the favorite, Big Prankster. 3-5, Big Prankster. Big Prankster. Is it all set for the opener? And they're off. Big Prankster flew out of the gate, and the favorite right to the top. It's Big Prankster who quickly crosses over, is trying to get that rail position. Perno is moving forward and also up to my knees in it. Bunched up in behind the leader, who got from the outside draw right over to the inside. It's a lineup of 3 in behind. Up to my knees in it. Perno just had to check out of there, shuffle back to 4th. Is moving up on the outside of that one, pink cap. That's Liberty Central, who's now engaged in 2nd, as they've got less than 4 furlongs to travel. Further back in the field, up to my knees in it, just had to check and not handling the turn here, and it costed Perno. The front runner, Big Prankster, is clear, is up by a length and a half. Liberty Central, up to my knees in it, Perno. They've had some trouble 3rd and 4th. Out wider, Solo Empire. In behind them, Frankie R. very strung out here. Doc Sullivan is back there. Then comes Hair on Fire, who's the trailer. Big Prankster and Liberty Central, these two at the top of the stretch. Big Prankster is trying to put away Liberty Central. Liberty Central trying to straighten up and come after Big Prankster, but Big Prankster is opening up now. Big Prankster, with a furlong left to go, is widening this margin. It is all Big Prankster. Quick look to the left for Ruben Silvera. Geared down, Big Prankster. No joke here in the opener. It's Big Prankster easily at 3-5. Big Prankster, then Liberty Central. Late run here from Doc Sullivan and Solo Empire. Final running time, 1 minute 11 and 1.
Big Prankster wiring the field, as it did look to be the case on paper. He runs to that favoritism, Sarah, and I was joking with co-owner Dean Reeves when he bought this horse out of the mare Big Thrill. I said, it's perfect for you. You already have Big Invasion, Big Everest, and now Big Prankster.
Exactly, and a fun call from Chris Griffin there. No joke today, and very true. I mean, he was able to load into the gate last, which probably helped a little bit as far as his mentality, but he just had that experience. He had the early speed, and he was able to pretty easily handle this group of mainly first-time starters, with another horse with experience finishing 2nd, and just a lot of green babies in behind these two.
Yes, even Liberty Central, who finished 2nd, you could see him kind of throw his head when he was asked to switch leads. He didn't switch leads in his first race, so at least he did it today, though he was not happy about it. But Big Prankster, the professionalism, the experience paying off today, 9, 7, 5, 8. And yeah, some trips in here, some horses that will really benefit from having a start under their belt from a mental standpoint. I always say with the starting gate with 2-year-olds, it's like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out. And they all started acting up a little bit at the Iron Monster today.
Yes, it was a perfect example of that phrase today, with all of these horses really wondering what everything was all about early on in this race. And yes, Liberty Central, very dramatic about the lead change there, but at least got the job done. And a 2-year-old that Maggie had her eye on with the number 5, Doc Sullivan, finishing 3rd at a pretty decent price.
Yeah, nice run from that one to watch moving forward. But Big Prankster, with the experience and the early speed, getting the win. Ruben Silvera in the saddle, as he made no bones about it. He went right out to the lead with him from the outside post, and that was all she wrote. Big Prankster with the win for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing and Stephen Rocco. Bring you prices and more when we come back. And the Bob Marley Museum in Jamaica. I'm sure Andy, Rajiv, our whole team got a chance to visit and enjoying the wonderful sights and culture in Jamaica. More from Caymanas Park on Mouttet Mile Day after this.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside and is.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Makoma the one to catch? Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Big prankster, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call, no joke about it. Today, getting the job done and using his speed and his experience to his advantage. Co-owned by Stephen Rocco, who's standing by in the winner's circle with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. We see Steven in on a lot of the Reeves Thoroughbred horses, but big prankster Steven, we've seen him on 3 different surfaces virtually, and today pulls off the win. I don't know about you, but first time I thought he looked like an out-and-out turf sprinter. What surface do you think he's best on?
Well, I think he's good on both. Yeah. Clearly, in that first race, I thought he ran a winning race. Wants 6 furlongs, but very fast horse, but likes both dirt, obviously, and turf, which is great. He's versatile.
A great option to have. So do you keep, as a New York bred, do you keep him racing through the winter? Obviously, you have to put your head together with Mr. Clement.
Yeah, I always leave it to the trainer, but if there's an option for him, why not? You know, he's running well, he's in good form, and we'll see what the next race is for him.
Speaking of next races, you're representing the next one, too, with Dean Reeves, too. Cool operator, first-time starter, $100,000 at the OBS sales. Talk a little bit about this guy. Has a little bit more of a turf pedigree. Track may help him, too.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as always with first-time starters, we just hope for a good experience. That's all I hope for, and they come home safe, and we'll see. But Dean and I had a daily double here last time we ran with Big Everest and Beach Cruiser, so maybe we can do it again.
I love it. On a big day like Cigar Mile Day, you're an astute handicapper. Who do you like in the big one later on?
I tell you the truth, I haven't looked at it yet.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
But I will. I'll be up there. Once these 2 races are done, I'll look at it and get back to you.
Well, focus in on the important, too. Best of luck in the next, and congrats here.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Stephen Rocco getting the job done with Big Prankster, but it's not the day over yet. As cool operator, first-time starter, a big price on the board, but we'll see what he does in his debut. Acacia.
Forget about that. Stephen better get to handicapping. I love it. Such a great guy. One of the nicest families, nicest ownership groups. I couldn't be happier for them. And yeah, looking to pull off that double with a first-time starter coming up a little bit later on in the next race as we get right to it. 7 furlongs on the main track and a maiden special weight with the 2-year-old cool operator. First-time starter currently 13-1 for Danny Bargan. Manny Franco going to be in the saddle, but it's Hop Sing who is even money on the board right now. Are you a little surprised?
A little bit. He's the second choice in the doubles behind Ignite the Light, so certainly the money makes sense based on that, but a horse that I didn't really have on my radar as much going into this race, but an interesting first-time starter for sure, because if you get past your favorite in Ignite the Light, plenty of options after that.
An expensive 2-year-old purchase, Hop Sing, son of Curlin, who worked 10-1 at that OBS April sale. The dam is sister to Cupid as well. So we'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of this field in the second race coming up in a moment. But first, getting back over to the action of what's going on over at Caymanas Park. And as we got a chance to hear from Andy and Rajiv earlier on in the show, the wonderful welcome, the experience they've gotten to experience, a lot of that is in thanks to Solomon Sharp, who's standing by with Andy.
Thanks a lot. I am standing here with the man who makes everything happen around here. Solomon Sharp is the executive director. I consider you the king of Caymanas Track, and you're the man that has made our week a special week to remember. Thanks for everything.
Well, thanks for coming. You guys being here is really special to us. We're big fans of you here. And, you know, we've been working on this for a while now. And I remember last year, March, walking into the office, speaking with Joe and speaking with Dave and said, hey, I need you guys to put us on TV. And I was like, well, when is your big race? And we're like, December 2nd. And they're like, well, we have the Cigar Mile. I said, let's do it. And we shook hands, and here it is. I can't believe it.
Yeah, we're thrilled to be here. It's been an amazing week. The hospitality's been incredible. I mean, some of the highlights, Dunn's River Falls, going to the new Sandals Resort was great, going out in the boat, and you made everything happen for us. But talk about how important the Mouttet Mile is to Caymanas Park and to everybody here.
Well, you know, every racetrack needs a marquee event, and we have had a few over the years, and it was time to revamp the entire, you know, campaign. Our purses before for a big day like this wasn't all that. The Mouttet family stepped up big time. They heard, you know, I did a business plan. They heard what my plans were, and they really believed in it, and they backed it big time. And then last year we started out with a $125,000 purse, and then we jumped to $150,000. And the guys in New York said, hey, if you guys get it up to $250,000, all of us are coming. So that's the plan. You know, but everything is just like a horse. You get into a trot first, and, you know, then you get into a, you know, a little gallop, and then you breeze, and then you do different things. So we've been taking that approach to this product, and it has turned around. We have the greatest fans in the world, I think, and we just try to bring the best for them.
Yeah, I've had a great time talking to fans a little bit. I've been here already and looking forward today. It's an incredible setting. It reminds us of Santa Anita with the mountains in the background, and we wish you so much success. And there's no question we're coming back next year. I've already been recruiting jockeys. I was talking to Javier Castellano last night.
Yeah, well, we were working with these guys, and I said, you know, put it on a weekend that we don't have these big stakes races, and we'll make it happen. But, yeah, Supreme Ventures Group has backed me 100% with all that we've been doing at the track. I've had a young team. We've been working on the transition. You know, we came in for a bit of criticism, but they didn't understand what we're doing. And I kept telling them, just work with my vision, and this is just a part of it. This is just a stepping stone. Next year, we're going to be bigger. You'll be here next year for another week. We'll take it to some different parts of the island, but we want to encourage everybody to come to Jamaica. This is bigger than just racing. This is for all of Jamaica. The horse racing ecosystem is 100,000 people, and you can't feed the ecosystem if the bigger environment doesn't, you know, is not healthy. So this is about feeding tourism. This is about feeding Jamaica, and then the horsemen and the beneficiaries of the horsemen will benefit after this.
No question. And from what I've seen, you all need to come to Jamaica. But did you guys hear that? I'm coming next year, not you. Solomon Sharp, thanks for everything you do here. Thanks for everything you do for racing and you've done for us this week. Let's head back to New York.
Andy, thank you so much. And big thank you and hats off to Solomon. He's already staking his claim, Andy, on the next trip. I got a chance to meet Solomon actually a couple years ago at Gulfstream during the Clásico del Caribe. And you could just see the passion that he has for the sport and how much he's really worked to continue to promote the brand of racing in Jamaica. And it's really exciting to see. And we're so proud and excited to have the opportunity to show their big races on the card today.
Absolutely. And you can really just feel how important racing is to them and how they understand the ripple effect of how having that racing economy really does impact so many people and how many people are so important to making big days like this happen. And I see that they're already trying to recruit Andy for next year, and somebody else is going to have to slide in there and make sure that they at least get to tag along as well.
I know. Well, we look forward to hearing more from Caymanas Park throughout the afternoon. We'll take a quick time out, send you away to break with the beautiful shots of Dunn's River Falls 960-foot natural waterfall that flows fresh waters from the mountains to the Caribbean Sea, located in Jamaica. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We'll be back with more live racing from Aqueduct after this.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on Cigar Mile Day, as historically we have seen some very impressive 2-year-olds debut on the Cigar Mile undercard. Wondering if we might see one of those be the case in this upcoming second race. 7 furlongs on the main track, maiden special weight. There is Hop Sing, who's taking all of that early money. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
He is taking a lot of money in here, Acacia, and he does come in here with several quick workouts for Jose D'Angelo at Belmont Park, and he's one that they paid $300,000 for, this son of Curlin, after working 10-1. He was asked a bit at first in that workout. Now, I don't necessarily love to use those workouts as gauges, but you do get a sense of maybe what the horses want to do based upon kind of their stride and how they perform in that workout and how they do it. He definitely looked like a horse that wanted to go long, and I kind of get that same type of feeling here looking at him. Now, as Acacia mentioned before the break, the dam A Fool to Cupid, who was good going longer, but the second dam Pretty and Smart, she was actually a good sprinter. So at the end of the day, I think 7 furlongs a good spot to debut, and if he's good enough, he will get the job done here. But also, I think he is one that will benefit from, well, A, a start, and B, a little bit more ground to cover. I am not sold on him, to be honest, as a debuter here at a short price. So he does have a bit of class to him, which I like to see, as we see some of these other horses acting up here in the paddock, and he's just kept it all cool, calm, and collected. The $1 million horse to his inside is Conquest Warrior, and, you know, for City of Light, he's a relatively new sire, so he's not like a Tappet or a Medaglia d'Oro's, you know, or a Curlin, who those types of stallions do tend to bring these higher price tags. And furthermore, on the bottom, it's not like he has that much pedigree either. He is a good-looking sort, so you can kind of see where they thought there was a lot of potential with this horse as a yearling by looking at him from the physical perspective. And he's also very professional, and Shug McGaughey's horses do ultimately tend to need starts, but at least coming in here, he does give the appearance of looking very, very fit. Actually, probably one of the most fit-looking debuters that we see in this field. The other one, though, that we just got a chance to speak to his co-owner that caught my eye is number 8 in here, Cool Operator. And he is. I think he's really well named, given his overall presence. He was a little bit greedy, spooked at something first walking in here, but he's really chill now. And, you know, you get these 7 furlong races, and you get a mix of horses that you think, well, maybe the 7/8 is pushing them a little bit. And then a lot of them you think, well, this is just a jumping off point that they'll want further. And he's one that I think the 7/8 suits perfectly. A son of Bernardini that does have a bit more turf pedigree, to be fair, but he's incredibly athletic looking, so I like that about him. And the track is still sealed out here, so given the fact that he has a little bit more of a turf look to him, looking at his bloodlines, I think this track may suit him perfectly, and he is really fit, really strong. So he is a firster, Acacia, at a bit of a price that has made an excellent impression.
The owners looking for the early double. There is Manny Franco in the Reeves Thoroughbred Racing Silk. Stephen Rocco, co-owner as well. We heard from him after the first race, as Manny Franco, though, has a big day coming up. He's got big chances in all 4 of the graded stakes. Maybe they're a little bit of some bigger prices, Sarah, but you could really kind of make a case for all of the horses that he's riding. And I know you have some real interest in Dr. Ardito of the Cigar.
I do. I'm hoping for the late Manny Franco double here with domestic product as well, but certainly live mounts throughout the card today, especially in those graded stakes, and 3 of them for trainer Chad Brown.
So we'll get the leg up on Cool Operator, who worked 10 flat in that OBS March 2-year-old sale. Little bit of a more turf pedigree, as Maggie mentioned. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with another firster, this one for Rick Dutrow, El Capi.
Siblings yet to win, but a big price on a horse that's McLean's Music, $220,000 OBS purchase.
Another one with a 10 flat workout. Here's King Mendelssohn, first time starter.
The Mendelssohn's not necessarily ready to fire overly first time out. We'll see what we get. Ken McPeak does okay with first time starters.
Vino Barbarino.
Another first time starter, this one for Ray Handel. There's 2 debut winning siblings, so some precocity.
Conquest Warrior, that $1 million son of City of Light.
Dim was a 5-time winner. She won second time out as a 2-year-old before trying a stakes race. She's a listed stakes winner.
Hop Sing, still your favorite at 6-5.
Yeah, taking quite a bit of the wagering attention. Sold for $300,000 at OBS after that quick work.
This one with the big pedigree, Ignite the Light.
Third last time out to Sierra Leone, who we'll see later on in the Remsen.
Of course, half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner By the Moon. Here's Speed Control.
A horse that is going out second time was 12-1 on debut, not taking a ton of wagering attention right now.
And Cool Operator, first-time starter.
Another one that was a shorter price on the morning line, not taking quite as much betting flavor early, but one that had some good things said about him by Maggie.
Manny Franco pulling out those braids. They always look beautiful when they're well turned out, but a lot of riders like to be able to grab mane, so they'll pull out some of the rubber bands as they head out, or at least halfway up the line. There is Ignite the Light, making start number 3 now for Rick Dutro. Finished behind Sierra Leone, who could be a player coming up a little bit later on in the Remsen.
Exactly, a horse that had some forward position, and while he never got by your pace setter in here, and that kind of bothers me a little bit, both of them were picked up by Sierra Leone, and we'll see what Ignite the Light does. It could be a really good gauge for how good Sierra Leone might be later on in today's Remsen. If he doesn't run quite that well, maybe that's a horse you take another look at and leaving off your tickets. If he runs very well, maybe you add him on if you hadn't considered him before. So I think that him being at this route distance and now cutting back slightly to the 7 furlongs might end up working out best for him, as he did debut going the 6.5 and finished behind Private Desire, a Todd Pletcher horse that got a big number in that race.
And as Maggie mentioned, with the 7 furlongs, sometimes you have horses that may be using it as a stepping stone, and some may be stretching it a bit. As far as Ignite the Light, you know he has the foundation, having run well at the mile already. There's the 7 Speed Control, who I know you have some interest, second-time starter for Ray Handel.
Yeah, a horse that didn't really do much running first time out, but both For Your Pleasure and JD Factor were horses that did improve coming out of that race, running behind Otello next time out on the 24th of November. He's had a good bullet workout since then on the 19th. And while Ray Handel's numbers for 2-year-old second-time starters aren't stellar, nor are they with first-time starters, I just thought that maybe this one would benefit from that experience and perhaps did not appreciate the off-going first time out.
10-1, a nice price right now as well. For more, let's head back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, again, still an off track, but definitely not as wet as what Speed Control got first time out here, though still sealed. As we'll check in with both of the Rick Dutro trainees, including the one that is taking money with experience, and that does tend to go a long way with these fields that are full of first time starters. And Ignite the Light, as much as I want him to be a great horse, he hasn't quite shown it, though he's heading in the right direction. He is one that I just think has needed races to become truly fit. And the mile, I thought, stretched him a bit. And so the 7/8 might be absolutely perfect for him. I do feel like that he does come out of the Sierra Leone race, which we'll see how he does later on in the Remsen. But just looking at these horses, I feel like this might be a decent field. And he matches up, but he's not a standout amongst them. So we'll see how he does. I respect him, but I just actually was pushed off of him and moving to the 8 and Cool Operator, who is taking some late money right now. Rick Dutro also sent out a $220,000 OBS March purchase in number 1 El Capi. I actually like that workout, though it was closer to being a year ago than months ago. He wasn't asked for much until about mid-breeze, and he just looks quick. He looks quick today, being a son of McLean's Music, who is possibly and arguably the most precocious of any of these sires in here. And he definitely has more of a sprinting pedigree on the bottom side. I thought he looked fit enough, but I also just felt as though he might benefit from a race just to strengthen up a bit. Not taking much money, but I'll be interested to see, Acacia, if he does, in fact, show that speed from that inside post position.
We'll need to break quickly from the rail. Maggie, thank you. 11-1 on that first-time starter, El Capi, colt by McLean's Music. Certainly there is in the pedigree. Precocity, damn, a good dirt sprinter. Though, as you said, looking for the first winning foal in the family.
yeah, the siblings are yet to win. The works are kind of okay, but this is arguably the best stallion that she's been bred to. And as Maggie mentioned, there is a lot of precocity with his 2-year-old, so certainly quite a bit to pay when you haven't seen the siblings do as much on the racetrack as of yet.
8-5 still on the number 5, Hop Sing. Haven't seen many runners here in this meet for Jose D'Angelo. It does have good numbers with 2-year-olds, especially down in Florida. So we'll see what this guy does, opting to debut him here.
Yeah, he does have a positive ROI with his 2-year-old first-time starters, though, as you mentioned, most of those numbers are Gulfstream based. So we're starting to see some more of his runners on the NYRA circuit to get a better gauge of what kind of horses he's bringing here.
2-year-old colt by Curlin, still the favorite, looking to win on debut. 7 furlongs in this 2-year-old maiden special weight as they load into the starting gate. The number 3, Vino Barbarino, will get an extra little push and help from the starting gate crew, and we'll send it up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the call.
Conquest Warrior moves forward. 2 out, Speed Control. And Cool Operator. Is it? All set. And they're off. Step slow for Conquest Warrior and also Hop Sing at the back of the field. Speed to the inside from El Capi. Right out to the front, it's El Capi, who's now quickly up by 1.5 lengths. Driven along towards the far outside, that's Cool Operator, who's alone in second. Behind that one comes Vino Barbarino. Out in the center of the racetrack, progressing is Speed Control, is now in 4th. Ignite the Light is back there in 5th. At the rail comes King Mendelssohn, the 2 at the back. Conquest Warriors bringing Hop Sing with him as they are up on the far outside. And this leader went fast, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. El Capi's got the lead, is up by 5. Right there in second, it's Cool Operator progressing in between horses. Speed Control. Conquest Warrior was off slowly but is moving up quickly. Hop Sing is going to take the rail route. The gray at the rail. They're bunched up in behind that leader, but they are still 5 lengths back. 44-3. That half-mile time. The rest with some running to do. As far back, Vino Barbarino there with King Mendelssohn. And now the trailer, Ignite the Light, up top. El Capi continues to just stride away. El Capi is still now 8 lengths in front, is widening this margin as they approach the 8th pole. Hop Sing is to the inside of Conquest Warrior. They're battling it out for 2nd and 3rd right now. El Capi looking like no signs of stopping here. Jose Gomez, El Capi, they are going to crush here in today's 2nd. It is all El Capi, went 1:08.3 for 3/4. El Capi, wow. Hop Sing to the inside of Conquest Warrior is far back there for 4th. Running time, 1:21.4.
You heard Chris Griffin say, wow, and I think that was a good way to describe it. El Capi, yes, he showed speed from the inside. Posey blasted off, and Sarah, no horse ever even got close to him.
No, he was always in control of this race, and you got the other Dutra horse now. We had Ignite the Light go off at a shorter price, but it was this one, the first-time starter at 13-1, the McLean's Music, and nobody within inhaling distance of this horse, and it's not like he went slow early either.
No, he went quick early and he went quick late as well. Late rally too, I think up for 2nd from the 4 Conquest Warrior, who was acting up in the gate beforehand and then broke slowly. He actually just missed the photo for 2nd with your heavy favorite Hop Sing, who did a little bit of running, but Conquest Warrior, I think, given that break, when you want to watch next time out.
I agree. I mean, he was a horse that he was off slow, and as Chris Griffin mentioned, he was making that move and kind of carrying Hop Sing with him, and you saw him give up more ground than that shorter priced horse that was able to get 2nd, Hop Sing, over him. So I think definitely a horse that got a good education out of this race and one to watch moving forwards. But how about this one? If we don't see Where's Chris on the Derby Trail, it could be this horse later.
Sure, Jose Gomez is going to do everything he can to hold on to this guy. 2-year-old colt by McLean's Music, El Capi, impressive on debut. It was a long way back to your favorite Hop Sing, who went off at 8-5, 1-5-4-6. Ignite the Light, the stablemate, 9-5. Took a lot of late money, settling for a distant 4th. But little pats down to the wire. El Capi with the win. Jose Gomez in the saddle for the very dangerous Rick Dutrow, whose barn is on fire right now throughout this meet. And now it's time to head over to the beach. Sandals in Jamaica. I think Andy and Rajiv are somewhere there, maybe at the spa.
Yeah, the other spa, not
Yeah.
Saratoga, but the new
Not
spa.
that spot. There they are, under the palm trees somewhere. More from Kimanis Park in Jamaica after this on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
$1,200,000 right there. $1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Early voting comes inside. He lets the Preakness by elect.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Ultima, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Remsen Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Cyberknight has won the Pascal over Tama and Kama in the forego. Echo Zulu wins the next-gen Breeders' Cup Jumbo Series.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on Cigar Mile Day. And as we said, throughout the years, we've seen some very impressive first-time starters debut and break their maiden on Cigar Mile undercard. And Sarah, I think we just saw another one, El Capi, who was very impressive, going gate to wire first time out.
He went fast early. He finished the deal fast. I mean, he didn't take any money in terms of the wagering, but he certainly looked like a short-priced winner with that kind of effort. And I mean, when you see these horses go out for the Rick Dutrow barn and just the percentage that he's winning at right now, you leave all of them off at your own peril.
$29.80 winner. He was a price as we see some men in uniform in the winner's circle with the jockeys of this race, along with Harold Lerner, as they're doing some wonderful events at Aqueduct and raising, so I should say, collecting toys for Tots, a wonderful cause and a great opportunity around the holiday season. So if you're coming out to the Big A, be sure to bring over a toy that you can donate. But El Capi, very impressive on debut, ridden by Jose Gomez, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, here with Jose as El Capi. He was so impressive. He was a horse that, looking at the pedigree, looking at the sales work, Jose looked as though he could have speed. And boy, did he have plenty of it.
Yeah, of course. I seen that he was by McLean's Music. And I've had, some luck with those McLean's Music. They're pretty quick. So, I mean, I just figured it worked in past circumstances. Hopefully it worked today, and it did.
Did you realize how fast you were going? Because
I knew we were going fast, but I didn't think we were going that fast. He's quick.
He did it so easily, and watching him, and obviously this is a sealed track, so we'll see, what he does on a fast track, but he's a very good mover.
Yeah, he was getting across very well, and that's why I wasn't choking him, just because it felt like we were, at a good cruising speed. He was doing it so easy, and he had plenty left.
We see you team up often with Rick Dutrow, as we've seen him just come back off that unfortunate 10-year suspension and just have a great year, especially this latter half. What's it like riding for someone like him?
It's an honor. It's an honor. You hear a lot about them. Him and Blake, they run a great show over there, and all the credit to them.
Well, congratulations here. Looks like a nice one moving forward.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Jose Gomez guiding El Capi. I should say he got him out of the gate, Acacia, but more or less, he was just a passenger for a very impressive debuter.
Yeah, that horse had a lot of speed from the inside. Maggie, impressive debut, first time out for El Capi, who was dominant to break his maiden at first asking. Always fun to have those nice maiden special weight races on the undercard of some of these big stakes days. As we turn our attention now to the third race, a nice allowance race coming up next, Sarah, and 5-2 on Win It currently, who looks like he should be able to build off of that last race when he came back off of a layoff. This is going a mile on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward.
He's always shown a lot of potential and kind of just seems like the type that there's been excuses for him within his races. He doesn't get out of the gate quite as quickly. He's had a little bit of trouble staying on the racetrack at times, but now since he's become a gelding and off the layoff, he ran very well off the bench last time and looks to build on that effort, likely to do so in here.
He was the perfect candidate for a horse that looked like he would benefit from gelding, and it did seem that he was able to do just that, and we'll see if he could build off of that this next race today with the blinkers coming off. Back over to Jamaica, as we have, of course, the Mouttet Mile coming up a little bit later on today. Getting a look at some of the scenes, the excitement starting to build, handicappers getting their picks in for that 1 mile race. And it is a big field, a field of 16 horses coming up in the Mouttet Mile a little bit later on today. Goes off about 4:45. And Rough Entry, a horse that if you follow American racing, particularly at Gulfstream Park, you might have seen. And Julian Leperoux, American-based jockey, there to ride today. Julian is standing by with Rajiv.
We're here with jockey Julian Leperoux. First time in Jamaica riding for the Mouttet Mile. You're here with your family, Shay, your kids. How does it feel to be coming to Jamaica? I know you've ridden in many places all over the world. What is it like coming to Jamaica?
It's exciting, you know, like it's a new thing. You know, when they told me, they asked me to come, you know, obviously it's a different kind of races, I'm guessing, but very excited for the opportunity to come here.
Yeah, you've had a lot of success riding the turf. We don't have a turf course here in Jamaica, and it's a different style of riding. What do you expect coming in? What kind of preparation do you do to figure out the racetrack?
Well, I mean, I've been watching replays as much as I could. Horses I've rode and races that just happened. And then obviously I'll listen to the trainer, see what they say, and try to learn how to read the racing form over here. A little different, but no, it's exciting. You know, it's going to be a beautiful day, a lot of races, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, you're riding Rough Entry in the Mouttet Mile. Rough Entry is an American-based horse, first time racing in Jamaica as well. Looking at the race, what do you think your strategy is going to be?
Well, it seems like he's got speed, so I think I'll probably be on the lead or close to the lead anyway, and hopefully he can get the distance. It looks like he's been running 6 furlong, 7 furlong over there in America, so I don't know. Hopefully the track carries speed and he can get me to the winner's circle.
Well, Jamaica is happy and excited to have you here. We wish you guys all the best, and hopefully you have success in the race.
Thank you. We're excited to be here. We made the trip as a family, and we're going to stay a few days after today, so it's been great so far.
Welcome to Jamaica.
Thank you.
Good to see Julian Leperoux there, and hopefully Rajiv gave him some tips, because back in 2020 at Gulfstream Park West, when Rough Entry broke his maiden, Rajiv Mirage was actually the one aboard.
Funny, full circle moment there. Nice that Julian will be staying and having a little family vacation afterwards. Perhaps he can get some tips from Andy and Raj about where to go on the island now.
We've gotten a chance to learn a little bit about some of the site's culture, experience, and of course looking forward to the great racing coming up a little bit later on today. More from Jamaica when we come back, and more on Cigar Mile Day, this fun allowance race coming up next in the third. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the upcoming graded stakes, including the Demoiselle. Todd Pletcher, he's been dominant in this race, and he's got a major chance today with Life Talk coming out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
And the stage is set. Bright work will make ways and means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work is a superstar.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Field turns for home. Penwith still on top. Penwith under the whip and driving hard. Got Lucky is trying to come through on the inside, and here comes Got Lucky now. And Penwith tightens up on her. Stop charging Maria, and they clear on the outside, and she's coming hard too. Got Lucky gets through on the rail. Stop charging Maria on the outside. Stop charging Maria. Penwith between horses. Got Lucky at the rail, at the wire. Stop charging Maria was a valiant winner here.
Stop Charging Maria in the 2013 Demoiselle. Certainly recognize those silks of Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, who's been dominant in the Demoiselle.
Absolutely, and a horse that we certainly heard quite a bit from going forwards as well.
There she is in the winner's circle. And our producer, Evan, is very excited about this moment as we're going to see the trophy presentation. 10 years ago, which is crazy. Long before I ever even had any goals of working in horse racing. And it is pretty wild and pretty fun getting a chance to see things come full circle. It was here as Miss New York City. I was in college. I'm competing for a state title, not even won Miss Connecticut yet, and did the trophy presentation. I was here to help out with the Toys for Tots event.
Could you ever have predicted how much time you would have spent interviewing Mike Rapoli since
No,
then?
no, definitely not. Definitely not. A lot of time since then. 10 years. It was another couple of years after that before I got my first job in horse racing. Pretty crazy looking back, and as I said, everything really comes full circle. Very grateful to be on this side of things now. Stop Charging Maria, the 2013 Demoiselle, as mentioned, just dominant in this race. The talented fillies that he has had, looking for his 9th Demoiselle win this year.
It's pretty incredible just what he's been able to put together in terms of live horses coming into this race, and we'll see another one go off as the favorite in here in Life Talk.
Life Talk, who we saw in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last time out. She is a horse that has some ability. Once again, though, there's a question coming back from the Breeders' Cup, especially a 2-year-old filly who we saw break her maiden, kind of a little bit green in this effort at Saratoga. Then she finished 3rd in the Frizette, 4th in the Breeders' Cup.
And just when maybe you throw out the Frizette, maybe she didn't appreciate the off-going that day, but then to ship all the way out to California and finish behind her more fancied stablemate in Candied, both of them behind Just FYI. You kind of wonder, is this the backup plan for them? Of course, she wouldn't be here if they didn't think that she had a very logical chance, and of course the morning line reflecting that, but you have to wonder, they're probably targeting a big 3-year-old campaign with her, and this probably wouldn't have been the race that they targeted if she had done a little bit better in the Breeders' Cup.
We'll see what Life Talk will have to offer coming up a little bit later on in the Demoiselle Mile in an 8th for the 2-year-old fillies. That will go as race number 7. Back to present time. The third race is our next order of business. Again, this nice allowance going a mile on the main track. There is no burn off a bit of a layoff as you have a competitive group of older horses here. We welcome in for the first time today champion jockey Richard Migliore here with us. Hey, Richie, happy Cigar Mile Day.
Oh, thank you. Happy Cigar Mile Day to both of you. An absolutely gorgeous day. It's hard to believe it's December 2nd here at the Big A. It's just such a nice, mild kind of afternoon, kind of perfect day for a good day of racing, and we've got a very strong card, and we just saw a really impressive 2-year-old break the maiden on debut. That was as good a performance as I've seen. Now let's talk about these horses here. Kind of an interesting allowance optional claimer here, and we'll start down on the inside with No Burn. Oscar Barrera has done really good work this year. He's winning it better than 22% here at this current Aqueduct stand. No Burn, to me, is an off-track specialist. 9 starts in the off-going with 5 wins, and there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on in this race. I believe the speed is him and potentially the outside horse Set Sail, and from the inside, Dylan Davis has to have a bit more urgency to get his position going forward, but that 5 for 9 on the wet tracks and his best performances have come under Dylan Davis and on wet surfaces. I think he's very interesting. He's making a nice physical impression here. And, he hasn't been over-raced this year. Last year he had 12 starts as compared to this year, only 4 starts up to this point. I think No Burn is very interesting in this spot. No Burn, originally owned by our friend Lee Einseidler, named for his Casa Amigos tequila. No Burn, very smooth. How about the 2, Win It? Win It came back last time as a gelding. They take the blinkers off today. Now, Win It ran extremely well last time off the layoff for John Kimmel. Now he's drawn more to the inside. Last time, 8 of 8. He's a horse that doesn't break very sharply. He broke, I think, better last time, but still not very quickly. Just having the outside post allowed him to kind of get into a good rhythm and get into the race. I just wonder, being drawn down to the inside, if he doesn't break as sharp or that little half a step slow that he tends to break, will that cause him to have some trouble? Will he get squeezed a little bit? Will it set him off? Because there's been times before he was gelded that he could get very rank. He's a difficult horse to ride. I think Kendrick Carmouche does a really, really good job with him. The 3-horse Trafalgar, making her first start for Linda Rice, claimed back in October at Churchill Downs. He really checking the boxes for me from a physical perspective. Love the coat on him. Really resplendent, rich, hydrated coat. Very interesting. He's never run on a wet surface, but he looks like a very handy, athletic type. And then the outside horse, the 8, Set Sail, who I do think can be a part of the pace. He has 1 poor effort in the slot, but that was in the Peter Pan. You could forgive that. It was only his 3rd start. Horse a little bit rambunctious. He was outfitted with a lip cord, and that's just a rope that goes underneath their top lip on their gums, more just to kind of distract them, keep them a little more focused. He's really settled down now that he's got the tack on, though, making a much better impression on me since the saddle's on, and we'll continue to keep an eye on him, guys, as they hit the racetrack.
Richie, thank you. High energy gelding is Set Sail as, that lip cord no longer has it on, but something that Belmont employs with most of his horses to kind of keep them a little bit more settled and attentive in the paddock when getting the tack on. But here is Set Sail getting his last win, and he was with the track in this effort, Sarah, but he had run some solid races prior to that.
Precisely. A horse that really, he was aggressively spotted in a race in the Peter Pan right after he had broken his maiden and didn't perform that well that day, but then came back with a pretty good effort behind Uncle Moonlight on Belmont Stakes Day undercard ahead of a horse in Bright Future, who we saw ultimately go on to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So always some high aspirations for him, and just seems to be able to put some races back to back to back now as a 4-year-old.
Meet the Field starting things off with No Burn. First start since May.
We haven't seen him in a while, but he's a horse that has some good efforts in there. He has some 90-plus buyer efforts within his resume in the past.
Does like a wet track, as Richie mentioned. Here's Win It, second off the layoff.
Blinkers do come off now, and John Kimball's numbers not great. First off layoff, better performance expected today.
Trafalgar, first off the claim.
And Linda Rice has good numbers with positions like this. Takes this one out of Kentucky, certainly has races. That would make him a big player.
Guntown, a horse that a couple races back was claimed away from Linda.
Likely a little bit highly over his head in here, but he did stumble last time out of the gate.
Here's Bourbon Calling.
His races lately haven't been quite what they used to be earlier this year, but has some numbers that would make him a player.
Synthesis also looking to get back on track.
Right, a horse that, as you mentioned, he has those races. We just haven't seen them in a while.
Where's that 104 buyer we saw back in May? Here's the 7 Gilded Age.
A horse that used to be on the Kentucky Derby Trail in 2022, ran in the 2022 Remsen, actually.
And set sail to the outside.
Just a horse that seems to be one that they've always thought a lot of and is now sort of becoming what they perhaps thought he would be now as a 4-year-old.
There is the number 2, Win It, as mentioned, second off the layoff, and he did seem to improve with that gelding. So the blinkers coming off, and we'll see if, as Richie was touching on, Kendrick Carmouche can get him to relax. He seemed to be able to do just that last time out.
Precisely, and the fact that he ran second in this race, considering the kind of first off the layoff numbers that John Kimball has and how he was a part of some early fractions that ultimately set up for a horse like Castle Chaos, who we see ultimately get the win in here, who will be trying some deeper waters later on today in the Cigar Mile. You just have to think that he's going to build on an effort like this, take another step forward now, second off the layoff, and he is a horse that makes a ton of sense in here, always sort of showed that promise and ability even prior to the gelding.
2-1 favorite right now as we take a look at the number 3 Trafalgar. First off the claim for Linda Rice, always a dangerous move, especially when he won last time out at Churchill Downs, and it was a quick race as well.
It was, and it was going 7.5 furlongs the mile, likely within his wheelhouse for sure. And we're taking a look at that race now, and while it was for the 62.50 tag at Churchill Downs, he certainly has some numbers that make him a big player in here. As you mentioned, first off the claim for Linda Rice in dirt routes, she's 30% with a positive ROI of $2.12 over the past 5 years. That 91 buyer, he just makes himself quite the contender in this spot, and he was actually previously on the 2022 Kentucky Derby Trail as well.
Yeah, some horses that had run in some of those big graded stakes back in time. We'll see what they can do in this spot. For more as horses warm up, though, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, guys, not a lot changed except for one horse from what I'm seeing visually here on the racetrack. I am going to go with the one horse, No Burn. He left the pony, got a big warm-up under Dylan Davis. I kind of wish he had shown just a touch more energy level when he went off and picked up the bit a little bit more. But he also is a, 5, soon-to-be 6-year-old, kind of, been around. This is his 24th start. We've seen 2 races. Very logical result in the first, went wire to wire. A first-time starter that was very impressive, went wire to wire in the second. And listening to the horses, you see one thing visually, but you also have to use all your senses when you're talking about horses. And listening to them go over this racetrack, it is sealed very tight. They're really not getting down in this track at all, and they're just running over the top of the ground. And when you look at the racetrack on some of the, from the camera work, you'll see there's some little paths on the racetrack. That's where the harrows, the tire tracks from the harrows have gone over. And as a rider, you want to get on one of those tire tracks because the weight of the harrows with those tire tracks really kind of pack the dirt down even more and make it even faster. So I'm looking for speed at least so far today. We'll see later on if they open this racetrack up and we get a little bit of a different track. But listening to it, they are totally running over the top of the ground. My hope is that No Burn just goes right to the lead and he runs one of his A races, because one of his A efforts is certainly good enough here. He'll be my top selection. Win It looks good. He's a lot more settled horse since being gelded. Kendrick Carmouche seems to have a lot of confidence in him. He's a horse that I know Kendrick's worked with in the mornings. Came out, he didn't hook up right away with the pony and just seems, again, a much more settled horse. A horse that really caught my eye, and he's a big price, and he's a deep closer, which is, I don't think is what you really want on today's racetrack so far, is the 7 Gilded Age. he just got bigger. He came out on the racetrack, he puffed up. He looked like he just expanded girth-wise and height-wise, and he warmed up spectacularly on this racetrack. I just think his style could play against him here.
We'll see if he gets a setup today. Richie, thank you. Gilded Age, just an average performance last time out. Sarah finishing fourth, his first start for Jose D'Angelo, and he was a horse this UA touched on. I mean, he ran in the Travers last year after finishing second in the Curlin. You know, what happened to him? Does he still have those races in there? Though a lot of them were going longer than what he will be running today.
Yeah, he showed a lot of promise as a 3-year-old. I mean, just as you mentioned, second in the Curlin. As a 2-year-old even, he was third in the 2022, or the Remsen in that year. I mean, he's just not quite as good this year, unfortunately, and I think he's dealing with older horses that are in much, much better form than he is.
Yeah, he's got a pretty salty group to go up against today. Richie hoping that then one no burn could potentially wire things from the inside. Your top pick?
I went to a horse in Set Sail. I just think that he's improving at the right time and always sort of showed that ability in the past.
He's last to load. Chris Griffin has the call. Race 3 at Aqueduct.
And they're off. Broken a very even line. Synthesis has early speed, but they are lined up. Trafalgar's in that mix. They're Set Sail towards the far outside. The gray is going to be Win It, and now Win It's going to push on through. Makes it 3 across the racetrack. It's Win It with a head in front of Synthesis as they get set to come out of the chute. Set Sail is now going to settle back in the 3rd spot, and at the rail, that's No Burn. Moving towards the outside, Gilded Age. In between horses comes Bourbon Calling. Towards the tail end is Trafalgar. Trafalgar's right there with Guntown. Who's the trailer? It's Win It in front, and Win It. They went 22-3. Pressured opening quarter for Win It at 2-1. The big long shot in Synthesis is now a neck back in second. No Burn is to the inside of Set Sail, who's now moved in between horses as Bourbon Calling starts to move forward in that lineup of 3. Gilded Age has lost some ground, is now being encouraged. Trafalgar with the trailer. Guntown, 45.48 for a half-mile time, and Win It is still cruising along here. Synthesis with that mild pressure to the outside. Set Sail is looking for a way through, now being encouraged to move forward. Also, here comes Bourbon Calling, who's trying to muscle through rivals, and No Burns at the rail. Gilded Age is under full drive from the back. Trafalgar and Guntown still the trailer, but they are tightly bunched here at the top of the stretch, and they're chasing the leader. Win It is trying to do just that. It's Win It. Here comes Bourbon Calling, who's shifted towards the outside. Guntown in the turquoise cap has got some late momentum in Synthesis. Win It is still there for a final 1/8 of a mile. Guntown, the one with the momentum in between horses. Bourbon Calling on the grandstand side, but Win It continues to just gut it out to the inside. Win It will get the victory. It's Win It who gets it done over Guntown. Then came Bourbon Calling. Trafalgar's in a photo with Synthesis in 1:35.4.
Win It with the win, second off the layoff. And hats off to Kendrick Carmouche, who really did everything right with what is obviously a very quirky horse, Sarah. We're going to go back to the start where he's not the quickest early and watch him for a few strides, because what ends up happening is that Kendrick kind of takes a hold of him after urging him. He doesn't have that early speed. And then you can see Win It kind of had his head turned, and instead of getting in a fight with him, Kendrick lets him go and run up the inside and just kind of easing things right here when he starts to turn his head to not pull, not get in a fight with his rider. And I think that made a world of difference.
And it was a really smart ride. And as Richie touched on, a horse that he's very familiar with. He's been on in the past. He's had some time with in the morning. And we'll see it a couple times in the stretch of this race too, where before this, he kind of keeps him to task a little bit by showing him the crop just on that side so that he doesn't sort of drift out or keep his head turned too much, and able to pull off the win in here at a shorter price. But how about underneath? You have a lot of horses coming in at big prices to spice up those exotics, and it was an honest enough pace that he was able to set.
It may be a logical winner and Win It, but then you have Guntown, Bourbon Calling, and Synthesis completing the superfecta 2, 4, 5, 6. But Kendrick Carmouche really getting Win It to settle nicely, and that was a good shot there of the way that he was kind of fanning him with the crop instead of using it, kind of just waving it by his eye. And sometimes that'll just keep a horse to task, especially one that can be a little bit quirky. Just a little gentle reminder in the stretch, and doing that throughout the race, and just kind of saying, hey buddy, pay attention, we're not done yet here.
Exactly, just able to keep him in a straight line, and knowing the horse well to be able to say, hey, we still have to win this race. It's not over yet, and just keep him straight and focused.
And we've been talking a lot about Jamaica today with the Mouttet Mile coming up. A lot of fans at Aqueduct from Jamaica, and Kendrick waving to all of the fans, celebrating with them, with the Aqueduct faithful afterwards. You can always count on that.
Yes, Kendrick has quite the fan base, always cheering for him, win or lose, and I'm sure plenty of people just backing his mounts blindly at times, and they got the win today with Win It.
Win It, living up to his name. He gets the victory, second off the layup for John Kimmel, Whisper Hill Farm, as well as there is a shot of Jamaica National Stadium, home to the Jamaican national soccer teams and track and field. Also the place where Olympic champion Usain Bolt got his start racing in the stadium. More from Jamaica after this.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
Tis the law.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 3 is in the books, and Win It, getting the victory, second off the layoff, blinkers off, and getting the right kind of trip under Kendrick Harmouche, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Kendrick, Win It is a horse that's always had a lot of ability, but he doesn't look like he's easy to ride. I mean, he doesn't really break sharp. He's been breaking a little better since he's been gelded, but talk a little bit about how you get on with a horse that's like this, has ability, maybe not always has the most focus.
I think leaving the same jock on a horse like this would really help him to mature over the time, you know. And I've been riding him long enough, but with them cutting him last year, he did improve a little bit, but he still have his, maybe a little bit of his tendencies still in his mind that he still got to run through. But last time he ran really good, and we thought this time we slowed him down a little bit in the morning, let him get his feet underneath him, and coming back into this race, we just had to make sure that he break good, and he broke a step slow, but I rode him out of there, and he put me there. But you can see him around the turn wanting to get out and goof off, and another horse ran up to him, he stopped doing it, and all of a sudden he does it again. It's just a matter of time until he really figure it out, and then you can really see how much potential he has underneath him.
Kendrick, everybody sees you're a good rider, but I know that you're a good horseman, and this is a horse that you've worked with in the mornings.
Yes, I mean, I get on him just about all the time. Mr. Kimmel let me do what he think best for the horses that's going to better not only himself, but the whole team. And that's how it works out, where we can visit the winner's circle, and this horse can keep moving forward. I'm just glad that that trainers let me do it, because I know my hands and how I get on a horse and treat a horse. we're going to come as one. And once we become one, it's going to start going more often and keep going around there and getting better and better. And that's what we look for, you know, a good team.
Well, it was a good team effort to get this horse kind of going in the right direction. Now, you come back and you got a heck of a fan base here, and a lot of the Jamaican fans really love you. We're covering racing from Jamaica today. How do you think they like Andy Serlin over there in Jamaica?
I think they love him. You know, Andy was smart. Andy ended up bringing one of his buddies, Mirage, with him. So, you know, they gave him the cheers up over there in Jamaica. But, you know, I got a lot of my friends over here, Jamaicans in the stands, you know. They support our industry. They bet every day. I try to show as much love to them as I can because they part of the industry as much as I am. And I hope that everything go well in Jamaica with Andy and those guys out there, Julian Leperoux. They ride some good races. And hopefully next year I can get up there because everybody want to see me in Jamaica. So we're going to have to make that happen.
I'm with you. You go to Jamaica, I'm going to Jamaica, guys. Even if I'm not working, I'm going with Kendrick.
Bet. Louisiana in the house, baby.
That's going to be a crowded plane going to Jamaica next year for the Mouttet Mile. And love what Kendrick said about the fans. I mean, it's such an important piece of this sport and of this industry. And we're so grateful to all of the great fans here in New York. We really have the best fans on the track and watching every day as well.
Absolutely. He knows that these are people that bet, that come out to the races, that support what we do every day, and without them, we would not be able to do half the job that we do or at all. So certainly great to see the fans that support Kendrick and everyone else that come out and watch the races.
Yeah, we really appreciate that, especially as the weather starts to get a little colder, too. Does not dampen anyone's spirits out there, and certainly does not dampen Kendrick's, who gets the win with Win It in race number 3. Turning our attention now to the 4th race, it'll be a New York bred maiden claiming race going a mile on the main track. 2-year-olds here as we see 2-1 favorite on the number 8 King Freud. Getting back to the dirt as ran in an off the turf race 2 starts back, but taking that significant drop in class. But before we get to that, as mentioned, today is Cigar Mile Day, and we have our feature race coming up a little bit later on with a race that's named for one of the most talented racehorses to ever look through a bridle, the mighty Cigar, who was so dominant on the racetrack. But the story of how he got to be at the peak and become America's racehorse is just as interesting.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a 1/4 mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. finally it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
The mighty Cigar, and it's so special to have a race here at Aqueduct named for him, the Cigar Mile. For many years, the Naira Mile, of course, a race that Cigar himself won. And there's a look at some of the recent winners of the Cigar Mile. They're still displayed in the paddock as we take a look at the incredible achievements, just shy of $10 million in earnings for Cigar.
And given the time, too, considering all the dances he danced, how successful he was through multiple years of racing, just what he was able to do on the racetrack to almost get to that 10 million is pretty incredible, and great to honor him today with a really competitive race coming up later on.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2002, two-time Horse of the Year, and of course that 16-race win streak, as we are looking forward to the Cigar Mile coming up a little bit later on today, and you can bet the Cigar Mile with a money-back guarantee. A $10 win wager on one horse in the Cigar Mile, and if your horse finishes second or third, you get your $10 back. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com today. Horses in the paddock for race number 4, New York bred maiden claiming, coming up soon. But first, we head back over to some beautiful views, island life, what it's like there in Jamaica. We'll talk a little bit more about the Mouttet Mile and all the great things going on at Kimanis Park after this.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact Nest. Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Fourth race coming up next. New York bred maiden claiming going a mile on the main track. There is Drinking Solo. Hopefully you can find some friends when you're drinking, but to each his own. As this one, Sarah, just stretch out in distance for the first time.
He does, and Rob Falcone has good numbers doing so, and we'll take a look at a race where he was able to run pretty well in here, and I respect him quite a bit coming in, as he did finish second as the favorite this day, and we saw the third place finisher of this race, Solo in Paris, come back and improve quite a bit the other day on Thursday. So we'll see what he does, getting a little bit more distance to work with, and a fun name as well, being a Solomini out of Bring Your Own Bottle. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah, and we should mention too, Rob corrected us for years. Apparently, we've been pronouncing his name wrong.
Yes, Falcone.
So sorry, Rob. Rob Falcone, as this one will be stretching out in distance, as you mentioned, finishing second last time out. The number one in a minute, though. I know you have some interest in. Blinkers going on as this one takes the drop in class.
Yeah, just getting some class really for the first time in for a tag. And his race at the mile distance was 2 starts ago. It was his best result and number, getting a 46 buyer when finishing third behind Panda Gate and Mama's Midi. So I like this one getting a little bit more distance yet again. The class relief, the blinkers go on, and perhaps with all of that can result in a better effort from him, as he does just take a logical drop in class.
Kendrick Ramush looking for another win today. We just heard from him in the last race, as he'll get a leg up aboard this son of Speightster. Distant third, as you mentioned, Panda Gate, though, a 9-length winner of that race, 2 starts back, so not really that far off of it. There is Blue Marble, Luis Rivera Jr. getting a leg up on that one. The number 8, King Freud, though, continues to be the favorite at 5-2. And while he's never run in a scheduled dirt race, he's also taking a drop in class.
Yeah, 4th time out, and is now facing a company where he's in for a tag for the first time. I kind of wonder, his number last time was so significantly better when finishing third behind Easy Roll, one of your Game of Silks horses. And I just wonder if he's more of a turf horse.
And that was on the turf, too. Here's the field, though, starting off with in a minute.
A horse that just is taking that logical drop in class and just seems to really prefer getting a little bit more ground to work with.
Blinkers on Blue Marble.
Now also dropping in class, switching to the barn of Bruce Brown. We'll see what we get from him today. Would have to run a little bit faster.
Drinking Solo, we talked about stretching out.
A horse that just has the numbers coming into this, really benefited from the drop in class last time, when second.
Here's the number 4, Scoop the Pot, also drop in class.
Switching over to the dirt for the first time, has been a big price in both of his starts so far.
Seba M, another stretch out runner.
A horse that debuted for the $30,000 tag, so they've always kind of spotted this one in locations like this.
Here's Mork.
Did debut for a tag, but then stepped up on paper, at least, at Finger Lakes when stretching out last time.
First time starter, Neptune Beach is somewhere out there.
There he is. Going out for Linda Rice. She doesn't have great numbers with her first time starters, but this one a little bit interesting when looking at the rest of the field.
And King Freud for Rudy Rodriguez.
As we mentioned, taking that logical drop in class now, but I do wonder if he ultimately is going to prefer getting onto the grass.
And one more in the post parade, big price on Jefferson's Ocean.
A horse that we just have not seen much from in both of his starts, but is also getting that class relief as well.
Sometimes that class relief really can be just what the doctor ordered for some of these horses. As we take a look at the favorite, the number 8, King Freud, on the bottom side, it is much more of a dirt pedigree, though this one by Freud, who certainly can get any type of runner, and positive turf influence as well. The lone turf start was an off-the-turf race where he showed a little speed, but as you mentioned, that last out effort, the good number was on the grass.
Precisely, and I understand wanting to see what kind of horse you have moving forwards, as terms of we won't have any turf racing until the spring here, and Rudy Rodriguez, he runs quite a few horses here, so he gets to see what this one is made of, now dropping in for a tag for the first time. But I'm a little concerned about this horse not really handling this surface, and that big number, just as you said, on the grass last time. So I don't like to take these horses that seem more turf meant at short prices on the dirt.
And for a horse that's been 20-1 in all 3 of his starts so far, over 20-1, now 5-2. Getting a big warm-up, though, for more on King Freud. Let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, and I think he's taking that kind of money, maybe it speaks more about the field of horses that he wound up in. I'm with Sarah as far as I don't want him at a short price. His big race came on the grass, came into the paddock, got kind of sweated up and steamy. Now it's unseasonably warm, but it's not warm by any stretch of the imagination. I'm looking elsewhere. Looking, Rudy Rodriguez does great work. The horse looks okay. I wasn't crazy about kind of how steamy he got in the paddock. The one horse in a minute, he kind of checks the boxes for me. He's making that drop in class that is extremely meaningful. He has speed, especially on the stretch out. He should be very forward, and I am definitely going to lean on horses that are forward. As long as this track is sealed, I think speed is going to be very tough. And the way he's warmed up and the way he's framed up, he's jogging back up in the chute now into Kendrick Carmouche. His head is bowed. He's really up underneath himself, and he just looks like a horse that's very focused and ready to run his A race, and he adds the blinkers. And, Kendrick talked about it. He works with these horses in the morning, he rides them, and he talks to the trainers about what he thinks will make these horses better. So I'm sure that it was probably his suggestion about these blinkers. I think he's going to maybe even make the lead from the inside. The horse he's going to have to deal with on the front end or close to the front end is the 3, Drinking Solo. Ran extremely well, showed good speed last time, making that drop in class to the maiden 20 level. This is a very similar race. It's negligible, maiden 30, maiden 20, and Drinking Solo is a major player here. I just think who makes the front and who gets a little bit comfortable, and I'm counting on it being the one in a minute. The first time starter, Neptune Beach, was extremely green. He really acted up with the pony, kind of a little bit obstinate going off, and then Jose Lezcano just made him blast off. He said, okay, I need to get this guy's attention, and he slapped him on the shoulder, and he went about 15 to an 8th here, and hopefully he settled in more because he was definitely a handful on the front side, but we're going to find out if In a Minute gets it done in just about a minute.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, Richie. Thank you. First-time starter Neptune Beach is the full brother to Stakes Place Lauband's Legacy, but not necessarily showing kind of that mental focus perhaps in the preliminaries.
And just something he mentioned, and Jose Lezcano rides quite a bit for Linda Rice, and so they have a good relationship. But Jose able to get this one's mind to task quickly with just saying, all right, let's just go and see what happens. And then we saw him take his feet out for a moment there. And this is a horse that, to me at least, just seems a little bit more chilled out.
Yes, much more relaxed now. And the best thing to do with a horse that's being obstinate is to keep them moving forward. So that big aggressive warm-up kind of gets some of the nervous energy out. Probably going to help that first-time starter 5-1 right now. 3-1 on King Freud, though, as favoritism is now actually shifted over to the horse you and Richie like in a minute. And it kind of shows what type of race this is. There's not a ton of form to sink your teeth into, so you have a 3-1 co-favorite on the board.
It'll be interesting to see who ultimately ends up going off as the favorite, but I agree, this is pretty wide open betting board because you just have a lot of unknowns with these horses who maybe haven't shown that much first made in special weight company or a first-time starter or horses that are relatively underexposed in a way, but also haven't necessarily shown much yet. So there's a lot of guesswork going into this race.
The number 5, Seba M, we haven't talked much about him. He's 7-2. Comes out of a race where 2 horses did come out to win, including Running Lucky, who got a 63 Beyer speed figure. Kadula was the most experienced of that field and wired it that day.
And Kadula was a horse that was dropping in class for the first time as well and had tried so many different things at the maiden special weight level. I mean, he had sprinted on dirt, gone long, he sprinted on the turf, and finally they just dropped him in for the tag, and he was able to get the best of that field. So certainly facing a rival that was well-intentioned that day as well.
7-2 on that second-time starter, who will stretch out in distance as well. We'll see how he handles it at a 7-2 price, where 3 horses are at right now. Wide open field coming in. There's a look at the number 1 in a minute. Horse that both Richie and Sarah have interest in as he gets to stretch back out in distance and drop in class for the first time. Graduation day for one of these 2-year-olds. New York bred maiden claiming company coming up next in the 4th race. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Drinking Solo King Freud, Scoop the Pot, Jefferson's Ocean to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. King Freud has got early speed, and in between horses there's Seba M, and also Mork is going to join these front runners. Tightly bunched on the front end, as it's going to be King Freud with a nose in front. In between horses there is Mork, who's ready to challenge. Here comes Neptune Beach to join them. 4 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute. At the rail there is Seba M. It's a lineup of 4 right in behind them. Here comes In a Minute, is now going to track in 5th. To the outside of that one is Drinking Solo, who's in 6th. Jefferson's Ocean is in 7th. There in 8th is Scoop the Pot with the early trailer. That's Blue Marble. They work up the backstretch. Easy opening quarter here. Mild pressure, it's 23 seconds flat. And to the inside, it's Seba M. At 7-2, who's in front. Mork is shoved along, not making up the ground. Here comes King Freud, who's back for more. Outwider Neptune Beach is on the move. Jose Lescano there, passing rivals quickly. In a Minute has moved up, is taken 4th. Dropping back quickly was Mork. From the back, Drinking Solo is trying to join these front runners. Also Scoop the Pot. Blue Marble with the trailer. Jefferson's Ocean, 46-3, the half-mile time. Seba M is still there. King Freud is ready to challenge right to the outside. These two head-and-head, and trying to join them still is Neptune Beach, who's stalling a touch from 3rd. They reach the top of the stretch, and they're shoulder-to-shoulder here. To the inside, it's Seba M. To the outside is King Freud, and now King Freud has asserted. Seba M is not done, tries to come back towards the inside, far back to 3rd. It's Neptune Beach, a furlong left to go. King Freud is in front. Inching away here, King Freud gets over to the rail with a 16th to go. Seba M a clear 2nd. It's going to be King Freud. Ruben Silvera with a double. King Freud gets the win over Seba M. Then came Neptune Beach and a late run from Scoop the Pot in 1:37.4.
King Freud with the win. Maybe he moves more like a turf horse, but getting the victory today and finding the right spot to break his maiden, Sarah.
Exactly, just a horse that was well spotted in here and finally found a group that he was able to get the best of. And he was forward as well. He was sitting just off of your pace setter the whole way around the racetrack and able to just get by in the later stages, and getting that relief in class ended up working out for him.
Nice effort from Seba M, the runner-up as well. A little bit late switching leads for your winner, King Freud, but he did when he was able to get back over to the rail. And Ruben Silvera picking up his 2nd win today. And what we say by move like a turf horse, you can see it. He's got that high knee action, the way that he lifts his legs up. Typically, that's kind of the movement of a horse that you would think would be effective on the turf. But look, he can handle both surfaces, and that's certainly a benefit as we head into the winter months for Rudy Rodriguez.
Sure, given that he stays in the barn today, it's good to know that you have a horse that can handle the dirt here at Aqueduct, and we'll see where they end up going with this one in the future.
King Freud, New York bred son of Freud, getting the win in start number 4, taking that drop in class down to the $30,000 level. He went off at 3-1 over second-time starter Seba M. 8-5-7-4 in race number 4 as King Freud breaks his maiden. As it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back on that side of the desk a little bit later on, but Sarah's sticking around. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. And looking forward, Sarah, as we get closer and closer to those graded stakes and all of the action in Jamaica.
Yeah, we got a pick 6 carryover coming up as well, so plenty of action still to come. Make sure you keep that TV on.
Greg Wolf on the set coming up after this. As Sarah mentioned, Pick 6 does kick off in this upcoming 5th race with that carryover. We'll also bring you prices, clean up what took place in the 4th as King Freud broke his maiden at 3-1. Ruben Silvera with the 2nd win today. Getting closer and closer to that Cigar Mile this afternoon. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
What's better than one fill? Two fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to continuing live coverage on FS2 Cigar Mile Saturday. Preps for the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks in 2024 to come as well with the Remsen and Demoiselle. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. Will be back with us a little bit later on. Sarah El-Badwi here as well as we work our way to the main events coming up. We have that Go for Wand as well for the fillies and mares going a 1-turn mile.
Yeah, some exciting stakes action later to come, but still some good racing. And we have that pick 6 carryover kicking off right here in race number 5.
First things first, though, we wrap up the previous race. King Freud, Rudy Rodriguez with the victory back in race number 4. Ruben Silver with a couple of wins on this Saturday card.
Yeah, nice aggressive ride and able to keep some good position early with a horse that was dropping in class, able to get the win, and good to know that he can handle the dirt going forward.
So King Freud breaks his maiden start number 4 as we take one more look here at that stretch run.
And he was a horse that was just right up on top of the pace, always in a good position to be successful in here. A little bit late to change leads, heading towards the inside, able to switch over, and ultimately able to get the win over some company that there were a lot of questions about this field, and he goes off at 3-1.
A lot of people still wondering how Blue Grotto won that race for Rudy yesterday when he was 15-1 morning line, went off as that heavy favorite and just dominated that field. That was impressive. $8.30 for the win for King Freud, 8-5-7-4 as we get set for a pick 6 carryover on our Cigar Mile Saturday card. 1-turn mile to kick off this sequence of this $50,000 starter allowance, and Brooklyn Diamonds, without question, the horse to beat off those last 2 races for Linda Rice.
Absolutely, just a horse that had been running for a price tag in the past and has just shown so much improvement for this barn over his last couple of races, and able to run a really good number relative to what he had in the past as well. Build off that 82 to an 83 buyer last time, went second to Thunderian.
A couple of 2-year-old stakes, preps for the Oaks and Derby, the Cigar Mile, full field. It is a difficult pick 6 sequence coming up on this Saturday card. $35,164 carryover that is just 18 minutes away, and again begins with this $50,000 starter allowance. 1-turn mile coming up. How do we play it? More importantly, JK, how do we hit it? We defer to you.
Yeah, you're right, Wolfie. That's the key, right? Playing it's not that much fun. It's only fun if you can cash out. And we love a pick 6 carryover. And we've seen a lot of them in New York since we've moved back to the $1 minimum, got away from the jackpot wager. It creates some good opportunities, I think, for horse players, especially with that higher minimum, that $1 minimum. So it's always great to have a carryover going into a big day anyway, Cigar Mile Day. This is a sequence that I thought was a little bit tough, at least from the top. I thought this was a wide open race in the first leg, race 5. I would use as many horses as your ticket and your budget can allow. And then moving on from there, I do think there's a little bit, some horses that you can lean on a little bit. I think in race 7, I think a lot of people are going to try to lean on the 3 Life Talk. I don't trust that horse all the way. I'm going to try to spread a little bit in there. I'm going to make sure I use a horse like the 2 Dolomite. And then the horse there's a couple of horses in here that I am going to try to single. In the Remsen, I am going to try to single Door Knock, a horse that I think will appreciate the 9 furlongs being a full to Kentucky Derby winner Mays, who went the 1.25 miles. I think he's one that you can lean on. And then in the Cigar Mile, I think that it's possibly you could kind of key in on 2 horses, the 2 Ever So Mischievous and the 3 Senor Buscador, who I think is going to appreciate the cutback. Ever So Mischievous is a horse that I think, if he can win this race, go on to win the Malibu, he could be in the conversation for 3-year-old of the year. I don't think he's going to win, but he could get himself into the conversation, and then he sets himself up perfectly, Wolfie, for next year in the Met Mile.
His horse is just getting better and better, and ever since he put those blinkers on, he has continued to progress for Brad Cox. We look forward to the sequence. Good luck to everybody playing this Pick 6 carryover coming up this afternoon. JK mentioned Door Knock in there, his trainer, Danny Gargan. I thought the best thing coming out of that maiden win last time out of Keeneland was when he went past the wire, finally switched leads in his gallop out. He was ultra impressive. We'll see if he's a little better switching leads this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. We have more coming up. Pick 6 carryover on the way on our Saturday card. We'll head to Jamaica with that Mouttet Mile coverage coming up. A look at Sabina Park, home of the Kingston Cricket Club. Many of the great sights in Jamaica. We'll check in with Andy and Rajiv when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks a lot, Greg.
Back in our live coverage here of America's Day at the Races, and we're taking you to Jamaica. Live coverage of that Mouttet Mile to come in the Chairman's Plates as well on a beautiful afternoon on the island. We're going to check in with our crew. Andy Serling, Rajiv Mirage, both feeling irie. Gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Greg. It has been an amazing day here. It just continues to get more and more crowded and more exciting. We've been in the infield. We had a little food. Are you ready for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'm ready. There's been some exciting finishes so far, and it was a great build-up going into these races. The next race coming up is one of the races that we're actually showing on the coverage, so I'm really excited about that. And, yeah.
Yeah, the Chairman's Plate's coming up. 11 horses going just over 1.1 miles, actually 1 full lap around the oval. We had a long inquiry. We had a 1-to-5 shot taken down. I think the inquiry eclipsed the inquiry they had when Maximum Security came down the Derby.
Yeah, that was a long inquiry, and they made a decision to take down a big favorite. And, like, you know how the Jamaicans react. It was very loud when that horse got disqualified.
Yeah, you might be surprised to hear. It was a little boisterous and kind of understandable, actually. But it just continues to be a great day. It's been a lot of fun. They got great stuff going on, good things happening, and we are looking forward to covering the Chairman's Plate in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll get back to Andy and Rajiv for the first of a couple of races we're bringing you from Caymanas Park. As we take a look at some of the scenes there, packed house this afternoon for what is the richest race in the Caribbean still to come in that Mouttet Mile.
Seems like they have a pretty good crowd on hand, just as you mentioned, and really exciting to have those races brought to you live by us coming up very shortly, and certainly looking forward to checking back in with our boots on the ground.
All right, so we'll get back there in just a little bit. Meanwhile, stateside, pick 6 carryover coming up in the next race in this 50,000 starter allowance. We talked to Jonathan real quick with a preview of the pick 6. He thought this first leg was wide open. Did you see it that way as well?
Well, I think you have a decision to make about what you're going to do with a horse like Brooklyn Diamonds, who is your favorite at the moment. If you trust him, I would lean on him. If you don't, certainly it gets really spready after that in terms of who you might use instead if you're against this short-priced horse. But I would rely pretty heavily on him. I think that he would be a likely single for me to kick things off with those stakes races later on being pretty wide open.
Public likes him right now, too. There he is, 8-5, Brooklyn Diamonds. Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice. Linda Rice closing in on a New York Racing Association record, most wins on the circuit in a single season. See if she can rack up another one with this horse right here when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Carryover. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Carryover, standing at Gainesway.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, and that is the horse to beat as we get set to kick off our Pick 6 carryover on this Saturday program. Brooklyn Diamonds for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano, one of our main riders, will be aboard here. And the last two efforts from this horse, really strong figures this 4-year-old has produced. even though he got beat last start.
And the fact that he went off the favorite, coming off a $14,000 non-winners of 3 win with an 82 buyer in the start prior to that. I mean, look, he got a pretty good pace to close into today with Thunderian, one of the more consistent types for David Jacobson, able to be very game in here and hold on. But this is a horse that has just improved so much for the Linda Rice barn. He was able to win a really competitive for the level $16,000 non-winners of 2 at Saratoga, improved dramatically in his next start, fly through those conditions, and then step up to starter allowance company and run very well, showing that that win or 2 back was no sort of fluke in terms of number.
Yeah, it was good to see him back it up against a tougher spot in here in the public again, making him a solid favorite as of right now at 8-5. Here's a look at American Law for trainer Bruce Brown. Back-to-back second-place finishes, including last time out against the next out winner.
He just doesn't win, but he's awfully consistent. I mean, he's a horse that he ran second to Colonel Vargo, who, as you mentioned, came back to win. Before that, running second to Forced Ranking, who seems like a decent type for Chad Brown, over a horse in Garuvan, who came back to win. I mean, he just has those races over his last couple that certainly make him a player, but at the same time, he just doesn't always find himself in the winner's circle. He has 9 seconds, 5/3, only the 1 win of his career.
Yeah, I mean, this field basically outside of Brooklyn Diamonds, who's a 3-time winner, there's only one other multiple winner in this entire field. It's the 1A Can't Beat the Rock. Everyone else has just a maiden win on the resume.
And when you look at that and you look at the short price on Brooklyn Diamonds, it makes sense, right? I mean, you know at least this horse can find the winner's circle.
So here is that remaining half of the entry. Can't Beat the Rock has the far outside post.
Horse that finished third behind Tenebris, who's a decent type, and St. James, who we'll see him rematch with in here.
The rail goes to Aula. Ruben Silvera looking for number 3 today.
A horse that just broke his maiden last time out for the $30,000 tag and now steps up in company.
Screw Loose, big price with Kendrick Carmouche for Mark Hennig.
Very much so the ultimate they knew when breaking his maiden last time. Showed good early speed that day, but steps way up in class.
And went gate to wire for that win. Tougher spot today, though. St. James, Javier Castellano for Leah Giramati.
Horse that really didn't break all that well last time, and it was a second-place finisher, so certainly had a trip last time out.
Mandatory likes to be forward. Romero Mirage on board.
We haven't seen him in a little while. Comes off of freshening since his last start in May.
Here's the 8-5 favorite for Linda Rice.
Just what he's been able to do in his last couple of starts. If he can take another step forward or just run that same kind of race, awfully tough in here.
Cloud Forest, Dylan Davis for Ray Handel.
He took a while to break his maiden, but has shown some hints of ability. Can he put races back-to-back together?
Well, we talked about earlier here with Luis Saez in town, American Law for Bruce Brown.
He's a reliable type to hit the board, but just not exactly that winning profile.
And that's your field, 5-1 for American Law. Breaks second to the outside here in this spot as you look at Mandatory, trained by John Kimmel. Had a winner earlier on in the card, pick 6. Carry over 35,000 plus and an additional 160,000 bet into the pool already. Let's go back to JK.
Yeah, guys, I think this, like I said at the top, I think this is a wide open race, and because I believe it's a wide open race, I think a horse like the 5 Mandatory is one that you can consider at a nice price here. Mandatory does come in off of a little bit of a break, and since May. But if you look a little bit deeper in the past performances, you'll see that John Kimmel had a similar layoff with Mandatory prior. He ran March 27th of 2022, then came back in November 26th of 2022, and ran third that day with a nice speed figure that makes him very competitive in here. And I just think that maybe John Kimmel figured something out during that layoff return that can maybe have him ready to run here today. He's got some back races that absolutely can win this race. I understand that he kind of started to tail off towards the end of the last cycle of races, but I do think that maybe he's kind of trending back in the right direction. The one horse that I think is interesting as well is the 4 St. James. The problem I have with St. James is 2 things. The price, and like Sarah mentioned in the post parade, St. James did not break well last time, didn't break well the time before that, didn't break well 5 races back, didn't break well 6 races back. I'm starting to think that maybe that's just who St. James is, and I'm not sure if St. James is good enough to beat this group considering the fact that this horse doesn't break that well. Mig, tell me something good about the 5 Mandatory so that I can fire up my Naira Bets account.
Okay, start firing up. Get in there because he is one of the 3 horses I'm going to talk about, and I think he looks outstanding. Listen, John Kimmel's a tremendous horseman, and a trainer is only as good as the horses in his barn, and when he has live horses, he's able to get the best out of them. Mandatory looks very fit coming off the layoff. He gets Romero Mirage, who I am just a big fan of. You know, he's had to overcome adversity. A lot of riders are good riders, but what sets them apart is that ability to overcome adversity. Here's a young man, spent a year on the sidelines with a broken back, and he came back. So he has the road map to success and how to, you know, dig in and reach down and find it. Even when things don't come easy. Mandatory looks great. I almost picked him on top, but I'm glad you did. So we'll spread it around a little. Brooklyn Diamond's your favorite. Really made a nice impression in the paddock and on the racetrack. Nice warm up. Really got over the racetrack well. I'm going to pick him, even though I'm always a little bit reluctant to pick favorites. I really couldn't get past Brooklyn Diamonds. And hey, I played in Gil Hodges Little League, so I've spent some of my life on a Brooklyn Diamond, if you will. And the 7 Cloud Forest from the Ray Handel barn. It took him a while to break his maiden. I thought he was very game in that effort on and off racetrack, and he just really looked good. Left the pony with Dylan Davis and really jumped into the bit. So it's all about 5, 6, 7 for me, but I landed on the favorite, guys.
Well, a lot of people have landed on the favorite in here. 8-5 on Brooklyn Diamond's been favored throughout, and it's the strength of those last 2 races that are making this one the horse to beat.
Exactly. And maybe you wondered a little bit if he was going to be able to handle competition of this level coming out of those 2 races where he was in for a tag. But I think last time he certainly showed that he belongs, and his number before that wasn't a complete anomaly from him. He was able to back that up with an 83 buyer last time. And I think with that, given the ability that he's shown in the Linda Rice barn, he's going to be awfully tough if he runs his race in here.
And totally different track, but at least it was a track with moisture in it last time out. He's run well at a completely different track in a different state, but on a muddy sealed track before. So he's handled this type of track. Again, no 2 off tracks are ever the same, but it gives you a little bit of confidence he'll handle today.
Sure, and he's a horse too. I think some of them saw that trip that he had when he was able to just get up to win at Saratoga, how he was so far last and he got the pace set up. In the past, he's actually been quite a bit more tactical as well. He does not need to be that far off the pace if it fails to develop in here. So I think that he just has so much going for him in terms of where he can be placed, having that experience and the success over a wet racetrack in the past. He's going to be a very well-deserved favorite in here. Anytime
you have 2-year-old races in a sequence like this, they can change so much from race to race. What 2-year-old in that Demoiselle and the Remsen are you most look forward to seeing? Is it Dornoch?
I'm looking forward to seeing what we get from him, but he's not my top selection. I'd use him in any sort of pick 6 that I was playing. I think that just that big jump up in numbers that we saw from him last time, getting that 90 buyer over at Keeneland and having that foundation of multiple races coming in, he makes a ton of sense. I wouldn't leave him off, but I think that horses like Where's Chris, Drum Roll Please for Brad Cox, and even Domestic Product for trainer Chad Brown, I'd also want them on my ticket within that Remsen later on.
Yeah, Domestic Product is a horse who already won at 1 1/8. Where's Chris? That was an incredibly fast edition of the Nashua. See if he can get that extra 1/8 of a mile coming up on a horse who can be tactical and forward early as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that we're dealing with a really good, salty group of 2-year-olds in that Remsen. Of course, they'll have to get by a horse that's already run that kind of number in Dornoch, and who, of course, has the pedigree to back him up as well. But I don't think it's quite as simple as just single him and move on. I think that there are other alternatives within that race to go to.
We'll get there eventually. First things first. First leg of this Pick 6 carryover, an additional $230,000 plus. Bet into this $35,000 carryover on Cigar Mile Saturday. 8-5 favorite, has been favored throughout. Brooklyn Diamonds for Linda Rice, one of many claims for Linda out of Kentucky. Claim for $30,000 non-winners, a 2 off of Steve Asmussen earlier this summer. And immediately put this horse in the winner's circle coming to New York. Back-to-back wins, one at Saratoga, Belmont at Aqueduct. Just missed a 3rd straight win since the claim on a sloppy sealed track, Belmont at Aqueduct. And we'll see if Brooklyn Diamonds here can do it again. But this has been a a gem of a claim. And she's had a lot of good ones in Kentucky.
She has. She's had a lot of success with that move. This one really exemplifying just how well she's able to spot those horses and then appropriately spot them moving forwards, too.
So here we go. Pick 6 carryover begins here. It's Brooklyn Diamonds, the 6th. The favorite, let's go upstairs, Chris Griffin, to get us started.
There's Can't Beat the Rock. All set. And they're off. Good break from Mandatory in between horses. Also right there is Screw Loose with the early tempo. Aula is at the rail. It's going to be Screw Loose with the nose in front. Mandatory in the green cap towards the outside. And now Aula's going to take back as moving forward is American Law. It's going to challenge for the third spot. Can't Beat the Rock is to the far outside, 5 wide as they hook up with the back stretch. Another 4 lengths back here too. Brooklyn Diamonds, who's settled in towards the tail end of the field with St. James and Cloud Forest. Is the trailer. 3 across the racetrack, a moderate tempo early. To the inside, it's Screw Loose, and to the in-between horses, that's Mandatory, who's under a tight hold. American Law out in the center of the racetrack, 22 and 3, the opening quarter mile. Aula has driven along here, is in 4th. In behind them is Can't Beat the Rock, who's still in 5th. Brooklyn Diamond starts to move from the back, so does Cloud Forest, and now the trailer is St. James. 45.49, and they picked up the tempo up top. Mandatory has got a head in front. It's Mandatory from in between horses. American Law is right there, 3 wide at the rail. It's Screw Loose. Can't Beat the Rock is all in from 4th. Dropping back is Aula. Trying to run on from the back of the field is Cloud Forest. And at the back, it's still St. James with Brooklyn Diamonds. They reach the top of the stretch. Mandatory and American Law. American Law is now pounced, and American Law is the new leader. Mandatory is not done. Brooklyn Diamonds is putting together a mild rally, and here comes Can't Beat the Rock. American Law is in front. Can't Beat the Rock, the main danger from far out of it, St. James. American Law is still there, gutting it out. Can't Beat the Rock is a clear second. Now Mandatory back to 3rd. American Law gets the score. American Law over Can't Beat the Rock. Then came Mandatory. It's a photo. Brooklyn Diamonds to the oncoming St. James in 1 minute 36.55 seconds.
1 for 19 coming in with 9 seconds, 5/3. But American Law able to get that second win today.
Yeah, a horse that had the form and the consistency. He just wasn't that consistent winning type. But what I like about this ride today from Luis Saez is that he was taking the lead at the top of the stretch instead of waiting with this horse and trying to pounce in the later stages. You can see him already claiming that forward position right now. And I think that that was a major difference maker for this horse, now able to hold off all those other challengers instead of trying to be the one closing in at this point in the race.
So American Law, first win since January 8th of earlier this year at Aqueduct, when he broke his maiden at 7 furlongs. 2 for 20 lifetime, now in a 9-2 start, beating an 8-5 favorite to start this Pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, a horse that certainly was able to get the job done today over your favorite, just as you mentioned, and your favorite ends up checking in 4th. And here, in his customary position early, they went quick. The pace was starting to come back to them a little bit, but tried to angle him towards the inside. Just did not work out for him today.
We go to Jamaica, Caymanas Park for the Chairman's Plate, 7th race on their premier card of the meet. 3-year-olds and up, overnight allowance. Quick look at the current odds. Miniature Man taking all the money right now at 3-5. Get a look at this field here, post-parade coming up on a gorgeous day. Track labeled as good as we go with the 1 to kick things off further and beyond. Trevor Simpson rides.
Horse that is 15-1 right now. We'll see what we get from him. A big price at the moment.
Next store at 39-1. Here's Neostar.
An even bigger price, but is coming off a win going into this race. Actually has a pretty good win streak, but facing tougher today.
8-1 here. This is Sunset Silhouette.
A horse that was second last time behind another that he'll face again today in Rainsville.
D-Head Cornerstone we'll take a look at next.
Would be a bit of a shock in here, not able to compete with horses like Atomica, Miniature Man, would need a little bit of a form reversal.
We're going to hear from trainer Jason DaCosta a little bit later on. He trains There's the 4, but we're going to hear from the trainer of the 4-5 favorite, Miniature Man, out there somewhere.
A horse that was a third last time out behind a horse that will be in the main event later on in Atomica.
Rayanne Lewis on board. Sistren Treasure is at 6-1 as we skip to the 7, Baby Like.
Yeah, a horse that was second last time out over Sistren Treasure. So we'll see what we get from this one. Always in a little bit of a chase mode.
Julien Leperoux in to ride. He's on Atlantic Convoy.
Coming off a win, we'll see how Julien Leperoux gets acclimated over there.
Here's a second choice on the board. This is Rainsville.
Able to defeat some rivals that he'll be facing again today. Winner last time out.
And 2 big long shots outside. Sunny T at Chippy the 10 and Tekka Punt the 11 round things out.
Both coming off wins. We'll see what they can end up doing in a spot like this today. Everybody is kind of very familiar with each other. They've all sort of taken turns running against one another in the past.
So 7 minutes to post on our first live action from Caymanas Park coming up in Jamaica for this Chairman's Plate. Mouttet Mile to come as well. 16 horse field is going to line up in the main event, again in the richest horse race in all of the Caribbean. There's so much excitement for everyone here to have this coverage and to be part of what has been a growing race in status. Let's go to Andy Serling for more.
Thanks a lot. I'm standing here with the handicapper extraordinaire, Michael Cain, here at Caymanas Park, and I don't know if they could operate without Michael. Certainly the handicappers couldn't. He does just about everything. It's amazing the job you do, Michael, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Andy, and it's indeed a pleasure, and I love the job. I have a passion for horse racing, so it's like a hobby to me doing all of what I do.
I think we can all relate to that. Well, the first big race of the day is the Chairman's Plate coming up just in a little while in race number 7. And we want to get your analysis because your expert opinion is going to be so much better than I could pretend to possibly do.
Well, this event looks tailor-made for Miniature Man. He's a former 2,000 Guineas winner, and he has the distinction of finishing second on 3 occasions this season behind our horse of the year, Atomica. So the horses that have beaten Miniature Man in recent months, the likes of Atomica, Blue Vinyl, Runaway Algo, She's My Destiny, I Am Fred, all of those horses are in the big Mouttet Mile. So he's basically getting up great class relief here. And he has the leading rider, Rayanne Lewis, 57 kilos weight. And Miniature Man looks good on paper, looks very, very good to take the Chairman's Plate.
Now, the one concern is that he's 1 for 13 this year with all those seconds and thirds. But in your opinion, it's because he's just been facing much better horses.
Definitely. He has been facing the best horses in the land. And as I said, they are in the Mouttet Mile. So it's a significant class relief for him here. He's hiked in the scale at 57 kilos. And notably, 8 of his last 10 outings, he has been ridden by Abigail Ale, one of our female riders. So he's now been ridden by the leading rider, and that's Rayanne Lewis. So he has been lady ridden 8 of his last 10 races. So he's going to get rough hands today, and he should get the job done.
The switch to the leading riders are not bad. Let's talk about a couple horses that are ridden by riders that people are a little more familiar here, and then you can fill us in on some of the best riders. Julien Leperoux is in town. He's riding, I believe, 8 horses today. He's on the 8 Atlantic Convoy, who's one of the choices.
Yes, Atlantic Convoy. He is stepping up in class. He won at the restricted nuns of 4 and last. Slow into stride, but then he went right through, made most of the running, held on by 3/4 of a length ahead of Rhythm Buzz and Money Miser. So he's up in class. He's down in the scales from 57 kilos to 53 kilos. So he should have a look in here. Julien Leperoux, very talented rider coming from overseas, and he's good at riding distance races. So I'm expecting a big effort here from Atlantic Convoy. But the class gap between himself and Miniature Man, that just tips off the edge to Miniature Man.
And you actually make the PPs, essentially. You go off the replays after the day is done, and you do the running lines, which I've been pouring over the last couple of nights.
Yes, yes, indeed, I do. It's a great assignment after each race day. Go through, watch the replays, points of call, the half mile, the quarter pole, the furlong pole, identify each horse where they are, the amount of lengths they are in front or behind, and so on and so forth. So it's what they call a labor of love.
Well, it has to be a labor of love, but the horse players all owe you a debt of gratitude. Michael, thanks so much. We're going to have you back to talk about the Mouttet Mile a little bit later, but thanks so much. It's all Miniature Man for Michael Cain in the Chairman's Plate.
Andy, thank you. Yeah, 4-5 favorite. That is a lot of work Michael Cain Jr. is putting in. Essentially, he is the man, the handicapper out there at Caymanas Park. Back here to kick off this Pick 6 carryover, Luis Saez in town to kick things off 9-2 on American Law.
Yeah, a horse that really, he got so much more position by the top of the stretch, and I really think that helped him finally get over that sort of second-itis that he had displayed in the past, and you get a good start to those pick 6 carryover tickets if you had American Law on there.
Early pick 5, you see just over $1,100. Let's send it back to Caymanas Park as we get set for this Chairman's Plate.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Miniature Man, he is the heavy favorite, and he's a deserving favorite, Raj. He's been competing against the best horses, as Michael was saying, met about 4 or 5 horses that are players, actually, in the Mouttet Mile. You and I, though, we were going to try to beat him a little bit, and you got to root for your man, Julien Leparoux.
Yeah, I'm going to pick the number 8 in here, Atlantic Convoy, gets Julien Leparoux. But the horse is really a legit contender, stretching out the first time to 2 turns, has been showing really good speed going a flat mile, so I think it's going to be forwardly placed. Miniature Man, yeah, he's a deserving favorite, right, facing much better horses, but he hasn't been at the top of his game in his last few races.
And it worries me a little bit, regardless, obviously, tougher competition, but he's 1 for 13 this year with 7 seconds and thirds, and those are the kind of favorites that we try to beat, whether we're in New York and whether we're in Jamaica. And I don't disagree with you. I think Atlantic Convoy is actually one of the major players. I'm going to move my form around. A little windy here, actually, in front of Caymanas Park. Rainsville interests me. He's taking a lot of money. It was 3-1 last I looked. I thought Rainsville's a horse that's run okay going this long distance. And for people not aware, taking a whole lap around, it's 1,820 or 25 meters, I believe. A little over a mile and 8.
From the wire to the wire here is a mile and 8, and they wanted to give it a little bit more of a run-up, so they added an extra 20 yards. So it's a customary distance at 2 turns here at Caymanas, 9 furlongs and 25 yards. So, yeah, Miniature Man, like you said, 1 for 13 is the thing that really kind of bugs me to bring him on top. And you like Rainsville as a long shot, and he's taking a lot of betting.
A lot of money.
Sunset Sulaway, the 3, the filly, she's a horse that I thought would take more money, stretching back out to 2 turns, and is actually a little bit cold on the board, so you might be getting a good price there on the 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting race. I have no problem with the favorite, but we're looking to be a little creative. I even thought the number 10, Sunny T and Chippy, probably a little bit cheap for this field, but might be a long shot to throw in there somewhere.
Yeah,
might be too cheap, though.
One of the things that you can tell that we have a lot of different opinions in this race. There's a lot of different angles, and there's no clear-cut horse. And when you find that, it's hard to take a horse at 4 to 5 like Miniature Man, right?
Yeah, no. For me, it is. I mean, we're not looking to take a short. We're not coming all the way to Jamaica and taking a super short price in this race. We got to fool around a little bit. We're actually standing by the gate. The horses are going in the gate. I can't say enough of what a great day we're having here. We've had some good food down in the infield, and it's exciting. And the crowd is really filling in. The excitement's starting. We're going to head upstairs for the call of the Chairman's Plate from track announcer Brian Rickman.
Rainsville goes in. Further and beyond, circling around. Here's Sunny T and Chippy with the visiting Daisuke Fukumoto. He'll be hoping to win his first race in Jamaica on our local soil with Sunny T and Chippy. A bit hesitant to load. Now goes in. Neostar walks to 2. Spinning around this Neostar. Further and beyond, a bit fractious. Pulling further and beyond. Into gate 1, goes in. Trevor Simpson OD will have a seat when ready. So loading up, well underway. If you haven't wagered, you need to run. Run to the windows. Simpson walking across the mount further and beyond. Here's Neostar, circling with Atlantic Convoy and Take a Punt, Miniature Man. Those are the 4 out. Still we wait on the 4 runners left out. Seemed to be a problem with Further and Beyond in gate 1. But those that are in, wait patiently and quietly. So Trevor Simpson stands in front of gate 1 as they're sorting Further and Beyond out. They're refitting the visor in the gate. So that's what's causing the delay. (1820 meters, 9 furlongs, 25 yards, 2 turns ahead of them. And reminding you, it's the Chairman's Plate. One of the features on the card. Atlantic Convoy and Julien Leparoux coming into 8. Atlantic Convoy refused, first time of asking. So they'll try again. Atlantic Convoy being urged to go into gate 8. Atlantic Convoy is in. Take a Punt will be next at 11. Miniature Man at 5. And Neo Star in the white cap will load at 2. Waiting on Neo Star. Neo Star coming into 2. So they'll have to force Neo Star in. Neo Star coming into 2 once more. Field of 9. 1820 meters. It's the Chairman's Plate. Field of 11. They're off for the Chairman's Plate. An almost perfect start. Neo Star shows early dash, goes for that lead. Miniature Man hounding early. Sister in Treasure racing out 3 wide in the purple as they go rushing into that clubhouse turn and leave the mile marker behind them. Neo Star attempts to go all the way, Further and Beyond checked just a bit, overtaken by a Miniature Man. There goes Atlantic Convoy, and Atlantic Convoy now seizes the lead on the run passing the 7. Neo Star is a length and a half back and racing in second. Miniature Man and Further and Beyond race in front of Sister in Treasure as they go charging up toward the final 6. Baby Like is racing next a long way off that lead. The head Cornerstone, Sunny T and Chippy race almost as a team. Sunset Silhouette is urged to go between them. Rainsville the Grey races next, and the Take a Punt will do running late as they leave the 5.5 and make their way now flashing toward the half mile. Atlantic Convoy out in front. Neo Star is racing in second and now cutting right into that lead. Further and Beyond staring at them from a close-up third. Miniature Man and Sister in Treasure race next as they quicken up now, leaving the half-mile marker. The head Cornerstone needs to find 5.5 lengths to get to them as they leave the 7/16. Rainsville now let loose and asked to go. Sunset Silhouette is on the reverse. Baby Like racing on the outside of an improving Sunny T and Chippy, and Take a Punt at the back asks for more as they come inside the final 5/16. They're about to come into the top of the lane, and a Neo Star holds the lead. Further and Beyond in the yellow silks now will try to close. The head Cornerstone has made eye-catching progress. It's Neo Star now under the pump and being driven to the max inside. They race toward the final furlong, and it is a Neo Star out in front. Here is the head cornerstone. Watch the grade Rainsville on the outside, but still Neo Star is strong and full of pluck inside the final 16th. It is Neo Star driven to the max. Rainsville now gets going late. Neo Star under pressure being driven to the max. It's close between Neo Star, Rainsville, and the head cornerstone in between them. Sister and Treasure is next, then Atlantic Convoy, and Further and Beyond in Distress.
Well, that was an exciting race. I mean, it felt like the number 2, Neo Star, was going to go wire to wire, but Rainsville got him at the end.
Andy, you're a legend. They're screaming, Andy, Andy. That was your pick, your long shot pick. I don't know what price he went off it, but it was surely a long shot. And the favorite was a no-show.
Favorite didn't do any running at all. Really could never see what happened to him. But that was an exciting race down the wire. Really felt like Neo Star was going to get it done, but in the final strides, the big win for Rainsville. And I think I'm going to retire handicapping in Jamaica 1-for-1, Raj.
Yeah, they say quit while you're ahead. But my heart is pumping watching these horses come down to the finish. I didn't think Rainsville was going to get up. It looked like the 2 might have got away, but he just kept coming.
And I think it's time to remember for the Mouttet Mile, this stretch is very, very long, and that can help the closers. Going to be a lot more coming, but if it's as exciting as the Chairman's Plate, look out.
Upset to start things off in our coverage from Caymanas Park with Rainsville. Very tight for second between the 2. Neo Star tried to wire this field and that 4 D-Head Cornerstone.
Yeah, an exciting finish, and when you have 3 horses sort of in that photo for the result, no matter where it is or what level it's at, it's exciting to see. And I think that Andy mentions a good point. This is a longer stretch, so you might see those pace horses just get past at the very end.
Still to come, the main event. Mouttet Mile later in the card. We'll get back to Jamaica later in the program. Right now it's a late pick 5. 7 furlongs to start it off in this first allowance condition race, and even money on a horse who has been very good for Todd Pletcher. Overstep, but we have not seen this 4-year-old since February 19th. 3 for 4 in his career. The last time we did see him, a very nice horse named Ouster.
And Ouster would come back and win a couple of his next starts. He was in raging form at that time. So if Overstep can repeat, he's going to be very, very tough.
Here's a big long shot to kick off the post parade. All about the money. He's got some big figures, but a lot easier company.
Absolutely. Stepping up in class, and also goes first off the claim for John Toscano.
Power Seeker. Linda Rice claimed off of Brad Cox at Keeneland. Missed by a neck last start.
Very lightly raced, is stepping up, but we know how good those first off the claim horses are for Linda.
Rapoli Stable Silks for Todd Pletcher and the return of Overstep.
Certainly very interesting and a key decision with all of your late pick sequences.
Luis Saez tries to go back-to-back. He's on Bad to the Bones, blinkers on.
Horse that's run against some good ones in the past. We'll see what kind of performance we get from him. Certainly has some numbers that would make him a player, at least underneath.
Ocean's Reserve. He's been first or second in 9 of his 16 starts.
A horse that I think really does appreciate this 7 furlong distance. All 3 of his wins at the 7 furlongs he gets today.
It's a major player here. Rocco's strong with Kendrick Carmouche.
Ran really well, went 3rd last time, stepping up significantly in class behind Signature.
How forward will we see Fenwick? Blinkers coming off.
A horse that he tried to run recently and for a tag, now facing some decent company in here, and he has some races in the past and can be forwardly placed, as you said.
Another Linda Rice runner. This is Dark Vector, another one off the claim out of Keeneland.
Yeah, she takes both Dark Vector and Power Seeker out of the same race when they were 2nd and 3rd behind Spoiler. We'll see which one of hers, if either of them.
And Manny Franco showing up on Tetsu for David Jacobson.
A 2nd last time out behind Magnolia Midnight.
Let's get back to Caymanas Park and Rajiv Mirage. Apologize that some technical difficulties. We'll try and get back to Rajiv, trying to catch up with the winning trainer of Rainsville in that upset score in the Chairman's Plate. So we'll return there hopefully momentarily as we get back here to New York for the start of this late pick 5 coming up. Approaching $400,000 in this pool, and all the money right now on Overstep on the comeback here for Pletcher. It's been very good. A talented horse, but has been plagued by issues. Obviously, his career has been interrupted quite a bit.
It has. If we see him come back fresh and ready to go, he's certainly going to be awfully tough in here. And I think if you're playing this late pick 5 or if you already have tickets with the pick 6, he's a key decision within those sequences.
Let's go to JK as we get set to kick off this pick 5. JK, what do you think of Overstep?
Look, I liked Door Knock as a single in the Remsen. I like Overstep here as a single as well. This is a situation where this horse is just kind of taking they're taking their time. What Todd Pletcher is. You got a New York bred a horse who's obviously had some issues, who runs fast numbers that can be competing in stakes. But when you have that New York bred condition, our friends at the New York Breeding Association would appreciate us saying New York breds, they start with an advantage, right? This horse has that advantage. Don't want to give those conditions up, so just take your time. And I think that's what Todd's doing with this horse. And the other thing to keep in mind is that Overstep has always run well fresh. The longest layoff you can come off of in most situations is your debut. And Todd had Overstep ready September 25th when the horse debuted, and then came back off of a long, not a long break, but a significant break, January 26th, to run well. I just think Overstep is going to run well, unless, of course, Maggie tells me that she doesn't quite look fit.
Oh, no, he looks fit, JK. He looks ready for this return effort. He's a very talented horse. I especially love the last effort, albeit back in February, that he comes in off of here with, and he just fended off every challenge from early to late. And he got a very, I don't want to say aggressive warm-up by Irad. He kind of took Irad on, so that's always a good sign for a horse that projects to have some early foot in here going the 7-8. But a horse that might have the recency edge over him is number 6 in here, Rocco Strong, who ultimately will be my pick. Now, I do feel like this track could be tilted more towards front runners, could be a little bit of a speed bias that we're observing here on this sealed track. And so I am a little concerned about Rocco Strong given that scenario, but this horse just has so much confidence and swagger right now from the paddock out to the racetrack. He's really kind of blossomed in Michelle Giangiulio's hands, and I thought his last effort behind some talented runners, including Signator, would come back and win. Quality Chic came out of that race to win as well, both improving figures. So I like Rocco Strong, and we'll take a look at one of two, the Linda Rice claims and trainees that come in here. Now, the 8, Dark Vector, he looks fantastic, but I thought it was interesting with Power Seeker, as he was really sent in the warm-up by Jose Lescano. Naturally, we do see Dark Vector having more speed, but I think Jose Lescano has it in his mind to get this horse out of the gate and into position. Okay?
Take a look at Linda Rice. She's got 2, as we talked about in this race, and what she is trying to achieve as we wind down the year. Most wins in New York in a single year. She is within 10 of the all-time record set back in 2013 by David Jacobson, and the most career wins by a female trainer in the history of this sport. She is not far off that number of Kathleen O'Connell, still currently training, by the way, as well.
Yeah, some major milestones coming up and the kind of banner year she's really had, and just always spots her horses so intelligently and logically when she's able to take them off of claims, regardless of where that might be. She's certainly one to always keep your eye on in any spot that she has in New York and even elsewhere going forward.
Pick 5 pool over $500,000 and odds on the return of Overstep. Not seen him since February 19th for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher in Rapoli Stable. There he is with Arad Ortiz Jr. stepping in. Does not have the recency, though, and one that does, that Maggie touched on, Rocco Strong, the 6 for Michelle Giangiulio. A win, just missed by 3/4 of a length last time out in the last 2 starts. Kendra Carmouche rides there. Let's go upstairs to start this Pick 5. Here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Overstep shows early speed. Tangle beginning there for Dark Vector. Some problems at the start is the early trailer. Overstep's got the speed. It's Overstep right there with Ocean Reserve. They're going to be 1-2. And at the rail, there's Power Seeker, who's tracking from 3rd. Pink Cap, that's Rocco Strong, who's moving forward for Kendra Carmouche. And in behind rivals there is Bad to the Bones, is in 5th. On the far outside, that's Tetsu. They are 3.5 lengths clear of All About the Money, who's to the inside here of Fenwick. And the trailer, slow starting Dark Vector. They move up the backstretch, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Ocean's Reserve. Power Seeker is right there to the inside here, is trying to move forward with Overstep. The big favorite at 4-5 has lost a touch of ground, is back to third. Out wider, here comes Tetsu, who's on a big run, is also there with Rocco Strong, and they're challenging from 4th and 5th, and now Overstep starts to put it in gear. Ocean's Reserve is still in hand. In the two-path, here comes Overstep, dropping back a touch at the rail. That's Power Seeker. They are lined up here on the front end as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Top of the stretch, it's still Ocean's Reserve finding Rocco Strong out in the center of the racetrack, is making up some big ground, but Ocean's Reserve is not stopping. It's Ocean's Reserve who's in front. Ocean's Reserve, here's Power Seeker at the rail, making up some late ground. 16th to go. Ocean's Reserve is almost there. Power Seeker is lunging. Here comes Power Seeker at the rail. I think got up. Power Seeker might have got up right at the wire over Ocean's Reserve. Then came Overstep and Rocco Strong. Final running time, 1 minute 22.56 seconds.
Linda Rice gets one race closer to that NYRA record for most wins in a year on the circuit. Power Seeker up the fence for the win.
Another one that she has claimed out of Kentucky. This one from Keeneland, and a smart ride here by Jose Lascano, saving every bit of ground just off the pace and able to just get by a very tough Ocean's Reserve, who I was a little surprised was on the lead today, but it ended up being the right kind of move for him to finish second.
Meanwhile, Overstep looked like, coming out of that turn in the stretch, was starting to make a big move, and then just did not have that punch down the lane.
He didn't, and I kind of wonder if what Maggie said about us dealing with horses being more forwardly placed, if that's where you want to be. Also could have been a little bit of that layoff catching up to him. Runs a pretty good third in here against a decent field for his return race.
2-5-3-6 upset to start this late pick 5 on our Cigar Mile Saturday card, 7-1. For Linda Rice here, another horse she claims out of Kentucky, continuing to be such a successful move for her as she inches closer to that NYRA record here. So upset start to the late pick 5 coming up. We'll have the prices in a moment. We're going to get back to Caymanas Park and that upset score from Rainsville. Here from Rajiv Mirage.
Oh, we're here with winning trainer, breeder, owner of Rainsville, Mr. Hall of Famer Richard Azan. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. It was really a nice race, very exciting.
I know it was a long shot coming in, but we talked before the race. You said you thought you had a really good chance of winning. Did you expect that he would employ the tactics that he did today, coming from way off the pace?
Well, those were the instructions, but you know, he has been running really well. He has been improving a lot, and so I'm really not surprised, but I'm very happy.
What does a race like this being televised on a global scale on Fox and to a bigger audience mean for the Jamaican horse racing and for the Jamaican people that depend on the racing here?
Well, this is really great for our local industry, and I hope it will continue. And today has been a fantastic day so far, and let's hope it will continue. Let's hope I'll win with my horses in the Mouttet Mile.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Best of luck in the Mouttet Mile with Mojito and your other horses. And, yeah, it's really been a fantastic day, and we hope it keeps coming that way.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll send out a couple in that main event coming up. Mojitos Rajiv talked about, and Perfect Brew, who's 6-1 morning line. Well, let's take another look back at Rainsville in this victory here in the 7th in the Chairman's Plate.
Really seems like that grinding type. He was able to save ground and then switch out and get that clear run on the outside to get by a horse who was a very stubborn pace setter in here, just in the very late stages. He doesn't have that explosive closing kick, but really just kind of keeps going and able to ultimately get up and get the win. And your favorite, kind of disappointing, really finished nowhere in here.
Tough beat for Neo Star, too. That 2-horse who tried to do it on the front. It really looked like he was home free and just gets nailed late, but a valiant effort trying to do it on the front end. But it's Rainsville in the Chairman's Plate for the win in the main event. Again, that Mouttet Mile still to come. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. Get into graded stakes action. 2-year-old fillies on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks. That man right there, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, he has dominated the Demoiselle. 8 victories. He'll try for a 9th with the favorite Life Talk in the Rapoli Stable Silks with a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's on
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets. Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I believe that tree there, Rockefeller Center, I had heard it weighed 8,000 pounds.
Oh,
it'd be tough
not
to transport.
9,000? Not 8,500. Have you been?
I'm hoping to see it. Try and bring the kids before we're off to London. We'll see.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Gonna pass on the ice skating though.
Yeah, not for me either.
Getting set for the Grade 2 Demoiselle on the road to the Oaks. Let's wrap up the 6-0 that started off the late pick 5. Power Seeker Linda Rice, the victory here, claimed off Brad Cox out of Keeneland. Jose Lezcano aboard for the win.
Yeah, just a horse that really saved every inch of ground in this race, where we kind of saw Ocean's Reserve with an unexpected tactic today, going right to the front and able to get that nice inside split here, and just able to beat a horse that was trying to make all here in the end, and one of her better claims as well, a horse that's still lightly raced and plenty of options with him going forwards.
Coming up the inside and just nailing a big effort from Ocean's Reserve. Tough beat for that Leah Giramati 4-year-old. So that's how we start our late pick 5 on Cigar Mile Saturday. 2-5-3-6, 4-5 favorite defeated. We get into the late pick 4 that begins with the road to the Kentucky Oaks and points on the line to get into next year's first Friday in May. Grade 2 Demoiselle at 1 1/8, and it's life talk for Todd Pletcher. The favorite, try and bring Pletcher a 9th win in this race. Where are you going to wind up?
I actually like Caldwell Loves Gold a little bit towards the outside for trainer Brad Cox, a horse who I don't necessarily know that she wants all of this 1 1/8 distance, as she's been more of that closing sprinter type in the past, but she's just a horse that's been running the fastest numbers, and if she appreciates the stretch out, I think that she could be awfully tough.
Meanwhile, Cigar Mile, that's how we're going to close out this Saturday card. 12 will line up. I know you like Senor Buscador, the Breeders' Cup Classic. Do you like him today?
Yeah, that didn't work out. No, I don't. I think that these are situations where if he had run a little bit better, finishing within the top 3 in the Breeders' Cup Classic, they might not be taking a shot in this race. Certainly a horse that could be very capable, but I'm going with Dr. Ardito instead, who has that good second place effort to Ever So Mischievous in the 49er coming into this race, a horse that will be coming from off the pace a little bit, but I think that he'll get some pace to close into, and just a really honest type that has a lot of races on this circuit. And this isn't his plan B. This was likely always the plan with him coming into today's Cigar Mile.
One of 3 in the race for trainer Chad Brown.
Cash Kais as well, and a creative in there. So three-headed monster for Chad Brown. Sarah, thanks. Enjoy the rest of your day. Mig's going to join me here in a moment. Let's go down to Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Yes, Greg. So pleased to be joined here by Harold Lerner, owner and most importantly, contributor to the Toys for Tots program, and pleased to be joined by members of the Marine Corps as well. And Harold, you, along with Naira and Nitha, big contributors to this campaign. Talk a little bit about it. It's been around since 1947 and so important, as you've said, to New York families.
Well, this is a great charity. A lot of kids get left behind during the holiday season, and my wife and I have felt that it's really important to try to make a difference. So in our own way, we make a contribution, as do many other people, and we hope to reach as many kids as we can. The whole concept is to put a smile on a child's face at holiday time, and hopefully that'll inspire a young child to bigger and greater things.
Oh, thank you so much for all of that. And if people want to help out, how can they do so?
Well, Toys for Tots has a website, and they can go online, and I'm sure there are many ways that they can make contributions. Any contribution is important, and again, as many kids as Toys for Tots can reach, it only makes it better for those children.
And people can also donate new and unwrapped toys for the program as well. But it's not the only reason you're here today. You do have a filly coming up in this Demoiselle Vino Rouge, a nice in-game second last time out in the Tempted. Blinkers going on today. Tell us about her.
Yeah, we, since I first laid eyes on her up in Saratoga in early July, I was very impressed by what I saw. And she's come along nicely. Tony decided to put blinkers on her for her race today. She worked with blinkers a few days ago, and she seems to be getting better and better. We have high hopes, great expectations, and we're hoping for a really good outcome.
Well, Harold, thank you again for your time, and best of luck coming up here.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
Maggie, thanks. All trying to get into that holiday spirit and a terrific cause there. We're going to take a timeout. We have more coming up. The Road to the Kentucky Oaks, that is next. 2-year-old fillies before we turn that page to 2024. Junior Alvarado, he's got a lot of work left to do. Maybe the one to beat coming up. Shimmering Allure coming off a big win for Kenny McPeak. Bilal for the boys in the Remsen, and Senor Buscador in the Cigar Mile all ahead.
Flight line is in full flight. Flight line turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flight line takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races, and more coverage coming up from Jamaica. Some of the sites our crew have been visiting. Bob Marley Museum. Lived in his house until his death back in 1981. He wrote and recorded multiple albums in his own home studio. I assume Andy and Rajiv went there. We'll get back for that Mouttet Mile in just a little bit. It was Rainsville with the win. It was so close. Neo Star ran too good to lose, trying to go gate to wire. Winds up second at 45-1. D-Head Cornerstone winds up third in a very close photo finish for second. But Rainsville, the victory, $10.80 for the win. And again, the Mouttet Mile, the main event, still to come. That richest race run in all of the Caribbean. Greg Wolf joined by the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack here at Aqueduct, Richard Migliore. Good to see you as we get set for two preps for next year's Kentucky Oaks and Derby.
Always loved the Demoiselle and the Remsen. It is really good barometer for young horses that can get 1.1 miles at this time of the year about going forward to the Spring Classics. Really, really enjoy these races. And I've won a lot of races here at Aqueduct, but I am undefeated at Caymanas Park.
0 mounts for the MIG. We just found out. Coming up in this race, 6-5 on Life Talk, and it's almost a default play. Yeah, she ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. It's Todd Pletcher. He's 1-8. Does she deserve to be that short of a price? Meanwhile, here's Shimmering Allure. Huge effort from last to first for the win in the Tempted. Going a mile at Aqueduct last time out. Going to get an extra 1/8 of a mile today. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at your current favorite in here, Life Talk, whom I must say I'm pleasantly surprised with what I see from her, considering all the recent travel that she's done, and for the fact of something that kind of comes to light here in these graded stakes with horses coming out of Breeders' Cup races, because ultimately it feels as though, you know, they're targeting those races and therefore training to peak at that time. And now with the races today, is this just an afterthought? Are we going to see their best performances? Well, if we're not, then she's not showing me that we're not with Life Talk. If anything, she's strengthened up throughout this campaign she's had as a 2-year-old. She's dappled head to toe. She looks fantastic here, and she's one I've always felt as though that distance will not be a problem for her. Though I will say it feels like you want to be, as I said before, you want to be forward in here. We'll see how much early speed she has. She's not devoid of it, that's for sure, but a horse that projects to be up close and personal on the front end is number 5, Vino Rouge, as she does add blinkers. A fairly significant cup here by Tony Dutrow, a front 3/4 French cup. And despite her coming up short, going the mile last time, physically she's built for the distance. And each and every time she's led over here, she improves. Physically, mentally, the whole 9 yards. So I think she's a little bit intriguing given the way that the racetrack is playing with the addition of the equipment. She might be able to see out that 9 furlongs today, Greg.
Her trainer, thank you, Maggie, Anthony Dutrow, he wanted to put her away for the rest of the year. She was training so good. He said, I have to give her another chance and run her again because she is just training lights out in the morning. Junior Alvarado, meanwhile, a lot of work left to do today. He'll be on board for Kenny McPeak here, Shimmering Allure. We'll see him on Bilal for Mott and the Remsen, and major player, maybe the horse to beat in that Cigar Mile and Senor Buscador.
Yes, Senor Buscador has made a really nice impression watching him Paddock school here, watching him work over on the Belmont Trading Track. And Shimmering Allure at 7-1 right now is way too big a price.
Cozy Rags going to kick things off. Jose Gomez on board, comes in from Churchill.
Yeah, well beaten when she stepped up to Allowance Company and gets the inside. She's going to have to improve.
Chad Brown with Dolomite. It was a maiden winner at 7/8 last start.
Yeah, really nice effort last time. That was against State Breds. This is much tougher.
Todd Pletcher looking for a 9th. Demoiselle with Life Talk.
Very talented filly, comes out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But was she so pointed at that day that, you know, today is almost like a backup plan or an afterthought?
Bill Mott filling most of all. She got a big figure relative to what Life Talk did last start. She's 7-1.
Yeah, 7-1, and took her a couple races to figure it all out, but she does have foundation, too.
Here's the filly that's doing so good for the Dutrow barn here, Anthony Dutrow. Blinkers on Vino Rouge.
Should be very well placed from the start.
Shimmering Allure, I agree with you, way too big a price.
Well, the way she finished in the Tempted, the prep for the Demoiselle, really give you the impression mile and eighth is going to be good for her.
Ringy Dingy, this is sister to Grade 1 winner Defunded for Danny Gargan.
I loved her last race, was far back and made a big run going a mile and a stake over at Delaware.
And Caldwell loves gold for Brad Cox. Does she want extra ground?
Well, I mean, it remains to be seen. She's only exclusively racing against New York-bred company. She's been a very honest, consistent type. She also has to overcome that outside draw.
5 minutes away. 7th here on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks. And there is Life Talk. Rapoli Stable Silks, trained by Todd Pletcher. And a look at the maiden win. This was at Saratoga, going a mile for the first time at start number 2, where she was a 2-5 favorite. She won like it.
I mean, this was a very impressive performance. I mean, she quickened away when they turned for home. She was, stalking from the outside, and when she sat down, you saw how quickly she put that separation between her and the field. And, I thought that was a very eye-catching kind of performance. Came home her last quarter for a second-time starter going a mile at 24-4. That's running for a 2-year-old filly.
And the last 2 defeats since that victory, to just FYI, one of them coming to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly, so she gets away from that talented filly for Bill Mott. Here's a look at Pletcher's victories in this race. He's won the last 3 in a row with a pretty good trio, including dual champion Malathot and 3-year-old champion Filly Nest.
Yeah, the difference is, though, that this filly tried the Breeders' Cup. Those fillies maybe were a little bit behind developmentally, and this was kind of their coming out party, the Demoiselle. This filly went to the Breeders' Cup. And sometimes when horses train for a specific race, like the Breeders' Cup, and we heard Sarah Baldwin talking about it earlier, do they come back with that big effort after pointing for a different kind of spot a month earlier?
Makes a decent appearance, I'll say that. Here's Shimmering Allure, 7:01. She ran a huge figure in that victory in the attempted last start. She does her work, though. Typically, it looks like from pretty far off the pace. Will she get that pace today to run into?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question, particularly going the mile and an eighth. I love the way she finished the deal in the attempted. This was a really nice run from her. And the way she finished and the way she moves, the mechanics of her stride, I should say, really leads you to believe that out of all of these fillies, a mile and an eighth should be certainly well within her wheelhouse.
Being forward, though, on this muddy track today, too, has been seemingly a very good place to be.
Yeah, I think it's an advantage to be up close. We did see a horse rally towards the inside the last race, coming from a bit further off the pace, but I agree with you. On a day like this, and what we've seen so far is you want to have position.
You can play this race. It kicks off the late pick 4 and all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you go to nairabets.com or on the app with the promo code for new members. Match 200, there it is. Punch that in and sign up, get that offer, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Jonathan Kinchin, we had an upset to start the late pick 5. What will happen here in the pick 4?
Well, I mean, I think that I'm going to try to look for an upset. I mean, Life Talk obviously has the credentials to deserve to be the favorite here, but I do think that there's some other horses that are at least interesting. The one that I'm going to pick and the one that I'll talk about here is the 2 Dolomite. Now, when you have these 2-year-olds, and Wolf, you kind of hinted to it earlier, you can get horses that really jump up and improve in these 2-year-old races. But not only can you get horses that will jump up and improve, when you run a race like this going a mile and an eighth, you can get horses that really jump up and improve because they appreciate that distance, or they don't appreciate that distance. Dolomite, to me, feels like the type of horse that might appreciate that distance. One thing about Chad Brown's runners is when you have them stretching out, it usually doesn't give me too much of a concern because of the way Chad trains his horses in the morning. He's a little bit different than some of the other trainers, high-profile trainers, the way he trains his horses. Kind of keeps them all on the bridle, listening to their riders, trying to teach them to relax and respond to their riders' cues, which makes me feel like a horse like Dolomite, who's trying to go the 9 furlongs for the first time off that 7-furlong win, has a chance to take a step forward. With all that said, her figure last time was not very fast, which is concerning to me. I'm a speed figure first guy. That figure wasn't very quick. Luckily, there's been a horse, the second place horse in that race, came back, won, and improved the figure, I think about 12 points, which goes a long way in suggesting that maybe, just maybe, Mags, Dolomite can take another step forward.
I'm wishing you the best of luck at 8-1. She might be able to, but you're kind of taking her a somewhat short price on a horse who's yet to kind of show any worth in being in this race because of connections. I do want to point out, I'm going to talk about Shimmering Allure and the outside runner Caldwell Loves Go, but I do want to point out that Arad Ortiz aboard Your Favorite Life Talk has kept her moving and trotting. We've seen several of these horses just staying with the pony as they circle behind the gate, and he has kept her moving. So there's certainly intention with her in getting that forward coveted position on this racetrack. But Shimmering Allure, I like her, and I don't have any reason not to suggest her other than the fact that she projects to be well off of it, and I'm not sure she's going to be able to overcome that today. Definitely one that should handle the 9 furlongs, definitely the grinding type, but this racetrack is giving me fits about original picks. Number 9, Caldwell Loves Gold. I know the question mark has been raised as a daughter of Golden Sense. Does she really want to go this far? But I thought upon second and third inspection of her last race going a mile, she was wide the whole way while the winner saved all the ground, so she covered more ground than her. She idled a bit midway through the lane, and then she kind of regained some momentum in the last 16th of a mile. So that suggested to me that that longer won't be a problem. And looking at her, I've never thought it would be a problem. She looks fantastic here. And Greg, there's no argument that the majority of her races are fast enough to win here.
They are, certainly. It's just, will she appreciate the mile and an eighth? And that's a question for everybody in this race. 4 to 5. People see she ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. It's Todd Pletcher, Arad, Rapoli Stable. As a result, she absolutely can win, getting way over bet.
No, absolutely can win. But I think people do get a little enamored with what she's coming out of the Breeders' Cup. And, again, sometimes horses are honed and pointed to that spot. And where do you go from there? You know, it almost feels like, okay, well, now let's take a shot in here. I mean, she's talented. But the fact that she already had that big try at the Breeders' Cup, leading me elsewhere.
Most of all for Bill Mott stepping in. It was a Bill Mott filly who beat Life Talk at the Breeders' Cup. And this one, decent effort on a sloppy steel track that came off the turf last start. We're set for the Demoiselle on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Dolomite has early speed right out to the front. There's Life Talk, wants to be forward as well with most of all. They are lined up here. They're going to be 7 wide into the turn. Vino Rouge is looking to drop in. Shimmering Allure is now 4 wide in that grouping. Going to be 5 wide there is Ringy Dingy, and 6 wide is Caldwell Loves Gold. Dolomite is taken off the pace, is going to save ground to the inside of the leading group, who's 6 wide around this first turn. At the back gets Cozy Rags. Life Talk secures the front, and Life Talk is in front, is up by a neck. Most of all is going to stalk in second as they hook up with the backstretch now. They went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. At even money, it's Life Talk who's in front. Most of all is right there in second. Vino Rouge is in the clear in third. At the rail, it's a ground-saving trip for Dolomite, who was with the early tempo, was taken back into that first turn, is now in the 4th spot, and Shimmering Allure is still wide. 4 wide is in the 5th spot. Now moving forward, in between horses, here comes Ringy Dingy, Cozy Rags, and the Triller. Caldwell Loves Gold. Tightly bunched here. They went 48-3 for that half-mile time, and Life Talk is in command. It's Life Talk who's trying to shrug off the challenge from Most of All, who's trying to come right back at this leader, is now within a half length of the leader. Dolomite is looking for room down towards the inside. Shimmering Allure is wide, but here comes Shimmering Allure to the outside of Vino Rouge. Dolomite is looking to get off the rail, is right in behind the favorite with nowhere to go. It's Life Talk who's in front. 1:13 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Shimmering Allure to the outside. Dolomite just looking for that seam, and here comes Dolomite's run. It's between these 3 right now as Life Talk is kicked away. Life Talk is finding more. Shimmering Allure continues to chase. Dolomite is now wandering towards the outside, but Life Talk has a furlong left to go, and Arad Ortiz Jr. and Life Talk are opening up the margin in the Demoiselle. A quick look back, but it's going to be all Life Talk to win the Demoiselle and do it impressively. It's Life Talk who gets the win. Shimmering Allure, then came Dolomite, and most of all, final running time, 1 minute, 51 seconds flat.
Life Talk leads them every step of the way. What a job from Arad Ortiz Jr. here, being aggressive early and taking it to this field.
Absolutely. Listen, speed's been good today. She fired out of the gate, made the lead nicely into the first turn, set down moderate, steady fractions, basically 12s to every eighth, right? 24, 48 and 3, 113. And she had plenty left when Shimmering Allure, came calling. Shimmering Allure, tough trip. There were about 7 of them stacked up across the track. Shimmering Allure was about 5 wide in that first turn, where your favorite got to sit the good trip, but she created her own trip, and I don't want to detract from her effort, particularly coming out of the Breeders' Cup. A lot of times you'll see horses that coming out of the Breeders' Cup not be as sharp in the next start. Not the case here, and Todd Pletcher with his 9th Demoiselle victory.
And already, this year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies has been much more productive than last year's.
Yes.
It took till November of the 3-year-old season for someone to come out of last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and win again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just already kind of complements this 2-year-old filly division. And just FYI, who will be your 2-year-old filly champion? I think this also, complements her for sure. Shimmering Allure ran a really good race. She was hung out 4 to 5 wide on both turns, and I think she did good to be second, because this is a track that you've wanted to be forward and you've wanted to save ground, and she just never had that opportunity. No fault of Junior Alvarado's. It's just the way the race shaped up.
Yeah, you got to keep that in mind when you look at this performance from Shimmering Allure. It was a big effort in a runner-up finish. Life Talk, though, takes it to him early. Arad Ortiz Jr., Todd Pletcher, Poli Stable. You had to think they were looking at the way things were playing today and said, let's just dictate things on the front end.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Todd Pletcher is one of the sharpest people I've ever been around in this game in my life. Obviously a Hall of Famer already. And Irad Ortiz Jr., what can you say? He's wrapping up another Eclipse Award-winning year. And they have great communication. And I'm sure the conversation was, hey, speed's good. Come out of there running. If we can dictate it, go ahead. And Todd's never bashful about allowing his horses to use speed.
He's the best in the business, and almost a lock for another Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider, which will be announced in January. Arad Ortiz Jr. just keeps on rolling. Bill Shoemaker Award yet again after a 3-win Breeders' Cup Championship weekend, including in the Classic on White Barrio. And he's got potentially strong Oaks candidate right here.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to say so. I will say this, watching her warm up, despite all my, reservations about her, coming out of the Breeders' Cup, she could not have looked any better.
3-7-2-4 finish. It's Life Talk, bringing Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher a 9th victory in the Demoiselle. Still to come, the boys' turn in the Remsen on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. And last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, his little brother, looking to follow in his footsteps. Can Dornock get a Remsen win and some Derby points for next year? We're 2 races away.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap.
130-40, 130-40, Roger, 140,000.
120, map PC, 120,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back on America's Day at the races on our FS2 coverage. Got beat in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, but Life Talk bounces right back with a win in the Grade 2 Demoiselle to collect some points for next year's Kentucky Oaks and a 9th win in this race for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Fletcher.
Yeah, listen, she got comfortable, beautiful stride on the lead. Ears were up, happy as could be. Ira did a really good job, gave her a nice breather until she felt the presence of Shimming Allure making a run at her, and then set her down, and she just kept finding. And we would be remiss not to talk about her sire, Gun Runner, and just what an incredible start as a stallion he's gotten off to. He's just getting all kinds of runners, and this filly was already a Grade 1 place filly. Now she's a Grade 2 winner.
And never a bad thing to know that you appreciate a mile and an eighth. That's going to be the distance of the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I think
it's Friday in May.
It's a separating, right? It's a dividing line. You know, horses can get up to a 1-turn mile, but a 2-turn, 9 furlongs, this was a big effort.
On board for the win, and those tactics going to the front, paying off. Arad Ortiz Jr. with Maggie.
Here with winning rider Arad Ortiz Jr. and Life Talk, a horse that you're familiar with, Irad. And you're so in the zone right now because obviously she may have been best, but you're paying so close attention to how this track is playing. I saw you warming her up to get that early position.
Yeah, first of all, I talked to a trainer. He told me try to stay close. And even you have to use a little bit early, and she warmed him up a little quiet, so I tried to wake him up, and she did quick. So she was on the muscle. She broke clear, she broke clean and fast out of there. So I let him do her thing, and she made the lead easy. After that, you sit on it and wait the time to go.
Irad, we'll see you in the next race. Another horse you're very familiar with, and Good Sam. Talk a little bit about the game plan with her from that far outside, though we're going the 1-turn mile.
She's a leader. You have to be patient with her, yeah. And I mean, I think we have some get him under gas, have some speed on the race, or other horse inside maybe go with her and just try to be patient and make the last run.
All right, Ira, congratulations. Nice way to kick off this stake sequence. Go get your picture taken.
Thank you.
All right, Arad Ortiz, we'll see him next in the Go for One aboard Good Sam, but nice way to kick things off here with Life Talk, guys.
On whenever there's big days, it's quite often we call his name quite a bit.
Well, listen, he's the leading rider in the country. Races won, money won. He rides with the same kind of intensity, the same hunger, if you will, whether it's a lower level race, a 10-claimer, or a Grade 1. He's in demand, and he's got one of the best agents in the history of horse racing in Steve Rush and booking mounts for him. So you know he's going to be on live horses.
Yeah, we said it before many times, but he has that Mamba-like mentality of Kobe Bryant had. Just no matter what kind of race it is, he has that desire to win. As we take a look at the Pick 6 carryover, how it's played out so far, it's been some upsets, even though we have an even money favorite. Winning the Demoiselle, 2 big upsets to begin it. Go for Wand is next, Grade 3. And we'll see Arad Ortiz Jr. on one of the 2 in here for Chad Brown. Good Sam with that outside post.
Yeah, who's taking all the money now at 6-5 from that outside post. And, you know, short, kind of smaller select field with 2 scratches, right? We only have 5 runners now, but it'd be interesting to see if Dr. B could kind of find her form from last year's Go for One from the inside. And again, I think when you're looking at these races, you want horses that are going to be forward. You're just not seeing the majority of races won from horses from well back.
Yeah. As for Dr. B, she won this race last year. As you said, it was a sloppy sealed track that day. That was the race of her life. Doesn't get that same type of track, but she does get some moisture in it today.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that plays into her hands here from Butch Reed. Jose Lescano will ride. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. What a duo they have. Curlin, Good Magic, and a son of Good Magic who's a full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. Starting to put it all together with that maiden win at Keeneland last time out for Danny Gargan, and now comes his graded stakes debut.
Yeah, listen, Danny Gargan spoke about this horse in reverent tones before he ever ran. He was good in Saratoga, running second, sprinting in the slop. Went to Monmouth, was runner-up in a stakes race. Put it all together in his 3rd start, and still, I think, a work in progress. Running on his wrong lead that day, but drawing away through the stretch.
Mile and 1/8 in the Grade 2 Remsen, and here's who Dornock will line up against. Easy to see virtually anyone in this field taking a huge move forward. Lightly raced 2-year-olds. domestic product I know you're very intrigued in for trainer Chad Brown. He owns a win at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, the only horse in the race to win at the mile and an eighth distance. In fact, the only horse in the race to run at the mile and eighth distance up to this point. And I was impressed with how he stayed into the bridle, how far he carried Manny Franco into the race. A lot of times young horses will start to come off the bit. Even if they're winning, you see their stride changing, deteriorating. I thought this horse was very strong to the wire going the mile and eighth. He has to take a step forward, but these are young horses, and I believe that step forward is in there.
Chad Brown with another horse in here. It cost $2.3 million at auction. Sierra Leone won first time out at a mile. We'll see him to come as well in just start number 2 in Graded Stakes Company coming up. More live coverage from Jamaica. Rajiv and Andy, they're on a boat, I think. Hopefully they're at Caymanas Park. Mouttet Mile still to come when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered. Accountability is demanded. And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Spun to run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Live coverage from Jamaica still coming up with their main event, the Mouttet Mile, as you get a look at Jamaica National Stadium, home to the Jamaica national soccer team, track and field teams as well. It's where Usain Bolt got his start in racing.
That's really cool. I'm such a big Usain Bolt fan. I mean, geez, if you can't appreciate and admire his athletic prowess.
He captivated the world. Wow. 35,000 it seats. But we're going to take you to Caymanas Park with that Mouttet Mile coming up. 11th on the card and 16 will line up. Among that group, long shot Duke, Rajiv Mirage uncle, Alan, will ride at 62 years of age. Let's go to Rajiv for more.
We're here with someone really close to me, my uncle, jockey Alan Mirage, who will be piloting Duke in today's Mouttet Mile. Alan, you've been riding now as a jockey for 46 years. What does it mean for you to be riding on the biggest stage in the Caribbean at this age and the success you've had riding here in Jamaica?
Well, it's mean a lot for, you know, when you want to do something and you can be able to do it, it's a big deal because a lot of people right now would like to do things and they can't do it. So my thing is, if you can do something, do it while you can do it.
Amazing. So today you'll be riding Duke, a horse that you almost upset the apple cart last year, finishing second as a rank outsider, 70-1. This year you come in as even a bigger outsider, 99-1 on the morning line. What do you feel about your chances and what would be your strategy coming into the race?
Well, my tragedy is that usually when I'm riding, I work with the horse. I see how the race running. I try to get the most of him, and you know, you never know what can happen. But last year he was like a better horse. This year, it's not on his best, but I think he should run okay. For he proved that he run a mile okay. So let us see and hope for the best.
So this year you created history, winning the Jamaica Derby, 62 years old. What would it feel like to you to add the Mouttet Mile to that?
Well, that would be like icing on the cake for the next you know, to come back and winning Derby and those. Just to come back and riding was mean a big deal. So like
awesome.
All those extra things is like icing on the cake.
All right, congratulations on your success and best of luck today. Back to you guys.
Pretty incredible. In his 60s, runner-up finished at 70-1 last year, and who knows what price, 99-1 as high as the tote board goes, but a chance to be part of the mix again.
I think it's fantastic. And look at the shape he's in. I mean, you could just see. I mean, he doesn't look like a typical 62-year-old and still in fantastic shape. And really admire that he has the ability to do it and the desire to still do it. And what he said, if you have the ability and the opportunity to do it, because there will be a day. And for every jockey, just like every athlete, there's a last ride. For a baseball player, there's a last at bat. Do it as long as you can. And it gives me hope. If he can still do it at 62, never know. Could be a comeback.
Oh, boy. I can't afford to lose you on the set. I need you, buddy. Grade 3 Go for Wand coming up next, named after one of the all-time greats in this sport for Christiana Stables, champion 2- and 3-year-old filly. This is a look at her Alabama victory. Won the test 7 furlongs. Comes back and wins the 1 1/4 Alabama. In that 1990 campaign, also won the Ashland, the Beldame, Mother Goose, and the Masquette, which is now named after her.
Yeah, and there with the late, great Randy Romero, Hall of Fame rider, celebrating this victory. And you think about the test going 7 furlongs. It was less than 2 weeks between the test and the Alabama. Incredible job by Billy Badgett for Christiana Stable. And as a matter of fact, Rosemary Hennig galloped Go for Wand throughout her career. And what an incredible record she put together.
This year's edition, Compact 5 filly and mare field. It's Good Sam right now. It's even money for Chad Brown with a Rat Ortiz Jr., and there she is. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, if you heard me talking to Rat Ortiz Jr. a little bit earlier about Good Sam, he said she can be a little tricky. She can. But last time, it seemed as though we didn't see her up to her usual antics, the tail swishing, the reluctancy to really kind of level off and put her head down. It felt like she really finally put it all together. And she seems very relaxed, much like she was last time in the paddock. So we'll see how things play out for her. The wide trip, does she get one today from that outside post with other speed to her inside, including her stablemate Gerrymander, who is tough to trust. I will say that. But last time, it was almost a walkover. But she was a lot more relaxed. She is a horse that can get very nervous prior to her starts. And today, she's even more relaxed than that former start. So we'll see if that relays into a good effort this time around in the Go for Wand, Greg.
Post parade, Dr. B, the 2 already went by for Butch Reed, won this race last year on a wet track. Here's Venti Valentine.
Yeah, Venti Valentine has a good race now and then, but her good race has to be a little better to face some of these.
I thought dangerous here. Tizzy in the sky, primed for a move forward for Tad Pletcher.
Yeah, comes off a big effort, and she possesses speed.
Here's Gerrymander, won over $500,000 in her career for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Comes off a 25-length win, albeit in a 2-horse field.
Yeah. And Good Sam, the other one from that stable for Chad Brown as well, with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Well, Irad knows her well. This is her 6th start. The only pilot she's ever had is Irad, and Maggie talked about her can be a little bit tricky. She should be well placed from the outset.
Well, let's look at the 6-5 favorite. Good Sam, and this was an allowance victory back on October 4th. Hadn't seen her since late July. And she was much the best against this group, including Three Rivers, and a promising filly, put her away pretty easily.
Yeah, listen, this is a step up, but this was a really nice race from her. You could see the confidence that Rat Ortiz was exuding with her turning for home, really quiet on her until she hit the front, and then had to keep her to task to, like, hey, don't get to looking around or any of your little tricks. Horses are herd animals. Some of them run good when they have a target or they have company, but that was a really nice effort from her. I'm honestly looking for Dr. B to kind of rebound and find one of her better races. It just feels like she can be forward. She has good speed. And Jose Lezcano, another guy that's very in tune with the racetrack.
Meanwhile, here's the Pletcher filly, Tizzy in the Sky. In her last 2 starts, even though she got beat last time out, prior to that, she won by 9 1/4. That was a stakes race where she dismissed by a neck. She's reached a different level in the kind of races she's been running.
No, she really has, and I actually like the turn back to the 1-turn mile for her. She's a filly that has speed going 2 turns, and people shouldn't mistake the fact that 47 and change going 2 turns here at Aqueduct is more than legitimate fractions. So I think it'll translate well to the 1-turn mile.
Luis Saez will be aboard. And she'll cut back, as Mig mentioned, from 1 mile and 1/8. Let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, Wolfie, look, I think the 3 outside horses are the horse to beat in here. I'm not telling you anything based on the odds that we're seeing here. Tizzy in the Sky is the one I prefer the most. I think that she's got a lot of good natural speed. She's tactical away from there. She's also, she's kind of figured it out. And she's got some back races that really suggest that maybe she could kind of jump up here. And I like the 5-2 that you're going to get here. The 6 Gerrymander, this is a horse that I feel like I've chased a few times. I think a couple times up at Saratoga, she really projected to get this perfect setup, and she still didn't take advantage of it and wasn't able to get it done. And, look, I know she won by 25 last time. She was supposed to win by 25 last time based on the race. I think she's always shown a little bit of talent, but at a shorter price, I'm just going to need for her to prove it to me. Now, don't get me wrong. She wins this race. Maybe she's kind of figured it out, and then maybe next year, or later this year, there's not a lot of time this year. I guess maybe next year I could consider her in some of these spots, but she's going to have to prove it to me. And the 7, Good Sam, this is definitely the Chad Brown that I prefer. She just seems a little bit slower than these other horses, and that's why I'm going to stick with the 5, Tizzy in the Sky.
Well, JK, proof that I can be bought as the New York Final Furlong guys, always supportive with the swag as I'm wearing the Kentucky Oaks Fenty Valentine hat. But truth be told, I've liked this filly going into this race, and she is the rank outsider in this group. But you look back at her body of work at a 1-turn mile, especially here at Aqueduct, and they are her best performances. So I'm going to try with her, and yes, the track might be a little bit against her, but she isn't devoid of early speed. So, and furthermore, she just looks sensational. I mean, she is dappled head to toe. She's really touting herself from a physical perspective. But I do want to talk about what Jonathan mentioned with the outside 3. And the one that definitely looks best is number 5, Tizzy in the Sky. If anything, she moved forward, having watched her warm up. She is moving so well out on the racetrack. My concern, though, is that I feel like she is a horse that is best around the 2 turns, because I feel like she could face some more pace presence in here. Though we know that Luis Saez is very aggressive, but also she ran well without Lasix going back to turn back the alarm, but I wonder if she's going to be able to put 2 races back-to-back without that. So a little bit concerning with that lack of the medication there, but there's no doubt about it, Greg. She is doing well, at least heading into this effort.
Oh, good to hear that she looks the part. She's run the part the last 2 races, just has reached a new stratosphere, and we'll see if she can keep it going in here. She had a big race at 1 mile at this track when she broke her maiden last year. So we'll see if she can do it again today. Meanwhile, the 2, Dr. B, we talked about the biggest performance of her career. It came in this race last year on that sloppy sealed track. Can Butch Reed do it with her again?
Yeah, I mean, listen, she has to get back to one of her better races. But, if you go back through her form, and I kind of started digging a little bit deeper, and maybe I'm trying to make a case for her, but her honorable miss, she's chasing just a superior rival in Echo Zulu. And she did not cave. I mean, she was second best. Echo Zulu was best. But when you're chasing a superior rival, sometimes it just kind of starches you, right? She was still able to outgame Frank's Rocket, who's a very good mare in her own right. And I think today, stretching to the mile, at Aqueduct, where her biggest performance came last year. In this same race, you get a very smart rider in Jose Lezcano who pays attention and understands the way the track's playing. I think she's forward. It potentially could even make the lead here. I know there's other speed, but from the rail, there's more of a sense of urgency. So I'm taking a little bit of a flyer with Dr. B, but if she can get back to one of her better races, I think she's a major player here.
Yeah, and it's an interesting path where she's been. You say, well, she's not coming into this race as sharp as she was last year. I don't know. She faced the boys in Gunite, who I know got beaten that Parks Dirt Mile last time out. Interesting spot Butch Reed put her in against the boys.
And at a racetrack, we see a sloppy track. Oh, well, she lost a sloppy track against the boys. That track at Parks that day was a different kind of slop, and some horses just did not handle it whatsoever. And you go track to track, they're different.
There's Tizzy in the sky stepping in. It's Good Sam from the outside. 1-2 for Chad Brown, who's the favorite. Grade 3, go for one. Well, we go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Is in. All set for the go for one. And they're off. Dr. B flashes early speed. Tizzy in the sky is right there. Gerrymander and Good Sam out wider. It is going to be Dr. B who's in front, and Dr. B immediately off the rail is now a neck in front of Gerrymander, who's going to stalk from second as they come out of the chute. Tizzy in the sky is well settled in third. Good Sam is out wider in fourth. The early trailer, Venti Valentine, head and head up the backstretch. Dr. B and Gerrymander, they're a clear 1-2. It's Dr. B who's now a neck back in front, 22.56 for that pressured early tempo. Gerrymander is now back to 3/4 of a length, back in second. Then comes Tizzy in the sky. Starts to get the hurry up here from Luis Saez, and Good Sam is following that move. They are 4 lengths off the leader. The trailer is Venti Valentine. They work into the far turn. 45 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Dr. B is in front. Gerrymander starts to move back in. And here's Gerrymander now back to within a neck of the leader. And Gerrymander is just looming up on the outside, but Dr. B is finding more to the inside. Good Sam starts a rally. Venti Valentine and Tizzy in the sky. They approach a 1/4 mile left to go, and Dr. B is still there. It's Dr. B who now kicks, and Dr. B is trying to run them off their feet in the go for one. Here comes Dr. B opening up that margin up by 3. Good Sam is up alongside the outside of Gerrymander, Tizzy in the sky, Venti Valentine, but it's still Dr. B who's finding Dr. B with a 16th to go. Good Sam has run up into second, but it's going to be Dr. B in the go for one. Dr. B wins it. Tizzy in the sky up for second. Venti Valentine. Final running time, 1:36.49 seconds.
First win for Dr. B since her victory in this same race last year. Back-to-back victories in the Grade 3 go for one for this 5-year-old mare.
And just the same exact style, same fashion as last year's go for one win. She was hustled from the inside. Jose Lezcano had a plan for trainer Butch Reed, who doesn't ship to New York unless his horses are doing well and really belong. And same fractional time for the half here, 45, and she just kept skipping along and finding. This was a big effort.
So 4-1, and let's go back to the beginning of the race.
Yeah, keep an eye on Jose Lezcano. She broke, well, but you could see. Look at the way he's, you could really see it with the white reins. Really shaking the reins out, allowing the pop on her neck and go on. And he was intent on making the lead. The fractions were more than legitimate. They were quick, but she just kept finding. I turned to you when they were leaving the chute and said, if she's going to win, this is how she's going to win. Speed is dangerous, and she kept finding. This was a big effort for this daughter of Liam's Map, and a really heads-up ride from Jose Lezcano. Speed is dangerous. We've seen it all day. Speed is a commodity you want to have. It's just a big advantage, and Dr. B at 4-1 gets it done. Tizzy in the Sky really tried hard, and Venti Valentine, your longest shot in the race to round out your try, but no doubt about it, Dr. B just ran them off their feet.
Tizzy in the Sky just much further back than it seems like she's comfortable doing. Still ran a good race to try and make up ground. Tough to do it from how far back she was.
Yeah, I mean, but she just got outfooted. The fractions were fast, and that Luis Saez was trying to motivate her to stay close. And the fact that she didn't throw in the towel, being out of her comfort zone, you got to give her props for the effort. But
Speed is dangerous. Dr. B went to her strength. Let's go.
Her strength is winning this race. Now back-to-back years the go for Wand. And Butch Reed, we say all the time, whenever he shows up in New York, it's usually with strong intention. And does it again here. Jose Lezcano aboard for the win. 2-5, 3-7 finish to the grade 3 go for Wand. 6th win of this 5-year-old mare's career. She goes back-to-back in this graded stake. We're going to take a timeout. Prices for you when we return. And we'll get on the Triple Crown Trail. One of the final stops of the 2-year-old season as we turn the page to next year with a Remsen coming up next.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races and the Graded Stakes action underway. And I hope you're playing along with your Naira Bets account. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, wash and repeat as Dr. B goes back-to-back in Go for Wand editions. Please be joined by her conditioner, Butch Reed. And Butch, as you said, a little frustrating that it took a year to get back to the winner's circle, but she wasn't facing champions today.
No, this is what I don't want to say is easier, but a little bit easier spot for her today, and she came through with fine colors. We, after her last couple starts, we actually gave her a couple of weeks out on the farm, kind of freshen up her head a little bit, because she, she had run against the toughest of the tough and held her own, but wasn't quite getting the job done, so we gave her a little time off. 3 or 4 nice breezes coming back, and it paid off today.
When you have a class horse like her, who obviously has been running, how important is it to kind of sweeten them up, freshen them up with a little turnout time?
Oh, it's pays, obviously what it paid its rewards today. But, yeah, and she tries, such a hard trier. It's not like she's taking races off. She's going to try every time, even if she doesn't quite get the job done. She gives her best effort.
And how about Jose Lezcano? He came out of the gate with intention. That's the way you need to ride this track today.
Absolutely. We have been watching the track all day, and he said it when he came out. Speed looks pretty good today. So there was a couple speedy ones on the outside, and we were just going to take it. I told him to take it the way he sees it, and he broke her sharp and was able to get his head in front, and it worked out well.
Well, but you're always well represented here in New York, getting a greatest stakes win today. Congrats.
That's great. Love winning these races in New York.
And he does. He brings them ready to rock and roll in Dr. B with back-to-back go-for-one wins. Greg?
Got beat off the bench coming back this year and then faced 3 races in a row. Yeah, a champion, and then faced the boys. Little class relief here.
Yeah, a little class relief here and playing to her strength. And, you know, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. And when you see a horse make the lead and get comfortable like that, and Butch Reed is just such a, you know, it's an interesting thing. The team, Butch Reed, a horseman's horseman, Jose Lascano, a jockey's jockey, a jockey that all riders respect because you know the guys you ride with that are truly talented and true competitors.
Coming up next is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And here we go, an early stop as we come to the end of the 2-year-old campaign for next year's Triple Crown Trail and the Kentucky Derby, and points on the line to get into that starting gate for the Derby. 1 1/8 test for these 2-year-olds. And last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, his little brother, Dornock, opens up as a 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, Dornock's got the pedigree, a lot to live up to with Mage, but the mare is obviously a producer, a horse that tipped his hand before he ever started that he had ability. Danny Gargan, his conditioner, always very high on this horse, and he delivered a big performance going 2 turns at Keeneland last time. Still a horse that can improve, too. Didn't change leads last time, was a little green, lugged in a bit. He can take a step forward. I like someone else, but this is a good competitive race.
And still to come, the main event from out in Jamaica. At Caymanas Park, the Mouttet Mile 16 will line up. And Mahogany, 7-2. I Am Fred, we heard earlier on, major player as well at 9-2. We're going to hear from one of the top trainers in Jamaica. Let's go to Rajiv Mirage.
We're here with Jamaican local champion trainer Jason DaCosta, who also has a stable overseas of 25 horses in Ohio. Jason, how important is a race day like today in the Mouttet Mile for the Jamaican horse racing community?
Oh, it's important. You know, it brings excitement and attention to the local horse racing industry. So a day like today is very important.
So today in the Mouttet Mile, you saddled 4 of the competitors, and 2 of them really stand out to be top competitors. Now, how is it going in with so many horses and instructions and all and strategy? How does that play into a race like today?
Oh, it's tough because every horse is different. Every horse gets a different instruction, and you got to use it to your you have to use it to your advantage. You know, when you have more than 1 horses, you know, one goes to the lead, one stalks, one comes from off the pace. So instructions is key.
So if you had to pick your top one, who would it be today?
That's a tough question. All of them are peaking at the right time. You know, She's My Destiny is the form horse. You know, she's coming off of 4 consecutive wins. I Am Fred is a old class horse. Mama Mia, she's a young 3-year-old coming off of a hot classic campaign. So I mean, it's tough to pick a top one, but I'm just hoping for the best.
Well, I'm sure any one of them that wins, you'll be happy with it. So we wish you all the best, and good luck later on. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Rajiv. Yeah, Jason DaCosta is going to send out 4 in the race, and maybe it's where the leading rider shows up, who's his best chance. That's She's My Destiny and Rayon Lewis. As you take a look at the full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Dornock, finally putting it all together in that maiden win at Keeneland last time out, winning by 5+ lengths. He'll get his first test at Graded Stakes Company coming up, and he's owned in part by Jason Worth, 15-year Major League Baseball veteran, former World Series champion with the Phillies back in 2008. We'll be back.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance
all the way out. 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets.
It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his Dates with Destiny in front, a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gary Stevens, and Cresa draws into contention running fourth. Ave's flag switched to the outside for the run into the final furlong. Western Echo is the leader. Thunder Gulch is now second. Mighty McGee third toward the inside. 5 lengths back to Cresa and Ave's flag. Western Echo trying to hold off one more challenge from Thunder Gulch, and Thunder Gulch has taken the lead at the 16th pole. It's Thunder Gulch in front, Western Echo second, Mighty McGee third. Thunder Gulch prevails by a head.
That was the 1994 edition of the Remsen Stakes, and Thunder Gulch coming off a fourth in the Nashua. He's moved to the D. Wayne Lucas barn. He puts Gary Stevens aboard, and then everything changed.
Yeah, and there's a young Todd Pletcher walking in with the overcoat there. And Thunder Gulch was difficult as a two-year-old. Did you see, Acacia, how badly he was lugging in through the stretch? Gary Stevens did some job keeping him straight, and it's a fine line you're walking. You can't slow them down so much that it costs them the race, but you also have to correct them so they don't bother the horse inside of them.
Yeah, he wasn't even really urging him forward, just trying to keep him straight, and luckily he took him there towards the wire.
Last Remsen winner to win the Kentucky Derby, a stablemate would beat him in the Preakness, then he'd come back and win the Belmont. Acacia Clement joining us here on set as we get set for a stop on next year's Triple Crown Trail here. Points on the line for the Kentucky Derby in 2024 in this Grade 2 Remsen as we take a look at the Aqueduct Derby prep schedule. Remsen coming up, the Jerome, January 6th, the Withers, Gotham, and then the Wood final stop worth 100 points and just about automatic entry there on April 6th. As we get set for our Spendthrift Farm two-year-old race of the day, there is the full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage Dornoch. Danny Gargan, his trainer, said the thing he thought was most impressive about his maiden win last time out was after he passed the wire, he switched leads and the way he galloped out.
Yeah, but the switching leads is the thing that's a little bit concerning. You can see he's hanging on that inside left lead, leading with his left foreleg. You saw Luis Saez try to get him to switch once. Acacia, he wouldn't do it. He wants to lay in. So there's a forward move in this horse. When he starts putting it all together and doing things properly, and the fact that once he got to his right lead, he found another gear.
Yeah, I'm glad he switched leads, but doing it on the gallop out after the wire at this stage is a big concern for me. Now, it's interesting. He's the full brother to Mage. They could not look any more different. I mean, this is a huge bay horse, whereas Mage is kind of a more compact chestnut. So I've always thought a little bit more distance should suit him. I'm curious to hear Maggie's thoughts on him, but I think he's still figuring things out.
Let's get a paddock report. We head downstairs to Maggie now.
Yeah, you'll only have to get out another half a furlong here with this 9 furlongs. So that's not a concern for me whatsoever. And having not seen him since the debut, he does look a lot more fit and defined. He just kind of looked like a raw product in that first race. So I like what I'm seeing here. Still, though, same aggressive demeanor, but also kind of keeping a lid on it. So maybe is that giving us a preview of the fact that maybe we will see a more professional horse? Now, his possession of some early foot obviously helps his chances over this racetrack today. So really all things looking good for your favorite in here, but he is going to have to face a two-pronged attack from the Chad Brown barn. And we'll start with the horse who's already proven at this distance and kind of interestingly, a son of Practical Joke, who you tend to think of more a sprinting type of sire, but this guy won going the 9 furlongs in the right kind of way. He was hard into the bridle with Manny Franco aboard from the start, and the fact that he won with so much left, it just screams to the fact that this is a horse that wants this distance, is talented, and he's another one that, I mean, in the debut, I said massive, not all the way fit. He has really turned inside out, and this guy looks the part in the paddock. I love what I'm seeing from Domestic Product, as Sierra Leone, interestingly enough, they paid $2.3 million for this guy. So he's trying to recoup some of that. He's gotten off to the right start and winning the debut, in which I thought he looked as though he needed a start. So the fact that he won, you know, shows me that A, he's talented, and B, it's probably just him, because he has a physical more like a 4-year-old rather than a 2-year-old looking at him. I don't see much difference, to be perfectly honest, from first start to second start. But the thing is I also thought, in addition to not looking that fit, that he'd want even more ground. Well, he gets it here, so I think he should relish this. We'll just see, does he show a bit more foot than that debut? I think he's going to need to today. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Never easy. And here's the debut to win going around a ground in your debut. Sierra Leone was able to do that, overcoming some trouble. And he's getting start number 2 in Graded Stakes Company coming up next.
What I liked about it was that he was in behind horses. He had to take kickback. When he got out to the clear, he was still a little green, veered in a bit when he switched to his right lead, got straightened out, lowered his head, and you could really see the gun runner influence in his stride, the way he lowered his head and really finished occasion.
When he does kind of lower himself, you see how he extends in the way that he covers ground. And on top of the physical comments from Maggie, as far as the pedigree and the way that he covers the ground, it all gives you the clue that he should appreciate more distance. Now, it was definitely an educational debut as well. He was a little bit antsy in the starting gate beforehand. He didn't get off that quickly. He was kind of running in stops and starts a little bit. And then when he did level off, he pulled away, but he's going to have to be more professional today. But he obviously showed that he had some tenacity and he had ability in that first start.
Jose Ortiz locked in. He'll be on Sierra Leone for the Graded Stakes debut coming up. I want to remind everyone playing today, Bet Aqueduct's Remsen with a $20 Derby Prep bonus. Hit a win wager of $25 on any one horse in this race. You'll get an extra $20. All you have to do, opt in at NyraBets.com to take advantage. Chad Brown talking over strategy with his pilots here. Domestic Product has Manny Franco, the 2. Jose Ortiz, as we talked about, on Sierra Leone, the 7. And here's Where's Chris? Rick Dutrow barn going extremely good right now. He has said, I'm not back yet, even though he won the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic with White Apario. It seems like he's back as well as he's been doing, and he is a very talented 2-year-old here in this one.
What I liked about this effort was he was facing a very fast and accomplished horse already in Bookham Dano. And Bookham Dano had everything his own way. He had to do the dirty work, keeping him honest on the lead. He kept finding, and his stride never deteriorated, Acacia.
No, it's true. He definitely improved quite a bit in this start. In the Nashua, it was also a huge jump up as far as figures were concerned. The one thing that I wonder about is that he was a big price that day. Rick Dutrow himself even admitted that this horse was a surprise. Is he going to be able to repeat that? He was the one that did the dirty work chasing Bookham Dano, but the race was dominated on the front end. Nobody really closed to try and make any dent beyond those two. Bilal kind of ran in place in there. So I want to see it again from Where's Chris?
Forward's been a good place to be, though, today as we kick off our post parade for the Remsen. And here's Ladon Bro. Could he be a problem for Dornoch with his speed?
Well, he has speed and he has the inside, so he kind of simplifies his strategy.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Here's Domestic Product.
Did have that win at the mile and an eighth distance. He boasts something that nobody else does.
Here's the full brother to this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage Dornock.
Has the pedigree and a nice win going 2 turns at Keeneland.
Moonlight for Todd Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Second last time out, the field was all strung out in the street sense on a wet track.
Brad Cox with drum roll, please, a wide trip and a maiden win last out.
Yeah, finally put it all together, making his 4th start here, so he has foundation.
Bilal chased, where's Chris? He'll take blinkers off today for Bill Mott.
He was my pick that day, and I wish that he had had a little bit more punch. I've always felt more ground will be better. We'll see if he can show more focus without the blinkers.
Here's that $2.3 million son of gun runner for Chad Brown.
Yeah, gun runner, the sire, looking for the Demoiselle Remsen double.
Nashua winner, where's Chris? He was a surprise that day. He won't be a surprise today.
No, he's still 8-1. We'll see if he can repeat that big effort. It was just 2 points slower than the impressive win from Dornock.
We'll get back to Copper Tax. Before you dismiss him, he has reeled off 5 in a row. He showed a lot of heart. And then Private Desire, the other Todd Pletcher from the outside with Jose Lizcano.
A very fast maiden win, and that was when he was able to control things, taking the lead. Last time he was off slow by several lengths and then pretty erratic. Does he get out of the gate better today?
So back to Copper Tax. This horse reeled off 4 consecutive wins, and then he won last time out, missing the break and just getting up in time. He was last early in that race. That's a horse who wants to be forward.
Yeah, he wants to be forward. He knows how to win. He is a horse that has found that winning habit. Now, this is the toughest test he's facing so far, but you have to appreciate and admire his ability and his consistency. And Gary Capuano, for people who aren't familiar in the New York area, the Capuano family have been winning races in Maryland for as long as I can remember.
This would be, though, his first graded stakes win since 2005 in the Salvatore Mile. But it makes you think he must feel like he has a very good horse to make this trip.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, Gary Capuano, trainer of Captain Bodget, and he's had success with bringing horses here to New York before. But I think that the whole Capuano family, to echo what Richie said, I mean, Dale and Gary in the Mid-Atlantic, they do a terrific job with their horses. This guy did win at a mile. And last time he was actually bumped by another horse. He was a little sluggish coming out, but that invites you to be kind of taken out of it. He was bumped by another horse that was breaking in at the gate in that last effort, getting a nice warm-up today.
Now let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. His pedigree precedes him. J.K. Dornock, the full brother to this year's Derby winner, the 3-2 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Remsen, right, and this time of the year with 2-year-olds, you're looking for which one of these horses wants to go the 9 furlongs. And a lot of times that's what it is. I mean, sometimes just really darn good horses win the race. You look back to 2021 when Zandon and Mo Donegal were involved in that race, went on to both be Grade 1 winners. But here, to me, it just feels like Dornock is the fastest horse and a horse I know is going to want the distance. Being a full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, going 1.25 miles, you'd like to think the 9 furlongs shouldn't be a problem. The horse is a short price. If you're looking for an alternative, the 2 horses that I would look to, and the only 2 horses that I would look to, are the 4 Moonlight for Todd Pletcher. Todd Pletcher knows how to get horses ready to run 2 turns on the dirt. And I'd like to think that there might not be a better trainer in the world at doing so, as long as he's done it. I think Moonlight is interesting. And the 2 Domestic Product, I was wrong in the Demoiselle about Dolomite. She ran well enough, but the same thing it goes for this horse. This horse has gone the 9 furlongs, and I do believe Chad's training style fits horses that are trying to go long at this young of an age. Maggie, are any of these horses really jumping off the page at you or off the racetrack at you, and I really want to go 9 furlongs today, please?
Yeah, well, obviously the horses who have demonstrated that they can do so in Domestic Product, and obviously your favorite in here, Dornock. But where's Chris, who does come off the win in the Nashua? He's not necessarily screaming it to me, the distance, but he is touting himself as the one that's going to be forward. He has been sharp throughout. They couldn't get the tack on him, honestly, which I hadn't seen from him in prior efforts. They had to do him on the walk, and he has just been a ball of energy throughout these entire preliminaries. So I think he's going to be tough to catch, though. I'm going to stick with my original pick in number 5. That's Drumroll Please, who isn't devoid of speed, that's for sure. Just looking great, continues to get stronger and put on muscle mass, and he's one I've always thought that the 9 furlongs was going to be right up his alley, and warmed up beautifully over this sealed surface, guys.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Drum roll, please. That wide trip and that maiden win on this surface. Last time out, Javier Castellano will be aboard as we get set for a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in the Remsen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a great competitive race. I've always loved the Remsen. It's really kind of a window into the future of who wants to stay the classic distances. I wound up on one Chad Brown, in case you wound up on the other. I like Domestic Product. I was very taken with his maiden win going the mile and a furlong distance.
I'm going to take a little stop with Sierra Leone. Obviously, it's a big jump up. I was actually between him and Drumroll Please, and I'm glad picked a different horses. Maggie's on that one, so maybe one of us between the 4 analysts on here will get the win, as this is an interesting race, and it's a good opportunity to see just really how much is in the tank with these 2-year-olds at the end of their 2-year-old season.
Now with Sierra Leone stepping in, his mom won the Grade 1 Alcibiades, the second dam multiple stakes winner, Grade 1 place as a 2-year-old. We are set for this Derby prep in the Grade 2 Remsen. This year's Kentucky Derby winner's little brother, Dornoch, the favorite, the 3. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Drum roll, please. 2 out. Copper Tax, Private Desire. Goes in. All set for the Remsen. And they're off. Slow start for Private Desire is now hustled for speed. Domestic Product is right there. So is Dornoch, and they are tightly bunched as they want the front here into that first turn. Dornoch will secure the front. This Domestic Product down towards the inside is back to second. Bilal is going to be 3 wide. Private Desire was off slowly, is rushed up and applies pressure. Private Desire is going to push the tempo, and Private Desire, tugging to the front, is now going to challenge Dornoch as they hook up with the back stretch. There's Bilal, well settled in third. Domestic Product on a tight hold here is in fourth at the rail there. Moving forward is Where's Chris is in the 5th position. Out in the center of the racetrack is Copper Tax. Then moving forward is Drum Roll Please. Tightly bunched on the front end. At the rail there is Ladom Bro. Moonlight is the gray. Sierra Leone is the trailer. It's about 12 lengths the trailer. They went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Dornoch is the leader. Bilal is right there, stalking from second. Private Desire has lost some ground in third. Domestic Product starts to move forward as at the rail in fourth. Where's Chris is in between horses in fifth. Copper Tax out wider. Shoved along is Ladom Bro. Drum Roll Please is going to corner wide. Here comes a run from Moonlight. Arad Ortiz Jr. is the gray. They're on the move, about to split rivals. Sierra Leone is still the trailer. 46-4, the half-mile time. Dornoch is the leader. Bilal is ready to challenge. Domestic Product got off the rail. Here comes a big run from Drum Roll Please from the back. Where's Chris is launching a rally, and here comes the big bounding strides of Sierra Leone from the back of the field. Up top, it's the top of the stretch, and it's Dornoch who's kicked. Dornoch is now opening up that margin. It's Dornoch who's up by 3-4 wide, just ducked in there. Sierra Leone is rolling. Here comes the big bounding strides of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone from last to first. This is a big effort. Battling on is Dornoch, who's back to second. Sierra Leone is lugging in. Dornoch is coming back. Dornoch not done. It's gonna be a photo! A photo, and I think Dornoch got there. Believe the magic. Dornoch battles back. Sierra Leone is in the photo. Then came Drum Roll Please. It's a tight photo. It looked like Dornoch in the Remsen.
What a finish in the Remsen. This race looked over Sierra Leone from last to first. But the Kentucky Derby winner's little brother not done yet on the inside. He may have got this.
Richie, I think you jinxed me, by the way, because you said good call with Sierra Leone, and then all of a sudden Dornoch came back on the inside. But what a valiant effort. And you have to say, Sierra Leone, who was last and came flying, he pulled himself up. He kind of stopped when he came alongside Dornoch, and Dornoch re-engaged at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this was some performance by both of these colts. I mean, very fast fractions Dornoch set. You know, to go a sub 47, half a mile for a 2-year-old, and then to fight, re-engage. But I agree with you. I think Sierra Leone kind of got there, got a little bit lost, and that momentary lapse of focus from him allowed Dornoch to re-engage. But you got to give him high marks for how game he was.
And it is Dornoch unofficially posted as your winner to re-rally like this. And from down on the inside, what an effort from Dornoch, and what an effort from Sierra Leone on a track that's been playing the horses forward.
Absolutely. He made that eye-catching run, and I apologize. I really did think he made a great call here, but I think these two horses really distinguished them as major players in this 2-year-old class, 3-year-old class going into next year. Sierra Leone in his second start to run that well with a racetrack playing against him. He's got a beautiful stride. And then Dornoch did change leads this time a little bit awkwardly, but they got him to do it by the 8th pole. And to run that fast to fractions and not say, oh, I'm done, give him high marks for his tenacity. These are two very good colts.
And look at this shot. He's passed.
What does this tell you about Dornoch and how much more he has to progress?
I know that Danny Gargan said before his first race, this is the best horse I've ever trained, and he's been high on him all along. To be completely honest, I was not seeing it. I was not in the camp of Dornoch coming into today with how green he was and just how kind of still unfurnished he seemed to be. But the fact that he showed tenacity and something that he's never had to do, Richie, last time he was well ahead of the rest of the field. He was allowed to kind of be playing in a little bit green. This time he had to show professionalism and he had to show that grit that we haven't seen from him yet. I thought this was a very impressive performance.
Very impressive, very fast early. Look, you know, he had every right to kind of say, okay, I'm beat. He didn't. He reached down. He found more. Sierra Leone making his second start, making that big run and passing horses wide on a track that's been playing kind to inside speed. Both of these horses are major players heading into the Spring Classics.
The stories that come out of this sport year to year, it's just incredible. The reigning Kentucky Derby winner's little brother, now one of the major contenders for next year's Kentucky Derby.
And how about this mare, Puka? I mean, she you know, has the Derby winner and now a horse that's a major player going in, you know, towards on the Derby trail, daughter of Big Brown. This is really cool. This is a good story.
Dornoch, Sierra Leone, and then a ways back to Drumroll Please and Moonlight. Derby winner's brother with the win. Main event still to come. The Cigar Mile will honor the all-time great who put together one of the great win streaks in all of sports, 16 in a row. That story when we come back.
Boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back at our Saturday coverage, Cigar Mile Saturday, which is coming up next of America's Day of the Races on FS2. What a thriller we just saw in this Kentucky Derby prep in the Grade 2 Remsen. That's how close that finish was. Sierra Leone, the 7 on the outside, had taken the lead. And then Kentucky Derby winner Mage, his little brother Dornoch, re-rallies from the inside under Luis Saez for the win.
There's a lot to take away from this, and it really high marks for both of these colts. Dornoch doing all the hard work, even though speed favoring track, those are fast fractions for a 2-year-old going the 9 furlongs. And Sierra Leone in his second start to make that big, bold, eye-catching move around the far turn.
Both of them with a lot of ability, and looking forward to seeing what the future holds.
Dornoch, now even bigger expectations after this Remsen victory. Maggie standing by with the man who led him into the winner's circle.
That's right, Randy Hill. And Randy, as we were just commenting, this is the new look, the new Randy. I like it.
When I come dressed like this, I come to win.
The tone down, I like it.
Exactly.
Well, talk about this guy. I mean, big shoes to fill with being the younger brother of the Derby winner, but he is well on his way to almost exceeding him.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. Look, we've all watched a lot of races. He was beat, and he just said no. And, he ran such a great race last time. He didn't change leads, and so coming in here, you felt confident. Speed was good. But when that horse went by, my heart fell down when he came back. That's the kind of horse you want, a horse that refused to be beat. So this is the first leg of a long journey, I hope.
And Randy, as fans, that's the kind of race we want to see. We love horses that show that heart. And two, you mentioned not switching leads in the maiden performance last time. He was so much more professional today.
Yep, that's Danny. You got to give Danny and his team a lot of credit. They've handled this great. I got a bunch of great partners. And, if we go to the Derby, that's going to be one hell of a party.
Oh, yeah, I can only imagine. Well, here's to hoping and wishing and Derby dreams.
Thanks so much, Maggie. Great to see you. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Randy Hill. Dornoch and the entire team look like they are at least making the first steps to that first Saturday in May, Greg.
It's always a thrill to win a big race, to win a graded stakes race, but to win a race on the road to the Kentucky Derby gets you a little more amped up.
Well, absolutely. To have a young horse that's shown this kind of ability, he has the pedigree to do it. His brother already did it. He's got a little bit to go to catch up to his brother. I mean, the Kentucky Derby is the Kentucky Derby, but this is exciting. And to do it in that game fashion, it really speaks volumes to that horse's heart and desire.
You can see a lot of impressive 2-year-olds that win races by just going out to the front, controlling things, doing things easily, and obviously there's a lot to be said for that too. But I think when you see one that can show a little bit of fight, that's what I really like to see at this stage of the game.
Back-to-back wins in this race for trainer Danny Gargan. Let's look at how tight things got on the fence for Dornoch.
Yeah, you can see Sierra Leone coming into him, leaning on him a little bit. But he was undeterred. He didn't seem bothered by that at all, and that's really bodes well. You think about the Kentucky Derby.
Especially because he's such a big horse.
He's a big horse. And think about the Kentucky Derby, 20-horse field. Look how close he is to the fence. And trust me, as close as it looks here, and he's just about brushing it here coming to the wire, it feels even closer and tighter when you're out there. Derby's a 20-horse field. You get a horse that's brave, help you in and out of spots. This was some race. This was a really good horse race and a lot of separation back to the third
Going
horse.
forward, though, do you want to see him continue to mature to be a horse that's not going to wait and continue to finish his races and not have to be put in a battle like that?
Yes, absolutely. And he actually kind of ducked in a little bit and brushed the rail a bit, which almost kind of surprised him and made him step out. And that's when he switched to his outside lead. So he's still figuring things out. But clearly there has been a progression in each one of his races. And you would imagine there's always a natural giant step forward from 2 to 3. There's a lot more in the tank for both of them.
Exciting. Full brother to this year's Kentucky Derby winner. Collecting points for next year's first Saturday in May, our ABR race of the week. That is coming up next. Grade 2 Cigar Mile and a 12-horse field that will line up 3 horses in this group coming out of races on championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup, including Senor Buscador, who took a run at the Classic.
And a horse that's been making a really nice impression physically. I watched him Paddock school here. I actually got to watch him work on the Belmont training track. He's really been impressive. I do think with his style, this track plays against him.
Here's one of 3 in the race for Chad Brown. That is Accretive. Rad Ortiz Jr. We'll have the mount here for Klarovich Stables. He's a horse who can be forward. John Velasquez, he'll be on Hoist the Gold. For Dallas Stewart has said if he can get clear run, he could put in a big run. And Javier Castellano on 3 Technique with our main event ahead.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
What's better than 1 fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills. This year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush with 3 furlongs to go, and Jerry Bailey turns him loose, and he guides him down to the rail as the field turns for home. Unaccounted for down inside, a 1/4 mile between Cigar and a perfect season, coming down to the last furlong with a 2.5 length lead, and Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has. The Carrier is a weakening second. On the inside, unaccounted for. On the outside, Solo the Matter. And here he is, the unconquerable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
That was a 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic, and not just one of the great win streaks in horse racing history. This is one of the great win streaks in all of sports history. What Cigar was able to put together, 16 in a row, 10 of them at the highest level, Grade 1 company all across the country, internationally as well, winning the Dubai World Cup. Just remarkable.
I think that's what made it really stand out. The fact that he did it all over the country, all over the world, I should say, right? And, you know, the team, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Hall of Famer Jerry Bailey, and Alan Paulson being such a sportsman that he took him on the road and showcased that incredible ability.
I thought it was so great when you heard Belmont say the feature on Cigar a little bit earlier in the show that he was like America's horse, and they really had an opportunity to celebrate him. And I think it's so awesome that we have such a deep competitive field for his namesake race and some really talented horses.
Well, this horse right here, he's got a ways to go to catch that win streak of Cigar, but he's put together his own little streak as well. 3 in a row, including the Grade 2 49er last time out, where he beat Dr. Ardito and Accretive, who will face again. 3-year-old who really has seemed to blossom since Brad Cox put blinkers on.
And a horse that possesses speed, which is a commodity you want today. I think it's an advantage. You know, big, strapping, robust son of Into Mischief who stamps many of his foals with that big white face. and I think he's going to be forward, and I think the way the track's playing, Keisha, is going to elevate his chances.
He does. He looks like he had his face just dipped in paint. He's a very cool horse. He's a beautiful mover as well. And yes, he was forwardly placed. Dr. Ardito was the one that was last, kind of making that big late run, much like we saw from Sierra Leone in the last race. Dr. Ardito's not going to be able to make that kind of run again today, given what we've seen from the track. And Ever So Mischievous could have some company up front. I'll be really curious to see how this pace does play out.
Yeah, Brad Cox had said, look, before he put those blinkers on, he kind of waited on horses. Has not been doing that of late with that 3-race win streak. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, we'll check in with your current 3-1 favorite coming out of the Breeders' Cup. Actually, the first 2 horses I'll talk about are 2/3 of the ones coming here by way of Del Mar. And Senor Buscador looks great. As Richie had mentioned, a horse that has been training here and preparing for this effort. He looks fantastic. I mean, his weight, conditioning, everything you want to see. And while physically, I don't think he's up against it as far as getting this 1-turn mile. He's actually a little bit more compact in that frame. It's just, as of this year, where has any of his early pace gone? And I think that hurts him a bit in this field today. But otherwise, overall, makes a lovely impression, as we'll check in with the horse that I do like in 3 Technique. Now, the track could hurt him too. But he's one that I don't think necessarily was ultimately targeted for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile is a 2-turn race out there, so that's not going to suit him. And he just kind of fell into getting into the Breeders' Cup races. And also, when he won the John Nehrude back in July at Belmont, I remember talking with Jason Cook, his trainer, and him saying that he's going to get a little break because he just doesn't perform or doesn't train and condition himself as well during the hot summer months. So I think that break, intentional. Now we start off a layoff. He looks sensational and really fit here in the paddock. But again, the track does concern me. I do want to talk about a complete bizarro horse, Long Shot, that does have early speed, and that's number 4, Cascade. Obviously, the least likely of the Chad Brown horses to win, according to the board. But this is an incredibly good-looking animal that Chad said to me a few days ago, or yesterday, I should say, that they're just kind of trying to make up for lost time. And not that he particularly fancies him in this spot here. And he is second off of a very long layoff off the back of that second-place effort to Signator. He's fit. He is strong. And he feels like a horse that has some serious quality to him. So, like I said, Greg, I don't think he's necessarily a win candidate, but he could be sticking around to fill out some exotics late in the game in this Cigar Mile.
1 of 3 in the race for Chad Brown. He's 30-1. Second biggest price on the board. I want to remind everyone, bet the Cigar Mile today with a money-back guarantee. Bet a $10 win wager on any horse in this upcoming Cigar Mile. If your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd, you get your $10 back. All you have to do, though, is opt in. Make sure you do that at NYRABets.com. Here is Senor Buscador coming out of the Breeders' Cup Classic. And you say, well, 1.25 miles now, shortening up to a mile. He's been very effective at a mile.
He's actually 2 for 3 at the distance. I mean, you look back, he won the ACAC at a mile at Churchill last year. This is his win in the San Diego when he was 13-1. He's your tepid favorite at 3-1 now. And it's a question that Maggie brings up about the tactics. He's that deep closer, and you wonder if he's going to get the right kind of setup, the way that the track's been playing. Is going to leave himself too much to do. Not that he ever really showed much speed, but he didn't used to be as far back as he has been recently, and coming out of the Breeders' Cup Classic try, we'll see what he can do in here. Glad to see him, Richie. It certainly adds a really interesting layer to this group.
And that's what these really good mile races do. They bring together horses that are sprinters stretching out, horses that are distance horses turning back. Just think the track really plays against them today.
Still listed as money. This surface as we kick off our post parade with an intriguing addition to this race. Horse who has won 6 in a row. Those wins have all come at Charlestown Coastal Mission.
And he's also 6 for 6 on wet racetracks.
Coming to the big leagues here, though, big step up. Here is Ever So Mischievous, Grade 2 winner of the 49er.
He's done very little wrong lately and in his whole career, perfect since adding blinkers, including that 49er.
Here's graded stakes winner Senor Buscador coming out of the Classic.
Talented, but lacks speed, could hurt him on this track.
Cash Kais, Maggie loved the way he looked.
Plenty of speed with this guy. Is he good enough? Still lightly raced.
Another from the Chad Brown barn, Dr. Ardito, just beat by Ever So Mischievous.
Big fan of this consistent, hard-knocking runner, but another one hurt by the racetrack.
Saratoga Special winner from back in 2021, High Oak, who started to get back into his rhythm.
It's been great to see that he's been back in good form. I just wonder if the mile's really best for him.
Big win in New York in that John A. Nayrud for 3 Technique.
Talented runner, also another one that's going to be coming from off the pace.
Awfully cool, huge figure in a win at Parks last start.
He did. He got a big figure 2 starts back as well. He was right to the lead and kicked away after taking some pressure.
Another one with a big effort, Castle Chaos last out.
Big effort, should be forward, taking a big step up, though.
Third of that trio for Chad Brown. Here's a creative.
A little awkward at the start last time. He can be forwardly placed and has shown he can handle the mile.
Hoist the gold coming out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint for Dallas Stewart.
Chased a fast pace in that Breeders' Cup Sprint, stretching the mile, should be up on the pace.
And happy birthday, Cherie DeVoe takes over the training duties of Pipeline, and Cherie DeVoe has had a incredible year.
Yeah, this would be a nice birthday present for sure. This one has speed. I think he's better at the mile as he cuts back in distance, and an intriguing prospect at a big price.
Well, here's 3 Technique, who back in July this summer at Belmont, we saw have that huge performance for trainer Jason Cook in that Grade 2 win in the John A. Nayrud.
Yeah, and he just slides up in behind horses so nicely here. You can see he's running up just on heels, undeterred, very brave kind of horse, is able to angle out to the clear here, and he just kept finding the good 3 Techniques as a player here.
I really like him in here today, Richie. I've been looking forward to seeing him run. I think that he's better getting a chance to go 7 furlongs to a mile. I like this distance more versus the try in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where it just looked like he was run off his feet every step of the way last time out. Those horses are just too quick for the type of running style that he has. Now, again, he's a closer. What kind of setup is he going to get in here today?
Minute to post the Grade 2 Cigar Mile. Let's go back to Jonathan Kinchin.
Well, one wager I'd be willing to make with anyone is that we won't see a stretch drive like we just saw in the Remsen and the Cigar Mile. It could be a good race, but I just don't think we'll see that. That was outstanding. There's 2 horses in here that I'm very interested in, 2 horses that I've focused the majority of my opinion through this race on. The 2 Ever So Mischievous, I don't know. Someone help me. I wish Andy was here. I'm sure he'd correct me on which one was the correct one, but he's down in Jamaica. Doing who knows what. I really like Ever So Mischievous. This is a horse that I've always thought had a ton of talent. He really seems to be improving. And look, I think that he can get his name into the ballot box for 3-year-old of the year if he can win this race, come back in the Malibu on opening day, at Santa Anita. And then I look forward to him as a 4-year-old. I'm very excited about this horse, his talent that he's shown. He's in the right hands with Brad Cox. He's fast. He's game. He fights. He's got a nice bit of experience. He takes his racetrack with him. I think he could be extremely tough in here, and he is definitely the most talented horse. And then the 3, Senor Buscador. I just think this is one of those horses that's going to appreciate a cutback and a little bit of class relief. I think he'll be rolling down the middle of the track, Mags.
Yeah, JK, as he might be, but as we've seen, it's really hard for horses to win when making that kind of move, as I was able to catch up with the birthday girl, Cherie DeVoe, a few moments ago with regards to Pipeline, and I said to her, it was kind of brought to my attention that this horse has been working very well, and it looks that way on paper. Do you like what you have seen from him in the morning? And she said, he's doing that all in hand. And she also added, I don't necessarily have a reference point as to what he was doing prior to coming to my barn, but I do like what I see in here. And as you guys pointed out, he projects to be at least forward, and he looks sensational. I mean, he's always been a bit of a beefcake. He's a good-looking type, but he might look even better today than what I've seen from him as of late. We'll see what he does if he can get back to some of his better efforts, as he will also take a look at a deep closer, and that's number 5, Dr. Ardito. At least last time he was. He's not a horse that's completely out of it when it comes to the early running, and there's a lot to like about a horse who's 7 for 12 lifetime. He just looks like a happy horse heading in here. And this is kind of the first time ever in his career that he's running with some frequency. So we'll see if that leads to success. Guys?
And then there's this new shooter arriving on the scene in New York Coastal Mission. We don't know a lot about him. We know he's won 6 in a row. He's 11 for 16 overall, and he has dominated his competition at against much softer fields, but he's done it so easily.
You have to respect any horse that can string together multiple victories the way this horse has, and the fact that he possesses enough speed to be forward. He's 6 for 6 on off racetracks.
And he comes in from Charlestown, yes, but that was going 1 1/8 miles, which is 3 turns, and he's cutting back to 1 turn. So he definitely has the foundation.
Meanwhile, quick thoughts from you two on Hoist the Gold. John Velasquez was on board for this Dallas Stewart runner in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He said he hated the kickback. Once he got in the clear, he actually really started to run. If he can get that kind of trip today, he felt he had a big chance.
Well, being post 11 of 12 is going to aid him in getting that kind of trip.
And he's a cool horse. I wonder if he really wants the mile, but Johnny looking for back-to-back Cigar Mile wins, as of course he won last year with Mind Control.
9-1 on Hoist the Gold coming out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The favorite, the 3-year-old, who has been undefeated since Brad Cox put blinkers on him ever so mischievous. Christian Torres in town to ride. There's Hoist the Gold with the Hall of Famer Johnny V. It's the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, our ABR race of the week. Let's go upstairs for the call to Chris Griffin.
All set for the Cigar Mile. And they're off. Speed from in between horses right there. Cascais goes right out to the front, is going to have company. Hoist the Gold and Pipeline there in the early mix as well. 3 across the racetrack. In behind them, that's Awfully Cool, who's settled into 4th. And at the rail, Ever So Mischievous has got some forward momentum, is challenging for the 4th spot. As they come out of the chute, just had to tap on the brakes. And at the rail, there is Coastal Mission. They are tightly bunched on the front end. Hoist the Gold has got the lead, is now 3/4 of length in front of Pipeline. They're rushing up to join this leader. Here's Coastal Mission to the inside of Ever So Mischievous, who's in very tight. Cascais is in between horses. Awfully Cool. Accretive is moving there, is in tandem with Castle Chaos. They went 22.41 for that opening quarter mile. Towards the back end of the field, it's 3 Technique, who's alone. Then far back, the 3 trailers. Dr. Ardito, High Oak is there with late running Senor Buscador. 44-4 for that half-mile time. Hoist the Gold. Very hot fractions on the front end. Pipeline is right there from second. Under a full drive is Castle Chaos. Then comes Coastal Mission down towards the inside in 4th. Accretive is trying to get that rally going. So is Awfully Cool. 3 Technique. Cascais is dropping back. Senor Buscador is traveling there with High Oak and the Pink Silks. They're going to be about 5 and 6 wide. Hoist the Gold went 109 flat for 3/4 of a mile and is still there. It's Hoist the Gold. Hoist the Gold is just striding away now, 5 lengths in front. This is a huge effort in the Cigar Mile. Hoist the Gold for Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, just opening up on this field. Hoist the Gold is almost there. Senor Buscador for second, but Hoist the Gold wins the Cigar Mile. It's all Hoist the Gold. Senor Buscador. Then came a photo to the inside there. That was Castle Chaos with 3 Technique. Final running time, 1:34.1 in the Cigar Mile.
Johnny V had said if he could be in the clear, avoid that kickback, he'd be dangerous, and that's one way to do it, is to be in front. Hoist the Gold in the Cigar Mile, your winner.
Absolute tour de force. Johnny Velasquez took no prisoners. He says, you know what, speed's been good all day. My horse doesn't like kickback. I'm coming out of a fast-paced Breeders' Cup Sprint. Catch me. Well, they could not catch him.
He is a fast horse, and I looked at this and I said I wouldn't have anticipated that this was the horse of all the ones in here that would be setting the pace, but Johnny was decisive. And much as we saw earlier with Dr. B, a horse that maybe doesn't on paper look like she was supposed to be setting the pace early, when a rider, Richie, makes that decision and goes out to the front, he was just able to run away from this group. Senor Buscador was the only one who really made up some significant ground, trying to put a little bit of a dent in that margin, and I think it makes it that much more impressive with what we saw in defeat, albeit, but from Sierra Leone in the Remsen.
I agree with you. Just the fact that this horse could set such fast fractions and continue, and we've talked about it all day. The track's been very kind to these kind of horses. Tried to make the point earlier in the day that maybe Life Talk coming out of the Breeders' Cup, they were primed for the Breeders' Cup, might not translate well. Well, how about 2 horses coming out of Breeders' Cup, albeit one out of the Classic and one out of the Sprint, run 1-2 here in the Cigar Mile.
2 rides by tremendous riders taking advantage of how this track was playing today. You got to tip your cap to Rat Ortiz Jr. and John Velasquez as we go back to the start.
Yeah, I mean, a couple horses. The inside horse, the Charlestown shipper broke in.
Coastal Mission.
Yeah, Coastal Mission. And, Johnny just said, okay, I'm going to allow my horse to stride forward. Pipeline tried to outrun him. Johnny was like, no, I'm going to continue. And again, they were going fast, but this track is carrying speed. You get a quality horse that gets comfortable in a good rhythm. It just kept finding.
And to be fair to Ever So Mischievous, he was put in a compromising position. He just wasn't quick enough to clear early. He broke okay, and he was up there, but he was stuck in that chasing spot, and he never looked comfortable.
No, and in between horses, chasing it, caught in a kind of a tough position. Horses not always that comfortable in it, but listen, let's give props. The winner just ran them off their feet. He was fast enough to take the lead and good enough to continue. And Dallas Stewart is a guy we've talked about. He's a tremendous conditioner. Knows how to hone a horse for a big race.
And look, sometimes we get a little bit too cute and we start looking through the past performances. The 2 horses coming out of the Breeders' Cup that are multiple graded stakes winners are the ones that run 1-2. Sometimes you just can't beat the class.
Yep. How about Johnny V picking up his 4th victory in the Cigar Mile? Gets another one here with Hoist the Gold, and the belief of, not just Dallas Stewart and John Velasquez, too, both of them to be confident with this horse and to bring this horse here and take this shot. And it pays off. Good to see.
Really good to see. And Johnny had one other mount today. The first race he rode for Dave Donk, somebody who was very instrumental early on in his career, and now had all day to watch races and formulate a plot and watch how the track was playing. And here he is. And he's just a marvel to me. I'm just really Johnny is so impressive. At his age, I see no deterioration in his abundant skills.
Hoist the Gold, Senor Buscador, and then Castle Chaos 3 Technique. Round out your superfecta. But it's all about Hoist the Gold and the Cigar Mile. Still to come, the main event from Caymanas Park in Jamaica, the Mouttet Mile. We'll get back to Andy Serling, Rajiv Miraj, with more right after this timeout.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on Cigar Mile Saturday, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. What a Saturday of action we have had today. Our Fasig-Tipton winner's circle. It's Hoist the Gold with the victory. What a performance coming out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Johnny V, Dallas Stewart saying, let's take advantage of what we're being given today with this racetrack and get to the front, and puts this field away. $19.40 for the win. Senor Buscador coming out of the Classic, running second, and then Castle Chaos 3 Technique running third and fourth. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Back-to-back cigar miles for the Hall of Famer who joins me now, Johnny Velasquez. And Johnny, you took no prisoners today. We've seen throughout the day that speed's just, at a premium. And he clicked through some fast fractions. He was there every step of the way.
Well, we know he's fast, though, and then I know he can do this, though, it's just to break it out of the gate. It takes him a little bit to get him going, though, and that's what happened in the previous cup. We couldn't get him to a position I wanted him, and once we got surrounded and the half-mile pole, got squeezed, the dirt started hitting him, and he didn't stop, but he's just going to run through the emotions. And I said to Dallas, man, let's run this horse back at New York in the mile race. I think it'll be hit him on the head, though, So you think so? No, I'm telling you, this horse galloped out really good. I think that will suit him, though, And I guess he believed me and brought him here, got him ready. Thanks to Dallas, have him ready to come here, and that's the way he ran today, yeah.
I think of any jocks, you're the number one for being influential as far as instructions to a trainer. But also, it seems as though you held him together. Is he a horse that you kind of have to put that bit in his mouth to make him run into it?
No, absolutely. He wants to feel like he's taking you somewhere, though. And once he got to even if he's going fast, trust me, he's going easy, though. Like he's taking you there. And once he gets to that rhythm, he feels like he's Hulk in front or even close to the lead, and then he keeps running. He's galloping out. The pony had to pull him up again today. I couldn't pull him up. I got more tired pulling him up. They're actually riding him.
I love that. Well, Johnny, really, job well done. As always, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
John Velasquez, it never gets old catching up with him after these big wins as Hoist the Gold dominant in this Cigar Mile, guys.
52 years young, and teaching the rest of this jockey colony a thing or two in this Cigar Mile. That winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. Dream Team, one racing stable, Dallas Stewart, Johnny V, closing out this tremendous Saturday card, and the Pick Six carryover coming back over $43,000 for that combination.
It was a couple of horses a little difficult to come up with, but not impossible, obviously. And this has just been a tremendous day of horse racing. Yeah. And we saw some really good performances and 2-year-olds that we can be excited about and look forward to going into next year. That's what this game's about, too, the future. What we can look forward to next year.
We look forward always to these big days, too, and it's so fun when they deliver and you see great performances like we saw in the Greatest Stakes today.
People, I think, are going to be talking about that stretch duel in the Remsen for quite some time.
Yeah.
After today. That was something to watch.
Reminiscent of Cairo Prince and Honor Code, right? Honor Code was passed and he battled back, and Honor Code proved to be a pretty good racehorse in his own right.
Looking forward to seeing them meet again in the future.
Main event coming up, that Mouttet Mile, Caymanas Park in Jamaica. Andy Serling, Rajiv Mirage on hand for the analysis. And Jason DaCosta, leading trainer out on the island, will send out 4 in the race, including She's My Destiny, Mamma Mia, and I Am Fred. Let's head there now for more.
I'm here with trainer Rohan Crichton, who will saddle Mouttet Mile entrant Rough Entry. Rohan, you're a Jamaican-born trainer overseas, but you've never started a horse in Jamaica. What does this mean to you to be racing this horse in this race?
Brings back memories of just being back to where I learned the game.
So you were involved in racing in Jamaica?
As an owner, my father introduced me to the game at a very young age, and the passion just took over from there.
So Rough Entry is a horse that I rode a few years ago, and I broke his maiden one first time out. And he's been developing, but he's been usually running in sprint races. Today he's going to stretch out to a mile. What do you think? How would you train him to be able to get the mile?
Well, I think we've been wanting to stretch him out before. I think he'll be able to rate, And I mean, I'm not sure if he's going to get the mile. I mean, we've trained him as we've always trained him. I'm hoping that the last furlong, you know, he'll be able to get home.
So what would this win mean for you today here in Jamaica?
First start in Jamaica as a trainer on the Mouttet Mile would mean a lot. The atmosphere is amazing. I can feel the excitement, you know, so it's good to be home.
Yeah, we definitely feel the excitement here. Good luck today, and hopefully you get to bring it home.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Rajiv, thanks. Rohan and Rough Entry with the favorite right now, 5-2 on the board. Main event, Mouttet Mile from Caymanas Park is coming up when our coverage continues here on FS2.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Thoroughbred Racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Back with you on our coverage from Caymanas Park here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And the richest horse race in the Caribbean is coming up next in this Mouttet Mile.
I just have to say, I think it's really nice that they list the groom of all the horses in the race as well in the program.
I agree. I
It
think
is a nice touch.
The unsung heroes, you
Yeah.
know, they're in the barn early working with these horses and don't get the recognition they deserve, so I applaud that.
And we have an international field this year, 5 U.S. bred horses, a Canadian bred horse as well. We start off our post-break with She's My Destiny.
This is who I like here. Inside draw, coming in with good form.
1 of 4 for Jason DaCosta. Here's Blue Vinyl.
Blue Vinyl was 4-1 on the morning line, 12-1 right now, trying to get around Atomica.
We skipped to Mahogany here.
Mahogany has won the last couple in good form right now.
And we are all over the place. The 10 moving through our screen towards the outside Atomica. Let's back to the 5 here. I Am Fred, another one from the DaCosta barn.
Yeah, running a bunch of horses at them here.
There's a look at Easy as ABC. Trevor Simpson will ride.
Big price on that one.
36-1 long shot. Is that a fact we may or may not? I think we're looking at there in the screen. Yeah, there's the 7.
There he is.
Another DaCosta runner.
The son of Palace Malice, also another big price.
55-1 on that runner. And we're in no order whatsoever here. There's Runaway Algo, trained by Dale Murphy.
This one, like plenty of others in this field, has been chasing Atomica. We'll try to turn things around.
3 back was a winner. As we take a look here at the 9 Mojito.
25-1 in the morning line, taking some money at 9-1. We heard Andy Serling earlier talking about he was having mojitos last night. Horse gets you with 109 pounds.
Yeah, blinkers on as well.
Favorite remains that 15 as we get a look here at the 10 Atomica.
4-year-old filly, she's taking on the boys, and she's been very good lately. She's won her last 5 starts.
Duke, Rajiv's uncle, in his 60s, who was a runner-up in this race last year, will be aboard. We'll get a look at that one hopefully in a moment. Here's the 12 Money Miser.
Money Miser is a big price on the board, on his toes, out on the track right now.
For Fitzroy Gillespie, 57-1. Decent appearance from that horse.
Got a win last out.
At a big price. And Perfect Brew. Well, we backtrack.
There's Duke.
Yeah, there's Duke with Alan Murat.
And now he's gone.
70-1 runner-up in this race last year with Alan.
I think it's amazing, Richie, that Alan is still riding and having success at the highest level, and you can just hear the love and passion he has for the game.
And look at the shape he's in. I mean, with that interview with Rajiv earlier, interviewing his uncle, gives us a rooting interest. And horses down from 99-1 earlier to 28-1.
And, you know, the favorite remains, though, from the trainer we just heard from. That's Rough Entry, the 15.
Well, this is the only horse in the field I actually have notes on because I've saw him many times at Gulfstream Park running down in Florida. So pretty cool that Rohan, a native of Jamaica, opting to take a horse. He's a trainer that's very active down in South Florida.
Let's get to Andy Serling and Michael Caine Jr. for more.
Well, here's the big one, the one we've all been waiting for. It's been an incredible day of racing in New York, but the big race here at Comanches Park, the Mouttet Mile, is coming up. Joined once again by the great Michael Caine to talk about the Mouttet Mile. And I think Atomica, last year's Horse of the Year, is the big story going into the race.
Yes, she is indeed the big story. Last year, she actually went off the 4-5 favorite in the Mouttet Mile. And she got bounced about at the start, and she didn't really develop thereafter. But this year, she's coming into the race quite calm, cool, and collective. And in comparison to last year's Triple Crown Series, where she had 2,400 meters for the Derby, and she also had a 2,000-meter trip for the St. Leger, and she also had a 9.5-furlong trip in the Jamaica Cup. This year, no Triple Crown Series. She's much more relaxed, she's much more composed, and she has won 5 consecutive races coming into this assignment. And she looks quite nicely off at 53 kilos. Dane Dawkins, her customary riders in the saddle, and I think she's going to run big enough today to get the job done.
And this race is a 1-mile race around one turn, Mouttet Mile. She is a speed horse. There is a lot of speed in this race. Do you think she has a chance to be the speed of the speed?
She has a chance to be the speed of the speed, and at the same time, she can rate. She can sit just behind whosoever wants to outspeed her for the first 2 or 3 furlongs. She can sit second and third, and then she can use her crippling pace to make that move towards the lead, nearing the half-mile or maybe the 3 furlong point. So we have speed in terms of She's My Destiny, number 1. There's Mamma Mia, number 3. We also have another fast horse here. Is That a Fact, number 7. There's also Rodaway Algo, who's very speedy as well. And as you said, speed, and more speed is the order of the game here. American Tap also possesses great speed. So it's not going to be wise to try and make all, but she should be able to rate just off the leader.
What about Mahogany, who could be the second choice in this race?
Yes, he's definitely a big-time performer as well. He has gone within track records here. 3 track records, actually. 6.5 furlong track record. He went very close there. 7.5 furlong track record. He went extremely close, and 8.5 furlong track record. So he's a big-time performer, and he's one of the horses that can definitely make the lead. And it's going to come down to the tactics employed by the riders here. A lot of speed, a lot of pace. Could we have a deep closer?
Well, the deep closer would be Duke, who finished second this race last year at close to 100-1, ridden by the uncle of Rajiv Mirage. So we're kind of rooting for him a little bit here. Can Duke pull an upset? Can he get close this year?
It doesn't appear so. Since that second place effort in the Mouttet Mile last year, he hasn't been himself. He has been sent off short price favorite on a couple of occasions, far less caliber horses, and he has really flunked. So I don't expect him to be anywhere near the finish this time around.
How about Julian Leperoux? Julian Leperoux coming in here. How's his mount look in this race? We don't want to send Julian here and get absolutely nothing with rough entry coming in from Florida. Is he really good enough, though?
Well, he has worked well. He has been working very well. Interestingly, though, when he just came into the island and he started to go through his paces at exercise, he was comfortable. He wasn't expected to do much. But later weeks, near into the race, he has been highly touted, and he has gone 59 flat over the straight, 46 flat for 4 furlongs, 101 flat. And his PPs here show he has great pace. So he's expected to do very well. He won in 1:22 and 4/5 of a second for 7 furlongs at Gulfstream, and he won 6 furlongs in 1:10.3 at Gulfstream as well. So he's a pace horse, and he's expected to play a significant role here. But he has joint top weight 57 kilos, allowing weight to our best horses here at Caymanas Park. And it have to be something great if he's to get the job done.
Yeah, we got to handicap those horses coming over from America a little bit. Michael, once again, thanks for joining us, and thanks for everything you do here at Caymanas Park. It's been a great pleasure. It's been great meeting you, and we wish you a lot of future success. We'll head back to New York.
Andy, thanks. Yeah, Julian Leperoux, he's on rough entry. That's one of the 5 U.S. bred runners in what is an international field. And this year's Mouttet Mile, you can play all the action we bring you on our program. There's certainly stateside and internationally with Naira Bets. New members, that's the promo code to use at sign up, match 200. Get that $200 deposit match bonus at sign up on the app or right there at nairabets.com. Let's go back to Andy and Rajiv.
Thanks a lot, Greg. It is a great day is winding down, but the big race still to come, Rajiv. And Julian Leperoux now looking for his second win today, and he's favored, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's surprising to see him favored, but I want to say something about this race. This has to be a handicapper's delight. I mean, so many different angles. Is it going to be the American Invader that does it? We don't know how that's going to translate against these horses down here. Or are you going with the local filly, the champion filly, Atomica, right? Or do we think that there's going to be a pace meltdown and one of the horses that might not be one of the top tier horses, but who's going to be able to benefit from that pace meltdown?
And who's going to be the speed of the speed? Is somebody going to be able to outrun these horses early and get to the inside? Because it does seem like it, and I know you've been waiting for it. Could be a gold rail today. I mean, we've both been talking about it. It does seem like the inside paths have been very strong.
No, and it could be something like the Cigar Mile where a horse just goes out and bottoms out the field. Sometimes you see a race like this, there's so much pace, and everyone gets that in their mind, and there's one person that comes out and takes initiative, and everyone backs off because they don't want to get into a big speed duel, and then that horse just capitalizes on it. And that horse could be Mahogany, a horse that we haven't really talked too much about, but coming out on the track, looking at him on the track, he looks exceptionally well today.
And you got to think there is going to be pace. I mean, clearly Atomica's way is to go to the front, and she's been very good lately. I'm just a little worried that she's a horse that if she isn't able to make the lead and breaking from post 10, she doesn't make the lead, she's going to be stalking outside, and that could be a very bad trip for her.
Yeah, last year she got into chasing the pace, and she didn't run her best race. And like you said, when she gets in control, it seems to be when she runs her best races. So if she's not able to get into control today, she might be a little disheartened.
What about my horse, I Am Fred?
Yeah, well, I Am Fred, I think one of the best things about him, he falls right in behind the pace. He's not really a horse that's dependent on being on the lead, and he doesn't drop too far out of it. So he's the kind of horse where it might just be able to sit in that perfect stalking position, wait for the speed to fall apart, and then get first run on the closer.
Yeah, and I'm hoping maybe he can try to save a little ground as well. What about the outside, the number 13 horse? And I've got my PPs here. It's a little windy out here, and that's the number 13 Perfect Brew. I'm kind of interested in that horse. Any thoughts?
Well, yeah, we saw early on the card Richard Azan, the trainer of Perfect Brew. He won a race with a deep closer, the Chairman's Cup, and I think that this horse might be a horse that will be best suited if the pace does collapse. I feel like he's a horse they're going to drop back. It worked for them earlier today. Drop back and try to come running at the end. The same connections that won at Rainsville earlier.
And you were mentioning Blue Vinyl when they were coming on the track, and you thought that could be a dangerous horse breaking from a good inside post.
Yeah, definitely. Blue Vinyl is actually my second pick in here. My top pick is way on the outside. Ability is the horse that I think he's the one that is going to be able to see what's going on, pick his spot, and then go from there.
Yeah, it's going to be a terrific race. I mean, it really is. You're right. There's a whole lot going on here.
Yeah, we just had a late scratch, the number 2.
That's Blue Vinyl.
Blue Vinyl. We just saw, as soon as we called his name, we don't know what happened. We can't really see from here because it's all the way on the mile in the backstretch mile, but we're just hearing this announcement that Blue Vinyl has been scratched.
Well, hopefully Blue Vinyl is okay, and sorry they're not going to be able to run in this race. But talk about last year's 2-year-old champ, Mojito. He's a bit of a price in here. Can he spring the upset?
Well, Mojito, as a 2-year-old, he was so much dominant over his peers that they thought that he was going to be the one that will take up the mantle when Atomica threw in a clunker at last year's Mouttet Mile. However, he's a hit-or-miss kind of horse. If the real Mojito shows up, I think he'll definitely be a big part of it. But he could throw in a clunker, so it's hard to tell what he could. And he would need his best race to be able to be a factor here today.
What about the Mirage family with Duke, the deep closer who finished second at 90+1 last time? Can he get a shot here? I know you'll be rooting.
Well, Duke is obviously our sentimental choice, right?
Yes,
and we want him to win.
Yep.
There's not many scenarios that we can actually see him running good in this race. But other than he's just a first week of December horse.
Total pace collapse.
And we're in the first week of December, so that's when Duke runs his best race.
And it feels like anything could happen in here. And I tell you, we watched a race inside, our producer Bobby Klatt and I, and I'm telling you, it was one of the great experiences of my life. I mean, this crowd here, I mean, they just love racing. And this Mouttet Mile Day has been an incredible success.
I mean, and I'm feeling chills going into the race. I talked to Julian Leperoux after he won his race earlier, and we were cheering so hard for him before the race. It felt like more than the Breeders' Cup. I was like, it felt like we were cheering for him to win the Breeders' Cup.
No, I agree. We were watching as well. We were rooting for Julian. That was the race, and people were just going wild. It was really amazing. And I tell you, as we're going to head back to New York, I know you guys, at some point, you got to come down here because it's everything advertised and then some.
Yeah.
Minute to post. Thanks, guys. And the favorite is been throughout here. Rough entry, Julian Leperoux. We'll see if be neat to see if the trip for Julian was worth it here to make it out there on the horse to beat right now.
And looking back through my notes, like I said, he started his career at Gulfstream. Actually, Rajiv rode him when he broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park West with his original trainer in the Lechman barn, but originally claimed by Rohan. And he's a horse that has been a consistent sprinter all along. He has early speed, so could be interesting to see how the pace plays out 5-2. And, of course, we're rooting for the U.S. connections.
And, Mig, did you feel the Jason DaCosta runners, I Am Fred, the 5, was his best chance?
Well, I think the board's reflecting that, and listen to it. It's just about trip here, right? It's such a big field. You got to work out some sort of a trip.
I just want to see Andy and Rajiv dancing with the crowd.
You know, after the races are over, they're going to be up there.
So, a quick story, like I mentioned a couple times, the Clásico del Caribe, which is kind of like the Breeders' Cup of the Caribbean, took place in the U.S. a couple of times down in Florida. It's in Panama this year, and a couple times Jamaica was involved with a few horses, and just everyone from the Caribbean racing community, the excitement, the passion, the flair. I mean, people had flags and their horses' bridles heading to the gate. There was like a drum set going on in the paddock, before horses were going there. And it was a little bit of something different in the U.S. because typically in the Caribbean, they kind of rush onto the track when the horse wins the race, which obviously cannot take place here with security. But it's just really cool to see that passion, that excitement, living up to all that we know of like we said, the love and the excitement of the Caribbean people.
Yeah, and listen, we see it here on a daily basis, right, at Aqueduct. I mean, our Jamaican fan base is so passionate, love the game, and they're really knowledgeable. I mean, they're really on top of it. So it's great to see.
They give us a hard time if we're wrong.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're usually right.
And they are. Yeah. They'll pick something up. Mig, you said this, and yeah, you're right. You got me. I like the one horse, She's My Destiny. That's the Jason DaCosta horse I'm looking at. But again, everything's dependent on trips in a big field from the inside going a one-turn mile, not the easiest draw.
I'm going to hang my hat on Mahogany, a horse that's been in good form lately, maybe gets a little bit of a setup.
That's the 4 for Ian Parsard, trainer, 6-1 right now. And again, late scratch, blue vinyl coming out of the race, who was a major player in this race. That is a big late scratch.
Yeah, we don't know exactly the reason for the scratch, but reduces the field by 1. So now we have a field of 15. We see that auxiliary gate. I thought it was interesting, guys, how they had to wait to pull the auxiliary gate straight until all the horses got behind the gate, create enough space for them to get back there.
None of the horses seem to mind it, though. They all seem to be acting fine.
This group is handling themselves much better.
There's one group.
I spoke too soon, possibly, than they did in the Chairman Cup earlier.
Looks
that was quite a lengthy load. Well, rough entry. Julian Leperoux, the favorite, gets to move in at least a spot closer from that far outside with the scratch of the 2.
Quickly, guys, I mean, while they're loading, your favorite Bob Marley song?
Is This Love?
Mine.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a very good one.
That's a very good one.
Mine's the Redemption song. I'm always seeking redemption.
For what?
Brian Rickman
can't say on TV.
With the call, the Mouttet Mile from Caymanas Park.
Can the 3-year-old match strides with these? So they're still trying with I Am Fred at 5. Finally, I Am Fred is in. She's My Destiny will come into 1. So we wait on She's My Destiny, the final one. Still waiting on She's My Destiny. Looks to be in. Field in line. They're off for the second running of the Mouttet Mile. As expected, Rough Entry goes for that lead. The 3-year-old Ability in the green with the red cap races out wide. Charging through, that's Mamma Mia in the white cap, and Mamma Mia now shows good speed and has that lead on the run down the back stretch, racing toward the 6. Mamma Mia out in front. She's My Destiny racing right there on the rail as they make their way now. Runaway Algo and Mahogany right up with those. Rough Entry hidden from view, racing out wide of horses. Mojito the Grey races up next. Ability on the outside. I Am Fred as they leave the 5. In behind those, that's American Tap. Atomica has a lot of work to do, along with Is That a Fact? They are joint at the hip. Money Miser races up next as they go charging now inside the last half of a mile. Perfect Brew left toward the back of the field, and the Great Duke will be running late as usual as they charge toward the final 3 in the Mouttet Mile. It's the filly Mamma Mia. She's brave on that lead. Rough Entry now sent in chase by Le Peru as they're about to arrive at the 5/16th. Watchability closing in the green silks. Mahogany is also bubbling to the boil, but they're into the lane and still they have not been able to head Mamma Mia. Here now is Rough Entry, and Rough Entry grabs the lead. Mamma Mia falters down against the rail. Ability is wound up for run, but it is Rough Entry and Julian Le Peru. This is the Mouttet Mile, and Rough Entry and Julian Le Peru begin to streak away from them. Inside the final 16th, it seems to be all over. Rough Entry, the Foreign Invader, and Julian Le Peru take the second running of the Mouttet Mile. Ability is second. Mamma Mia, Is That a Fact? Is fourth, and Perfect Brew is fifth.
Well, that was very exciting, and I know, Rajiv, you're happy. Your friend Julian Le Peru getting the easy win, and the public got it right.
Wow, that was amazing. Who would ever thought that Rough Entry would come off the pace and then take over and dominate and pull away in the stretch? That was pretty fantastic. And for Julian Le Peru to come to Jamaica and have this win, this got to be really special for him as well.
No, it really was exciting. And the old 15-16, did you like the 16, Raj? Did you have the exacta using your friend winning the race?
And I think if I would have bet him, he would have lost. So thank goodness I didn't bet.
Yeah, I mean,
the 16.
This was the easiest kind of winner. Now, we know Atomica seemed to lose the rider of the turn, but she just galloped right by us, right?
Yeah, Atomica is fine. It was weird. She kind of wheeled a little bit and maybe got in tight, which she doesn't like too much, and wanted to get out of there, it seemed like, and threw the jockey's balance off. So hopefully Dawkins is okay. That's very unfortunate on a big day like today for that to happen. But, you know, Rough Entry really showed that the American horses might be, even the lower level American horses might be a notch above the Jamaican horses.
And even an interview with you, Rajiv, did not jinx Rohan Crichton coming here to Jamaica.
No, it actually made him win. I think I am his lucky charm. I deserve a commission.
You got that, Greg? Rajiv now a lucky charm.
Well, we've thought that all along. Since we've had him on our coverage, Rough Entry, there was no question, much the best here.
Well, maybe this will set a precedent and we'll get some more American participation in the Mouttet Mile. This was a perfect trip, you know, had enough speed to get position, tipped in, and you saw when he tipped out coming to the 200, he really kicked on and won off as much the best, and the race was dominated with the horses that were outside.
Absolutely, and nice to see Julian and Rough Entry getting the win, and this horse pulled away from the rest of the field. Pretty cool moment there, and yep, my husband was asking me about the conditions of the race, so maybe we can convince him, and then that could be my ticket to go to the Mouttet Mile next year.
This is a starting point for them too. Andy had, you know, an interview talking about with some of the officials from the track. They're trying to really build something here and get that purse structure up even higher so they can attract even a more international field.
You know, the one thing that stood out to me watching the coverage from there throughout the day while we're here on set and listening to the guys, their interviews and a conversation about the races, is the atmosphere. You could feel it. the excitement, and everybody is just so into it, much like we see here in New York, how the Jamaican people, the culture really lends itself to the excitement of thoroughbred racing. And this has got to feel good for Julian. Anytime you go to a new place and win, it's just such a great experience.
And I'm sure special for the trainer and the connections as well, being a Jamaica native, getting to come home and be at a track that, like he said, is where he kind of learned the game and fell in love with the sport is a really cool moment as well. And to what you said, Greg, with how they're trying to build up this race and have kind of a marquee race in Jamaica, I think is amazing. Look at all the people there that love the game, that work in the sport, how it provides jobs, a lifestyle, a passion, fun. I think it's so great that we have the opportunity to celebrate on this big day and to continue to promote it.
Julian Leperoux, Ryan Crichton on rough entry is your favorite, dominant in this Mouttet Mile. Let's go back to Rajiv.
Yeah, here with trainer Rohan Crichton, who just won the Mouttet Mile. What an amazing feeling.
It wasn't me, it was the horse and Julian.
Yeah.
What a great ride. You
You talked about him, maybe the distance, the question, and you don't want to be involved in the pace. But to see him sit off the pace like that and pull away at the end, was that a performance you expected?
I think that was a textbook Julian Leperoux ride. That was good. We talked about relaxing because we thought there was going to be a lot of speed, and he executed it to perfection.
Well, it's great when a plan comes together. Great win. Go celebrate with your family. I know you got a bunch of people here today.
Yes, yes.
Amazing. Welcome back to Jamaica.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Oh, what a performance. Dominant by rough entry. And we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back. Mouttet Mile goes to a U.S.-bred runner with Julian aboard for the win. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races on FS2 right after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
They're stopping.
War Bomber in front. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team takes the lead. SEAL Team.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all, bet any track, anywhere, anytime on the app or at nairabets.com. Mouttet Mile goes to rough entry. Let's go back to Jamaica.
Thanks a lot. I got to tell you, Rajiv, what a great ending to what's been an unbelievable week here in Jamaica. We could stand here for about 10 minutes thanking all the people that have shown us a good time, but the experience down in Jamaica has been incredible, and we urge everybody, come down and visit Jamaica. A lot of great stuff happening down here.
Yeah, I mean, this week went like it felt like a volcano was bubbling, and when rough entry passed the wire, it just erupted. I mean, the feeling was great. I don't usually get to see it from this lens, and I mean, it was so exciting.
No, it really was. I got to tell you, I've been a racing fan a long time, and this experience being here in Jamaica has been as good an experience as I've ever had being involved in horse racing. It's infectious, and the job they've done down here has been remarkable.
Yeah, it makes me proud as well. This is my roots, my heritage, and it's really great to be a part of this.
Yeah, it really is. They've made us feel so welcome here, so thank you to everybody. Obviously, Solomon Sharp, who's done an amazing job in so many ways at Jimenez Park, but it's not a one-person effort. It's been a lot of people, and Raj, it's been a lot of fun, and we'll send it back to New York, but we got a little more time left in Jamaica.
I'm not sure Andy's coming back. He has had such a good time there. We want the after-race footage as well that we can show on the program next week.
Do you think there's going to be some mojitos involved?
I would have to think so. Listen, anytime after a big broadcast like that and an international event like this, there's always a pretty good time afterwards.
Yeah.
Great to have this coverage. Just the second running of this race, and hopefully it does continue to build and get bigger and bigger, and hopefully we get to all make a trip there and be part of the coverage in the years to come. What a great day of racing, though. Race that stood out to you, was it the Remsen?
For me, yes, Richie. I thought the performance from both Dornoch and Sierra Leone were really impressive. I know that Dornoch was the one who was setting the pace maybe with the track, but when he re-engaged and came back on top of Sierra Leone being last and closing, they really threw it down.
They did. That to me, I agree with Acacia. The two-year-olds to go run a mile and eighth like that and show that gameness, grittiness, determination, it was really tremendous. And I'm really thrilled that I got to spend all this time on the desk with you guys.
It's always fun working with you. I know it's early. We're still 2-year-olds waiting to turn 3, but what do you think of Dornoch as a Derby contender?
Well, I think he's a player. I think he's still a work in progress, and he possesses a lot of natural speed, and that's always a good commodity to have.
He's got the pedigree for it, that's for sure. He's still quite green, so we'll see. But if you expect him to make that jump as a 3-year-old, it could be really special next year.
Hope you enjoyed our coverage. Final big day of the year, certainly the biggest day of this Aqueduct Fall meeting, and it did not disappoint. We're back tomorrow, 12 Eastern start time on Fox Sports. Rough entry, Julien Leperoux dominating the second running of the Mouttet Mile. Hope you enjoyed our coverage from Jamaica. Demoiselle, Rod Ortiz Jr. putting Life Talk in the front end and going gate to wire. Todd Pletcher's 9th win in that race in the Remsen. What a stretch duel between Dornoch and Sierra Leone. And it's the brother of the Derby winner who comes out on top and hoists the gold. Takes the Cigar Mile. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen